Welcome to the nationwide road survival game. Whether you were once a billionaire or a beggar on the street, every one of you now begins on equal footing with one vehicle and one life. Your vehicle may be a plane, a tank, a taxi, a bicycle, a sports car, a fire engine, or even a subway train. Whatever vehicle you receive, you will automatically acquire the skills needed to drive it. The road beneath your feet stretches on without end. It is your only path to survival. The gray fog is pursuing you from behind. It advances at a constant speed and devours every living thing. Gather supplies. Strengthen your vehicle. On this road of death, survive. The cold, mechanical voice exploded in the depths of my mind. What greeted my eyes was not the familiar ceiling of my bedroom, but a windshield. Beyond the glass, the sky was as dark as if someone had poured a bucket of old ink across it. The oppressive gloom made it hard to breathe. I've transmigrated. Nationwide road survival. I murmured, my mind rapidly processing everything I had just heard. Instead of screaming in panic, I immediately reached for my pockets. In their place, I found a black handbook. Time remaining until the gray fog arrives. 59 minutes and 32 seconds. I frowned slightly and opened to the first page. Rules of survival. 1. Your vehicle is your safe zone. No one may enter without your permission. 2. Inside your vehicle, you are the absolute master. Other players cannot harm you while aboard, and items in the vehicle cannot be stolen unless the player dies. 3. Even ordinary monsters are difficult to defeat in this world, but every kill yields relatively abundant resources. 4. You must strengthen your vehicle and make it more powerful in order to survive the dangers ahead. 5. Keep a close watch on your sanity, or SAN. In this world, madness is more terrifying than death. 6. 100,000 supply crates have been randomly scattered along the roads. Remember to search for them. 7. All data has been digitized. Think the word system to view your status panel. Note, when a player summons a panel, other players can see it too. Check it only when no one else is present. I closed the handbook, focused on the empty air, and silently thought, system. A pale blue, translucent screen instantly unfolded before me. Name, Lin Hui. Race, human. Condition, healthy, mildly hungry. Sanity, SAN 100/100. Note, below 30 SAN, suicidal thoughts will emerge. Below 20, you will hear incoherent whispers. Below 10, you will descend into madness. Spirit, 5. Note, the average for a normal adult. Higher spirit increases resistance to SAN loss and accelerates SAN recovery. Physique, 5. Note, a composite measure of speed, strength, and defense. I shifted my gaze to the vehicle panel on the right. Vehicle, Civilian Class C RV, entry-level model. Level, LV.1. Physical defense, 20. Note, barely capable of withstanding scratches from a level 1 zombie. Magic resistance, 0. Weight, 3 metric tons. Interior space, 8 cubic meters. Durability, 50%, severe wear on the front left tire. Replacement recommended. Fuel, 2%. Estimated range, 10 kilometers. External weapons, none. Overall assessment, a mobile iron coffin. We recommend finding a pleasant cemetery as soon as possible. My pupils contracted at the glaring 2%. Only 10 kilometers of fuel? At that moment, the cold mechanical voice rang in the ears of every player in the region once more, delivering an unquestionable death sentence. Regional announcement. Attention, players in Region C, 996. Your current location is the zombie wasteland. The gray fog has begun to spread and is only 30 kilometers from your starting point. Advanced speed, 30 kilometers per hour. Start your vehicles and flee immediately. Once the gray fog engulfs you, not even your bones will remain. 1 hour? 30 kilometers per hour. If this vehicle had a range of only 10 kilometers, then even if I stomped the accelerator through the floor, it would die on me 10 minutes later. Once I broke down, the gray fog would swallow me. Frowning deeply, I opened the constantly flashing regional channel. Help! Where the hell is this? What happened to the Ferrari I just bought? Why did it turn into a beat-up wooling van? Damn it! Why did I get a kick scooter? Mine's just as bad. The system says it can only go 20 kilometers. There's nothing but wasteland around here. Where are we supposed to refuel? This is murder. I want to go home. Wah! Is there a gas station up ahead? Has anyone seen one? Forget it. This is apocalypse survival. Why would the system give us full tanks at the start? It's forcing us to get out and search for supplies. But there are things making noises outside. They sound like zombies. I'm scared to get out. One glance told me that the overwhelming majority of players were in the same situation. The system had given everyone a start that was both fair and hopeless. Almost no fuel, forcing players to choose between risking a stop to search for supply crates and letting the gray fog catch them. The very first round would eliminate everyone who lacked either courage or luck. I exhaled slowly and muttered, "Staying here isn't an option. I need to find a supply crate." But just as I started the vehicle, another notification appeared. Host's soul characteristics meet the requirements. Cheat ability, binding in progress. Binding successful. 1 golden trait per level, unique. Effect: every time your vehicle gains a level, you will receive 1 golden trait. This trait can be forcibly applied to any component of the vehicle. New player benefit issued. Your RV begins at LV.1. You may draw your first trait. My pupils narrowed slightly. A golden roulette wheel that only I could see appeared before me. It slowly began to spin, then finally came to a stop. A card radiating brilliant golden light floated in the air. Trait name: Unlimited. Quality: Golden Legendary. Type: Rule. Effect: grants the target an unlimited property. Apply it to a vehicle-mounted weapon for unlimited ammunition. Apply it to a water tank for unlimited clean water. Use immediately. At the sight of the word unlimited, my usually steady heart gave 2 violent beats. What mattered most in this resource-starved apocalyptic wasteland? No. For me, at this moment, anything was possible as long as my vehicle could keep moving. If it could not move, then even mountains of gold and silver would be nothing but scrap metal. I instinctively glanced into the side mirror on my left. At the far edge where heaven met earth, a towering wall of gray fog was slowly advancing. Its silent pressure was even more terrifying than a tsunami. I drew a deep breath. Without hesitating again, I reached out and tapped the air. Use the trait. Target the RV's fuel tank. A beam of golden light shot beneath the vehicle. The next second, something miraculous happened. 1/4, 1/2, 3/4. The fuel gauge slammed all the way against F for full. The needle even trembled faintly, as though the tank were so full it might overflow. Trait applied successfully. The current vehicle fuel tank has been converted into an unlimited fuel reactor. Property 1. Fuel remains permanently at 100% and will never be depleted. Property 2. The engine will never fail. Combustion efficiency has increased by 200%, doubling power output. Property 3. The engine never needs to be switched off. Excess energy will automatically be converted into electrical power for the vehicle. In this world, fuel was blood. Fuel was life. That meant that, as long as I did not get myself killed doing something stupid, this RV would be a true perpetual motion fortress. The regional channel was still filled with despair. I've started my car, but I'm afraid to step on the gas. Will coasting at idle save fuel? Guy in front, don't hit the brakes. Use your momentum. 20 kilometers per hour should use the least fuel, right? But the gray fog moves at 30. We're going to die. As long as I go a little faster than you, you'll be the one who dies. Everybody run. I threw out every mattress in my car to reduce the weight and save fuel. Watching players haggle over every drop of fuel and even tear their vehicles apart to reduce weight, I shook my head. I sat up straight, adjusted the driver's seat, and fastened my seatbelt. Then I slammed my right foot down, pedal straight to the floor. Enhanced by super-efficient combustion, the old diesel engine unleashed a roar no vehicle of this size should have been capable of producing. It was the roar of a waking beast. The sudden acceleration crushed me back into my seat. The previously cumbersome Class C RV became a raging bull. Thick black smoke blasted from its exhaust while its tires screamed against the desolate highway. The RV shot forward. 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Within only a few seconds, the battered RV reached 100 kilometers per hour. On the exterior cameras, several vehicles crawling along at 30 or 40 kilometers per hour rapidly fell behind me. Messages immediately appeared in the regional channel. Someone exclaimed that a white RV had raced past at 100 kilometers per hour, while another person asked whether I did not need fuel. I neither stopped nor replied. Resources near the starting point were limited, and a lead in speed meant reaching the supply crates along the road before anyone else. That was what survival meant. Current status updated. Vehicle, Civilian Class C RV, heavily modified. Level, LV.1. Defense, 20. Note, barely capable of withstanding scratches from a level 1 zombie. Weight, 3 metric tons. Interior space, 8 cubic meters. Durability, 50%, moderate wear on the front left tire. Replacement recommended. Fuel, Infinity, unlimited. External weapons, none. Speed, 100 kilometers per hour, racing at maximum speed. Overall assessment, a perpetually powered RV with limitless energy. As long as the front left tire does not explode, even death cannot catch you. I narrowed my eyes at the endless road ahead. Step 1. I survived. Next, I need to find those supply crates. There are 100,000 of them in total. I wonder how many I can get. At last, I spotted a supply crate on the road. There were no zombies nearby, so I quickly got out and dragged the crate into the RV. When I opened it, I found a canister of dark liquid inside. An information window immediately appeared. Name, Universal Fuel X1. Category, consumable. Quality, common. Effect, can be used as fuel for any vehicle. 1 unit of universal fuel allows one vehicle to travel 100 kilometers. Universal fuel. My RV no longer needed it now that I had unlimited fuel, but I was not disappointed. I might not need universal fuel, but every other player did. In this survival game where vehicles reigned supreme, universal fuel was liquid golden, extraordinarily precious resource. For the rest of that period, I drove my RV at full speed along the highways of the zombie wasteland, collecting every supply crate ahead of me. I continued gathering supply crates along the road. Unlimited fuel meant I never had to compete for refueling supplies, but other players would still risk their lives for a single unit of universal fuel. It would become my most reliable bargaining chip. Night fell. The wind sweeping across the wasteland was no longer the dry wave of heat it had been during the day. It had become a steel blade that cut straight to the bone. As I drove, I opened the system and glanced at the blood-red countdown. Time remaining until the gray fog arrives. 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. Distance from the gray fog, approximately 270 kilometers. I parked behind a dirt ridge that sheltered the RV from the wind and pulled the handbrake. Even with unlimited fuel, I could not drive forever. People needed rest, and vehicles needed it even more. That was especially true of the front left tire, which the vehicle panel listed as moderately worn. I need to find a replacement tire and some repair tools as soon as possible. I drew a quiet breath and began inspecting the RV. The interior of this LV.1 civilian RV could hardly be described as spacious. Apart from the cab, the living area was only 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. At the rear stood a single bed only 1.2 meters wide, with one pillow and a thin quilt. It's crude, but still better than what most players have. I shook my head. Just then, a shrill howl swept past the windows. The temperature inside the RV began to plummet. Every breath instantly became white mist. Frost formed across the windows quickly enough to see with the naked eye. Regional announcement. Attention, players in Region C, 996. A cold wave has struck. The current environmental temperature has fallen sharply to -10 degrees Celsius and will continue to drop. Warning, low temperatures will cause loss of body heat, slower reactions, and a minor decrease in sanity. Survivors must find a source of heat or a warm shelter as soon as possible. This game doesn't give anyone a second to breathe. I rubbed my stiffening fingers and opened the regional channel, where the red notification marker had been flashing constantly. Current survivors in region 7,001,248/10 million. Only 7 or 8 hours had passed. Our region had already lost 3 million players. Where had those 3 million people gone? Had they run out of fuel and been swallowed by the gray fog? Or had they been killed by the zombies and aberrants the system mentioned? The panic in the channel felt colder than the cold wave itself. It's so cold. I can't feel my feet. Can anyone save me? Damn it. Why is my air conditioner blowing cold air? Is this piece of junk broken? Idiot. How are you supposed to get heat with the engine off? Start the car. I don't dare. I only have 20% fuel left. If I run the heater now, how am I supposed to escape tomorrow? The gray fog is still chasing us. Wah. I'd rather be bitten to death by a monster than freeze to death. Does anyone have fuel? I'll trade instant noodles for it. I have a gun. I'll trade that for gasoline too. Please. This game gives us no way to survive. No fuel means death, but no heat means death too. Even through the screen, I could almost smell the overwhelming despair. On this road of death, fuel did not merely provide motion. It was the lifeline that kept people warm. To heat the vehicle, they had to consume fuel by running the engine. But if the fuel ran out, the gray fog would catch and devour them the next day. It was an impossible dead end. I glanced at my fuel gauge, its needle still pinned firmly against full. A dead end? Not for me. Without the slightest hesitation, I reached out and twisted the heater control on the console all the way up. Maximum heat. Rumble. Within a dozen seconds, waves of hot air poured from the vents. The thermometer inside the cramped compartment rose rapidly. 0, 10, 20, 26 degrees Celsius. It's almost too warm. I casually adjusted the vents, then looked over everything inside the RV. According to the system announcement, this region had started with 10 million players, but only 100,000 supply crates, a ratio of 1 crate for every 100 people. I opened the more than 100 crates I had collected. Over 50 contained universal fuel. The rest held food, appliances, or daily necessities. Strategic supplies. Universal fuel, 55 units. Tires, 8 units. Food. Bottled water, 500 milliliters, 24 bottles. Compressed biscuits, 100 g, 15 packages. Want rice crackers, 100 g, 10 packages. Lay's potato chips, 70 g, 6 bags. Coca-Cola, 330 milliliters, 11 cans. Braised beef instant noodles, cup, 11 cups. Xiangbalo braised eggs, 5 packages. Shuanghui ham sausages, 7. Lettuce, 100 g, 1 portion. Corn, 100 g, 12 ears. Lamb hot pot set, 1. Appliances. Electric kettles, 2. Induction cooktops, 2. Rechargeable high-powered flashlights, 3. My eyes lit up at the supplies packed throughout the RV. Supplies were exactly what mattered. If rationed carefully, everything in front of me could keep an ordinary person alive for a month. My only problem was that the system had not provided a backpack. With so many items piled inside, the RV was extremely crowded. The 55 units of universal fuel took up an especially large amount of space. But to the people in the channel who were about to freeze into statues, universal fuel was liquid gold, the lifeline that could save them. With that thought, I opened the regional channel. Calmly, I entered a single line. For sale, 1 unit of universal fuel. Private message me with offers. Holy crap, someone's actually selling fuel. Are you insane? That's 100 kilometers of life. Did this big shot spawn with a gas station? Brother, can you give it to me for free? I'm about to freeze to death. Lin Hui, no? Heartless. You'll get what's coming to you. Shut up. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Brother, check your private messages. I traded 10 units of fuel for the supplies I wanted. They included water, bread, and other food. I put the axe gun into my storage pack, intending to study it later. My gaze swept across the neatly arranged supplies before settling on the lamb hot pot set. I had never expected a supply crate to contain something like this. I opened a bottle of water and poured it into a pot on the induction cooktop. Then I plugged it in. An ordinary player would never have dared use an induction cooktop now. The pitiful charge in a vehicle battery could barely boil 1 pot of water before draining low enough to prevent the engine from starting. But my unlimited fuel possessed the property of converting excess energy into electricity. The generator was continuously producing a powerful current. It could power far more than a pot of water. I could have run a welding machine without trouble. Bubble, bubble. I opened the lamb hot pot set. Inside were soup base, 3 gene of lamb, about 3.3 pounds sesame sauce, chili sauce, assorted vegetables, and glass noodles. During the 3-minute wait, I looked out the window again. The wind outside had grown even more piercing, like countless wronged souls wailing together. I can't take it anymore. It's too cold. My hands have turned black. Does anyone have food? I'm starving. I'll trade my body for a piece of bread. I'm a WM. At a time like this, who has the energy for that? Save it. I just drank some cold water. My stomach is cramping so badly I want to die. Mom, I want to go home. As I watched line after line of desperate messages, I began adding lamb to the pot. Billowing white steam rose into the air, blurring my face. I picked up a large slice of lamb, coated it in sesame sauce, and put it into my mouth. Phew. Ding. High-calorie, delicious food consumed. Condition updated, full. SAN recovering slightly. Current, 100 out of 100, recovery exceeds maximum. Assessment, in the apocalypse, 1 mouthful of hot soup is worth more than gold. Outside was hell. Inside the RV was heaven. And this is only the first day. If I want to keep living like this vehicle will have to become even stronger. At that moment, a dull thud struck the door. An ear-splitting scrape followed as claws raked across sheet metal. My fork stopped in midair, and my eyes instantly sharpened like blades. Screech. I froze in the middle of chewing the tender lamb. I set down my chopsticks, every trace of contentment vanishing from my eyes. Left side. At the door. Holding my breath, I moved silently beside the driver's seat. Through the side window, I saw a face. Or rather, something that had once been a face. Its skin was a dead gray white, like pork that had soaked in water for days. No dark pupils remained in its sockets, only a cloudy, ghastly white. Its mouth split almost to its ears, exposing crooked fangs coated in black slime. It seemed to sense the warmth inside the RV and the scent of a living person. The horrifying face pressed against the glass, nostrils flaring as it sniffed greedily. Ding! Monster detected. Analyzing target data. A red information window appeared in my mind. Target, strength type zombie, tier 1. Strength, 30. Note, a healthy adult male averages 5. Professional boxers range from 10 to 25. Agility, 5. Note, a healthy adult male averages 5. Constitution, 30. Note, a healthy adult male averages 5. Assessment, a hungry tier 1 zombie. Its claws can easily tear through your body. 30 strength. My eyelid twitched violently. It was as fast as an adult man, not one of those slow-moving zombies. And its strength surpassed even a top professional boxer? I looked down at my own body and sucked in a cold breath. If I encountered it outside the vehicle, I would not even have a chance to fight back. And this was only a tier 1 zombie. The monsters in this world were clearly powerful. Before I could recover from the shock, the zombie outside the window seemed to lose patience. Ruhar! It gave a guttural roar, raised a claw that looked like a dead branch yet was harder than steel, and smashed it into the door. The 3-metric-ton RV rocked violently from the impact. I hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel and stared at the door. 3 deep claw marks were plainly visible. The curled edges of the torn sheet metal exposed the metallic sheen beneath. Warning: your vehicle is under attack. Defense result: barely successful. The attack did not penetrate, but the vehicle's structure is sustaining damage. I drew a quiet breath and forced myself to remain calm. This LV.1 civilian RV is nothing more than a tin can. If that monster keeps tearing at it, the door won't last a minute. Once the door breaks, I'll be trapped in this cramped compartment with a creature that has 30 strength. I'll die. Fight back or escape? Then I suddenly remembered the 4th rule of survival. Even ordinary monsters are difficult to defeat in this world, but every kill yields relatively abundant resources. At that thought, I gritted my teeth and quickly reached toward my waist. This was the weapon I had just received in exchange for universal fuel. Name: axe gun. Category: weapon. Quality: common. Ammunition: 3 out of 9. Description: chops in close combat and fires at range. Its disadvantage is extremely heavy recoil. But I neither fired nor opened the window. Will one shot even kill it? More importantly, firing means lowering the window. In the instant the glass comes down, will my bullet be faster, or will its claws? I looked at the monster's coldly gleaming claws, then at my own unimpressive arms. A real man did not get into a bayonet fight with a monster, especially not when he had a cheat ability. Why should I pit my weakness against its strength? Right? I can ram it with the RV. I abruptly released the handbrake and shifted into drive with my right hand. My foot slammed the accelerator already transformed by the unlimited trait straight to the floor. Get off me. The engine, empowered with double its original output, erupted in a thunderous roar. The entire RV became an enraged rhinoceros. All 4 wheels ground against the frozen earth, hurling ice and dirt into the air. As the RV suddenly accelerated, the zombie clinging to the door immediately lost its balance. Inertia flung its body backward, but its sharp claws had already sunk deep into the door's metal. It remained hanging from the vehicle. The teeth-aching sound of tearing metal rang out. Still won't let go? Then don't let go at all. 100 meters ahead stood a highway guardrail beside the abandoned road. Instead of slowing, I pressed the accelerator down even harder. 80, 90, 100 kilometers per hour. It was an extraordinarily dangerous maneuver. An ordinary RV would already have rolled over. But this vehicle weighed 3 metric tons, and I had committed to the maneuver with near-mad determination. The ghoul hanging from the left door was now trapped directly between the RV and the guardrail. Die! A heavy impact rang out. The ghoul was crushed between the door and the guardrail, losing any ability to resist. A dense succession of grinding sounds followed. Its piercing scream had barely begun before the enormous force crushed it back into its throat. Pressed between a guardrail and a 3-metric-ton RV traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, its so-called 30 strength and 20 constitution became a joke. Black filth splattered across the left window and immediately obscured my view. Ding. Tier 1 Strength Type Zombie Killed. Drop 1. Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. LV.1-LV.2 X1. Drop 2. Universal Fuel X1. Drop 3. Sprite 500 milliliters X1. Delight rose in me at the system notification. The rewards really were generous. I did not stop immediately. Instead, I continued driving for a while. Only when I reached a relatively safe-looking place did I pull over. Phew. I held the axe gun in my right hand and a flashlight from a supply crate in my left. The wind howled around me at 10 degrees below freezing. I pulled my clothes tighter and inspected the vehicle. The exterior of the door was a disaster. Black filth and indistinct pieces of rotten flesh covered the glass and sheet metal. It was nauseating. Once I had steadied myself, I took out the RV Upgrade Blueprint. Name: Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, LV.1-LV.2. Requirements: 1. LV.1 RV, requirement met. 2. Steel X50 units, can be obtained by dismantling abandoned vehicles. 3. Rubber X10 units, can be obtained by dismantling tires. Current, July 10th. The 7 tire units have been stored within the blueprint. Upgrade effect: reinforces the entire vehicle's armor, increasing defense to 40 and expands interior space. Defense 40. My eyes lit up. That zombie with 30 strength had nearly torn the door apart. With 40 defense, monsters of that level would be little more than an inch. And once the RV reached LV.2, my talent, 1 golden trait per level, will trigger again. I clenched the blueprint, heat burning in my gaze. The first trait, Unlimited, had already given me the ability to stay ahead of the gray fog in this apocalypse. What would my second golden trait be? Help. My car broke down. Brothers. I'm Li Shuang, a professional model. Save me. I'll do anything. My coordinates are. Players' system panels updated their coordinates in real time. I studied the coordinates and found that she was not far away, only about 3 kilometers from me. But I had no intention of rescuing her. In the apocalypse, playing the saint only sped up your own death. My recent encounter had taught me one thing. On this road to survival, a person matters less than a vehicle. As long as my RV is strong enough, I can live. I solemnly slapped the upgrade blueprint onto the dashboard, shifted into gear, and started moving. I needed to find abandoned vehicles and collect steel and discarded tires. The night passed without incident. I stretched and woke on the bed, which was only 0.9 meters wide. It was the end of my first night in this apocalyptic world. I had spent most of it drifting between sleep and wakefulness. The first thing I did was open the system. Time remaining until the gray fog arrives. 4 hours, 54 minutes, and 2 seconds. I had driven for another 3 hours during the night. Otherwise, the gray fog would already have caught me. My RV might possess unlimited power, but the gray fog remained behind me like a disease clinging to the bone. Its constant pursuit created an invisible psychological pressure. I went to the bathroom and washed up. The mirror reflected the face of a young man of 18 or 19. Tousled black hair framed clean features and distant eyes, while a faint, cold stillness surrounded him. As I ate, I casually opened the regional channel. After a full night of the cold waves cleansing, the number of survivors had stopped at 5,211,000. Those who remained had clearly recognized how cruel this game was. Buying universal fuel. Buying tires. My wheels are almost completely worn out. That monster last night was terrifying. It nearly ripped my door off. I have to upgrade my sports car. 10 minutes later, I closed the system. The information people shared had taught me several things. Killing zombies could drop upgrade blueprints, universal fuel, weapons, bread, water, razors, medicine, and other supplies. Some players had already begun forming teams to survive together. Of course, in an apocalypse without law or order, the evil in human hearts had also been fully unleashed. I wiped my mouth and started the engine. My objective for the day was clear. Gather the 50 units of steel and 10 units of rubber, 7 already acquired, required to upgrade the RV to LV.2. At that moment, my unlimited fuel had placed me among the region's leaders in distance traveled. As a result, I saw almost no abandoned vehicles. I drove slowly along the highway. I was already prepared to turn back. Then, in a patch of withered yellow weeds, I saw something enormous. It was a crashed military helicopter. Its fuselage had broken in two and its rotor blades were twisted out of shape, but in my eyes, its thick armor and sturdy landing gear were all gleaming pieces of high-quality special steel. Not bad luck. I pressed the accelerator, drove off the road, and headed toward it. Then I noticed a zombie wandering aimlessly beside the wreckage. Target, Agility type zombie, Tier 1. Strength, 10. Note, a healthy adult male averages 5. Agility, 20. Note, a healthy adult male averages 5. A world-class sprinter rates 20. Constitution, 20. Note, a healthy adult male averages 5. An agility type zombie. I raised an eyebrow without slowing down. I did not intend to ram it. I planned to lure it away. The RV's engine roared. The agility type zombie immediately heard the noise, locked its gaze on my RV, and chased after it as if it had spotted a delicacy. It moved as fast as a cheetah. Anticipating its path, I jerked the steering wheel and drove in another direction. When I checked the left mirror, the zombie had disappeared from sight. Only then did I change direction, make a wide loop, and return. That was when I realized something was wrong. The vehicle panel refreshed. Current status updated. Durability, 5%. All 4 tires have abnormal pressure. You can travel only another 50 kilometers. Immediate replacement recommended. My expression instantly darkened. Several sharpened, homemade triangular spikes gleamed coldly from each tire. Caltrops. I walked into a trap. These triangular spikes had been made specifically to puncture tires. They had also been placed at a devious angle, directly in the blind spot where I had parked. Someone had actually moved faster than I had. At that moment, the sound of an engine came from nearby. My eyes immediately narrowed. A vehicle door opened. The man in front appeared to be in his 30s. A scar ran from his brow to the corner of his mouth, and he wore a black leather jacket. Behind him on the left stood a young woman. She looked nervous and continually avoided my eyes. A blonde-haired man slowly edged toward my RV, asking in a concerned tone, "Brother, are you all right? There are zombies everywhere around here. You've been stopped for so long that we thought something had happened, so we came over to check." The scar-faced man said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on my RV, and a flash of greed crossed them. It was an RV. Not only was it large, but it also looked warm. I did not get out. My right hand appeared to rest casually in my jacket pocket, but it had already closed around the cold grip of the axe gun. Yeah, flat tire. My face was expressionless and my voice so calm that no one could tell whether I was angry. "Oh, that's terrible." The blonde man slapped his thigh and put on a show of worrying for me. "There's nothing around here, and the gray fog is right on our tails. Brother, fate brought us together. Why don't you ride with us?" "Ride with you?" I raised an eyebrow. "That's right. Our car might be beat up, but at least it still runs, doesn't it?" As the blonde man spoke, he and the scar-faced man gradually approached from 2 different angles. All of us got thrown into this godforsaken place for no reason. We humans have to help one another. Help one another? The blonde man's hand remained behind his back. His steps looked loose, yet his whole body stayed tense. His eyes wandered constantly as he tried to see whether anyone else was inside the RV. I had seen this kind of pitiful acting countless times in apocalypse movies in my previous world. First, they scattered spikes to disable your vehicle. Then they appeared as good Samaritans. Once you climbed aboard their pirate ship or let down your guard. "No, thanks." I spoke indifferently, my body tensing slightly. "I can repair my vehicle." "Brother, don't be so stubborn." The scar-faced man finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, with a ruthless edge. "We're all human. The only way to survive in this hellhole is to stick together. You two can stop acting. If I'm right, you were the ones who put down these spikes, weren't you?" The blonde man's expression instantly froze. At the same moment, naked malice filled the scar-faced man's eyes. "Fuck. Since you figured it out, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hiding inside that RV won't make you untouchable." I remained perfectly calm when I heard the scar-faced man's threat. "Your vehicle is your safe zone. No one may enter without your permission." As long as I stayed inside, neither the scar-faced man nor the blonde man could enter. The scar-faced man said coldly, "You think you can just drive away? Those tires won't last long. We'll catch you eventually. We may not be able to enter your RV, but we have plenty of ways to force you out." "Is that so?" I replied coldly. Then I swiftly drew the axe gun and aimed it at the 2 men. A gun. The instant they saw the axe gun, their pupils contracted. Who would not fear the ultimate argument? Fear of a gun was carved into the genes. The blonde man immediately raised both hands and shouted, "Brother, this is a misunder." Before he could finish, I pulled the trigger. At such close range, the blonde man at the front had no time to react. The shot tore straight through his body. The scar-faced man watched me reset the axe gun's hammer. His smile stiffened completely, and he began backing away. A misunderstanding. This was all a misunderstanding. He forced a smile uglier than a crying face while inching backward. We failed to recognize someone above us. You can have our vehicle and all our supplies. Just let me leave. A misunderstanding? A mocking smile curled across my lips as I looked at him. You didn't think it was a misunderstanding when you scattered those spikes. That was the blonde guy's idea. Without wasting another word, I pulled the trigger. In the apocalypse, explanations were the most useless things of all. Only a dead man could never stab you in the back. The second shot struck, and the scar-faced man fell. Not bad. Both shots hit. I was pleased. The axe gun had tremendous recoil, but its power was just as impressive. Then I glanced at the young woman behind them. She had collapsed to the ground and could not stand. Don't kill me. She trembled as I approached. What's your name? My gaze was ice cold. When the young woman met my eyes, she instinctively gave her real name. I'm Li Shuang. Li Shuang? Was she not the woman who had begged for help in the regional channel the previous night? I asked. You deliberately called for help in the channel last night to lure players here, didn't you? Li Shuang admitted that she had intentionally asked for help, but insisted that the scar-faced man and the blonde man had forced her. To convince me to take her aboard, she first offered to cook and stand watch. In the end, she even offered to warm my bed. I was not persuaded. The fact that she had helped lure strangers to their deaths for days proved that she was nowhere near as innocent as she pretended. More importantly, she possessed no rare ability and would only add risk to my RV. Ammunition, 1 out of 9. I did not waste the final round. I answered coldly. All you do is consume my food. When I did not respond otherwise, Li Shuang immediately began emphasizing that she could cook and stand watch. No, I can be useful. Shut up. I barked. All I wanted now was to dismantle the taxi, upgrade my RV as soon as possible, and solve the tire problem. I walked to the taxi and summoned the system interface. System, dismantle this taxi. Scanning. The vehicle's player is dead. Dismantling permitted. Dismantling target. Taxi. A blue beam enveloped the wreckage. Ding. Dismantling complete. Materials obtained. 1. Rubber tires X4 units. 2. Common steel X10 units. Looking at the tires and steel in front of me, I felt as though I were playing a game. Except this game was real, and death in it was final. I took out the LV.2 upgrade blueprint. The tires and steel instantly became streams of light and entered it. Name, Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Requirements. 1. LV.1 Vehicle, requirement met. 2. Steel X50 units, 10 50ths. 3. Rubber X10 units, 11 tenths, requirement met. I put away the blueprint and prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Shuang lunged over and wrapped both arms around my leg. Take me with you. Her vehicle was gone. If she could not follow me, she would certainly die. Unmoved, I said mildly. You can ask for help in the regional channel. Maybe someone will come save you. No, she shrieked. You dismantled my vehicle, so you have to take responsibility for me. My eyes narrowed, and my grip silently tightened around the axe gun. Then an urgent, piercing roar came from the distance. It was the agility-type zombie. Earlier, I had deliberately lured it 2 kilometers away so I could dismantle the helicopter. The gunshots and smell of blood had obviously drawn it back. At the sight of it, adrenaline flooded my body. I immediately shook off the woman. Without a second of hesitation, I stepped backward, jumped onto the RV's running board, and slammed the deformed door shut behind me. I left the woman alone on the empty highway. No, open the door. Please, open the door. She threw herself against the RV and pounded frantically on the door. The gray blur had already arrived. Like a hunting cheetah, the agility-type zombie instantly knocked Li Shuang to the ground. I sat inside the RV and watched the bloody scene, my heart hammering. If I had been one step slower, I might have died there as well. I drew a deep breath and released the handbrake. While the zombie was feeding, I slammed the accelerator and shot away. I was heading back to the crashed military helicopter. I was going to upgrade the RV. Outside the window, Li Shuang's screams had faded until they were almost inaudible. I sat in the driver's seat with my knuckles white around the steering wheel, not from fear, but from extreme concentration. 5 minutes at most. I glanced at the indistinct mass of blood and flesh in the mirror and the agility-type zombie tearing into it. It was a Tier 1 agility-type variant, and it ate with terrifying speed. My RV had only 5% durability left, and all 4 tires had been punctured. If it could no longer move, I would become the zombie's next meal. I have to finish the upgrade before it finishes eating. I pushed open the door and jumped out. The wreckage of the military helicopter lay directly before me. Zombies had already dragged out and devoured the player who had once occupied it. Its enormous rotor had snapped and the fuselage was completely twisted, but to my eyes, this was no scrap metal. It was premium steel. It was my lifeline. System dismantle. I pressed a hand against the cold fuselage and spoke under my breath. Scanning. The vehicle's player is dead. Dismantling permitted. Dismantling target, military helicopter. Warning, target is large. Estimated dismantling time, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I looked back. The zombie had not yet appeared. Faster. Come on. At a time like this, every second stretched without end. Ding. Dismantling complete. Materials obtained. 1. Armor-grade ballistic steel x 60 units. 2. Rubber x 2 units. 3. Fire control chip x 1 rare. 4. Precision electronic components x 20 sets. In addition to special steel and rubber, I had obtained a chip and precision electronic components. Without hesitating, I stored the fire control chip and electronic components, fed the ballistic steel and rubber into the LV.2 upgrade blueprint, then turned and sprinted back to the RV. Once in the driver's seat, I took out the vehicle upgrade blueprint. Looking at the materials in my inventory, I whispered in my mind, upgrade the RV to LV.2. Vehicle upgrade blueprint detected, LV.1-LV.2. Material check. Steel, 50 units, requirement met. Rubber, 10 units, requirement met. System assessment. Higher grade steel will be used automatically. Steel quality is exceptionally high. Evolution path has shifted. Original path, reinforced sheet metal model. Revised path, heavy assault model. Consume 1 vehicle upgrade blueprint, LV.1-LV.2, and begin evolution. Evolve. A blinding dark gold light instantly engulfed the entire battered RV. It was being reforged. Before my eyes, the special steel plates dismantled from the helicopter came alive and automatically layered themselves over the RV's previously fragile composite shell. Amid the crisp sounds of interlocking metal, the rounded civilian Class C RV began to grow sharp and angular. Its thin sheet metal skin split away, replaced by matte black armor plates 2 centimeters thick. At the front formed an alloy spiked rail ram, built to smash through every obstruction. Several sharp, rotating steel spikes slowly extended from each wheel hub. These were wheel hub shredding spikes, designed to grind apart the leg bones of any zombie approaching the vehicle. A black beast shaped by brutal industrial beauty and radiating the presence of steel crouched upon the zombie wasteland. It was no longer a civilian RV that might fall apart at any moment. It was a sturdy mobile war machine. Congratulations. RV evolution successful. The vehicle panel appeared. Vehicle, RV. Level, LV.2. Physical defense, 120-100. Aviation steel bonus, 3 times the value of an ordinary LV.2 vehicle. Magic resistance, 0. Weight, 10 metric tons, 3-10. Interior space, 10 cubic meters, 8-10. Durability, 100%, fully restored. Fuel, infinity, unlimited. External weapons, none. Talent triggered. Drawing LV.2 golden trait. I held my breath as the golden roulette wheel spun wildly across my vision. This was my greatest advantage in the apocalypse. 1 golden trait per level. The wheel gradually slowed and stopped. Trait name, indestructible. Quality, golden legendary. Type, rule. Effect, can be applied to any non-living component. Its physical structure will become fixed and immune to all forms of physical wear, aging, and destruction. Indestructible. As I looked at the word, the corners of my mouth rose uncontrollably. If unlimited fuel had given me limitless power, then what component was most vulnerable on roads covered with ruins, nails, and broken glass? The tires. Apply to target all vehicle tires. A beam of golden light instantly entered the 4 broad, all-terrain tires. An unusual sheen spread across what had been ordinary rubber, as though each tire had been coated in an indestructible membrane. Modification complete. Component acquired. Indestructible run-flat tires. Golden, unique. Property 1. Absolute physical defense. Nails cannot puncture them. Bullets cannot penetrate them. And fire cannot melt them. Property 2. Constant traction. Maintains 100% grip on any terrain, including ice, snow, and mud. Ruhar. A violent, ravenous roar interrupted my delight. The agility-type zombie charged toward me, its blood-smeared mouth making it look exceptionally savage. Its cloudy eyes locked on me inside the RV, and its body lowered slightly in preparation to pounce again. Finished eating? I looked at it and spoke in an icy voice. If you're full, it's time for you to go. The zombie moved. The old me would have had no choice but to flee in panic. Screech. The teeth-aching scrape of metal rang out. Claws capable of destroying ordinary sheet metal slammed against the black armored door of the LV.2 RV. But when the claw slid away, it had left only a faint white mark on the black paint. So this is what 100 defense is worth. From the driver's seat, I watched the furious, vicious zombie outside and gave a faint smile. You've scratched enough, haven't you? Now it's my turn. I slammed the RV into drive and wrenched the wheel all the way to the left. Empowered by unlimited power, the engine instantly unleashed the terrifying torque of a 10 metric ton vehicle. The RV spun abruptly, and centrifugal force threw away the zombie that had been clinging to the door and searching for a gap. The force made it lose its balance and pitch backward. A massive boulder stood directly behind it. Die! I roared and floored the accelerator. The newly installed row of shark fin-like spikes along the RV's left side carried overwhelming momentum. Like an enormous rasp, it pinned the zombie and slammed it into the boulder. A heavy impact rang out. It sounded like a hammer smashing a watermelon. The strike landed, and the agility-type zombie dropped from the boulder. The creature known for its speed did not even have time to scream. Trapped between a 10 metric ton steel beast and solid rock, it was crushed flat. Ding. Tier 1 agility-type zombie killed. Drop 1. Universal Fuel X1. Drop 2. Cesbon bottled water, 550 milliliters, X1. The vehicle shuddered slightly, then became still. I sat behind the wheel breathing heavily. As I listened to the engine's steady, powerful rumble, every cell in my body seemed to cheer. This was the power I needed to survive the apocalypse. The rewards from this kill were somewhat disappointing, however. There was no vehicle upgrade blueprint. I had just stepped out to collect the drops when I discovered they had already appeared inside the RV. Ding. Hidden function of a level 2 vehicle, automatic collection of rewards. At the system notification, the corner of my mouth rose. I checked the system. The gray fog was 75 kilometers away and would not reach me for another 2.5 hours. I intended to inspect the interior and see where the 2 additional cubic meters had appeared. Before I could, a glaring red announcement began scrolling at the top of the regional channel. Congratulations to player Zhao Tianba. Vehicle successfully upgraded to LV.3. Achievement reward unlocked. Autonomous driving module. The announcement hit me like a depth charge. LV.3? Autonomous driving. I had thought that reaching LV.2 placed me at the front of the entire server. I had not expected someone to rush all the way to LV.3 already, and his reward was autonomous driving. But to someone with unlimited fuel, what would that mean? It meant perpetual motion. It meant the RV could race onward 24 hours a day. I could rest while the vehicle kept moving. I have to upgrade as soon as possible. If I want to open a lead and establish myself in this world, I can't keep scavenging this passively. I had not seen a supply crate in a long time. They were becoming increasingly scarce. That meant Zhao Tianba or other people ahead had already swept through the road before me. No. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and looked at the alloy ram stained with black blood. I'm going to become the hunter. If the supply crates are gone, then I'll hunt monsters. I slammed the accelerator. The enormous black RV roared back onto the highway. This time, I no longer avoided the zombies on the road. After traveling 50 kilometers, I found 7 or 8 zombies wandering across the highway. The hunt begins. Heavy impacts echoed along the empty road, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking bones. The black steel beast plowed into the horde at 80 kilometers per hour like a bowling ball smashing into a rack of pins. The zombies became fragile scarecrows. The savage, alloy-spiked rail ram instantly knocked them away, tore them apart, and crushed them beneath the vehicle. Sitting behind the wheel, I did not even raise an eyebrow. This was the power of a LV.2 heavy assault RV. This was what it meant to crush enemies with 10 metric tons of weight. And these were indestructible tires. I never had to worry about shattered bones puncturing them. Tier 1 Strength Type Zombie killed X1. Universal Fuel X1 and Swiss Army Knife X1 obtained. Tier 1 Agility Type Zombie killed X1. Universal Fuel X1 and Steel X1 unit obtained. Killed. System notifications flooded my vision. Supplies gradually filled the RV. I raced down the road, deliberately steering toward every dense group of zombies. The zombies that had once been obstacles were now mobile ATMs. So this is the pleasure of farming monsters. I glanced at my rapidly growing supplies, thoroughly satisfied. Ding! Congratulations. Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, LV.2-LV.3, X1 obtained. At last, the upgrade blueprint had dropped. After ramming more than 100 zombies, I had finally obtained what I wanted. Suddenly, 3 rows of coldly gleaming triangular spikes appeared on the road ahead. Another player had set a trap on the highway. In the past, I would have had to brake hard, run them over. The RV drove straight across the rows of steel spikes. Sharp cracks rang out as the metal broke. And my tires? That feels good. I could not resist slapping the steering wheel. Why creep around cautiously? Why cling to life in fear? Day 3. A black steel RV traveled along a devastated highway. According to the system, this region was called the Zombie Wasteland. It reminded me of the uninhabited regions of China's Tibetan Plateau, cold, dry, and desolate. Along the way, I encountered plenty of vehicles that had reached LV.2, including taxis, vans, buses, and even a helicopter flying overhead. Anyone who had survived to the 3rd day generally possessed a decent vehicle. Surviving players in Region C, 996, 3,001,314. Only 2 days had passed, yet 70% of the region's players were already dead. The gray fog continued advancing behind us. That meant no player could stop indefinitely. Everyone had to keep moving forward. Time remaining until the gray fog arrives: 14 hours, 35 minutes, and 20 seconds. Gray fog speed, 30 kilometers per hour. Current vehicle speed, 80 kilometers per hour. With indestructible tires and an unlimited fuel engine, I could ignore road conditions entirely. Whether I encountered fields of broken glass or caltrops, I simply drove over them. The RV barely shook while the obstacles beneath it were crushed into powder. But this still isn't enough. The RV needed to continue evolving. Knowing that another player had already reached LV.3 gave me a sense of urgency. I exhaled and opened my personal panel. Name: Lin Hui. Race: human. Condition: healthy. Sanity: SAN 100/100. Note: below 30 SAN, suicidal thoughts will emerge. Below 20, you will hear incoherent whispers. Below 10, you will descend into madness. Spirit: 5. Note: the average for a normal adult. Higher spirit increases resistance to SAN loss and accelerates SAN recovery. Physique: 5. Note: a composite measure of strength, speed, and defense. I had spent the entire previous day hunting zombies and had killed more than 200 of them. Every zombie dropped an item. Universal fuel had the highest drop rate, food came next, and medicine was the rarest. I currently possessed 3 kinds of medicine: 2 bottles of antibiotics, 1 bottle of fever reducer, and 1 bottle of stomach medicine. Looking at the RV packed with items, I sighed. If I killed any more zombies, I would have nowhere to put the drops. With that thought, I took out the LV.3 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. The system presented 2 upgrade plans. Plan A: Standard Consume Common Steel X70 and Precision Electronic Components X10. Effect: unlocks 1 basic vehicle-mounted machine gun, 7.62 millimeters. Increases vehicle space by 20%. Increases vehicle body defense by 10%. Plan B: Perfect Consume Armor-Grade Ballistic Steel X100, Precision Electronic Components X10, and Fire Control Chip X1. Effect: unlocks a heavy chain gun, 25 millimeters. Increases vehicle space to 20 cubic meters. Raises vehicle body defense to 200. Increases vehicle weight to 20 metric tons. A 7.62 millimeters machine gun might be useful against ordinary players, but it would take several shots to kill a zombie. I might as well ram them instead. And stronger monsters were certain to appear later. But a 25 millimeters chain gun, 1 round could blow a zombie's head apart, and 2 could punch through an armored vehicle. I already had the precision electronic components and the fire control chip, but I was still short 90 units of armor-grade ballistic steel. Steel of that quality could be obtained only by dismantling military vehicles, armored cash trucks, or aircraft. Most players' vehicles could not produce high-end materials like that. I'll check the regional channel. Each player could post 10 messages a day. Every additional message cost 1 unit of universal fuel. For an urgent post or one designed to attract attention, a player could spend 20 units to add bold text, colors, and other effects. A full-screen pin message cost 50 units of universal fuel. The pinned messages were no longer pleas for help. They had become bold, red recruitment notices radiating arrogance. Dominion Alliance, leader, Zhao Tianba. The #1 guild on the server is recruiting. I've already reached LV.3 and unlocked autonomous driving. Players with heavy trucks, tanks, helicopters, or rockets are invited to join. New members receive fuel and female slaves. Our goal is to establish the first mobile city. Elites only. Trash can get lost. Rose Society. Our guild recruits only women. Sisters, men can't be trusted. We have to arm ourselves. This is the only sanctuary left in the apocalypse. Ironblood Heavy Industries. Buying all vehicle blueprints and specialized components at high prices. Our guild has the best vehicle mechanics and gunsmiths on the server. Join us, and your vehicle will never break down. Dire Wolf Guild. Heh, only the weak huddle together for warmth. The strong are predators. We're recruiting outlaws who want to kill and loot. You're welcome to provide coordinates for rich targets as well. If the coordinates are valid, the informant will be generously rewarded. The basic shape of the 4 great guilds had emerged. Zhao Tianba. So he's the first player in Region C, 996 to reach LV.3. The birth of these guilds did not surprise me. There really was strength in numbers. If I did not possess 1 golden trait per level, I might have considered joining one myself. I had no interest in founding a guild. However, managing an organization was troublesome. Hiring a few employees would be enough. According to the second rule of survival issued by the system, inside your vehicle, you are the absolute master. Other players cannot harm you while aboard, and items in the vehicle cannot be stolen unless the player dies. Hiring employees inside my vehicle was perfectly safe. Buying armor-grade ballistic steel. Note, items accepted in trade. Private message me with prices. An hour passed, and I acquired only 20 units. They cost me a full 5 units of universal fuel. The player who sold me the ballistic steel was the one who finally explained why. Ironblood Heavy Industries, the Dominion Alliance, and other guilds had posted extremely high purchase offers. They were buying up aviation-grade special steel, fire control chips, and other advanced materials in bulk. The appearance of guilds had created a serious problem. They would gradually monopolize the best materials and build an overwhelming lead in strength. That was also why LV.3 vehicles had appeared so quickly. Numbers created power. They could concentrate resources to upgrade one champion first, then let that champion gradually strengthen the weaker members. Other players who wanted to upgrade would be forced to join them. I had not been watching the regional channel constantly, so I had missed a great deal of information. Forget it. If I can't buy steel, I'll buy ammunition for self-defense first. I posted another message. Buying axe gun ammunition. Standing purchase offer. Note, items accepted in trade. Private message me with prices. Su Qingxian, do you have antibiotics? If you do, I'll trade you 9 axe gun rounds. I thought for a moment after seeing the message, then replied. Lin Hui, I do, but 9 rounds aren't enough. Antibiotics are rare supplies. In the apocalypse, not everyone had a relatively safe RV like mine. If a wound became infected, antibiotics would be essential. Without antibiotics, anyone whose body could not withstand the infection would simply die a slow death. Su Qingxian, 15 rounds. That's my limit. Lin Hui, no. After bargaining back and forth, I traded 1 bottle of antibiotics for 30 axe gun rounds. As I looked at the cartridges in my hand, a thought occurred to me. Where had she obtained so much axe gun ammunition? I sent another message. Lin Hui, may I ask you something? Where did you get this ammunition? I'll pay for the answer. About 10 minutes passed before she replied. Su Qingxian, I do know a place. If you have more antibiotics, I'll tell you. Lin Hui, that was my only bottle. I might not need antibiotics now, but I was still an ordinary human. What would I do if I suffered an infection later? I had to keep 1 bottle for myself. There was no guarantee I would find more. Lin Hui, but I'll trade you 1 unit of universal fuel for the information. Su Qingxian, 10 units. Lin Hui, 1 unit at most. Not a drop more. How do I know your information is even real? Su Qingxian, profiteer. Su Qingxian, I'll warn you first. That place is extremely dangerous. Don't blame me if you get nothing or die there. Lin Hui, don't worry. Su Qingxian, I found the ammunition at an abandoned arsenal. Coordinates, Region C, 996, 87.9, 28.2. A place like that actually existed? What kind of danger was there? After giving Su Qingxian 1 unit of universal fuel, I asked for more information and learned that the place was a zombie nest. 1 tier, 2 zombie, and more than 100 tier, 1 zombies occupied it. Su Qingxian did not explain how she had escaped from such a place. I closed our private chat and fell into thought. First, the information might be false. If it was true, I would have to confront a Tier 2 zombie. I did not yet know its attributes or whether my RV could handle it. Second, I did not know whether Su Qingxian had sold the information to other players. If she had, there would be competitors. The worst possibility was a direct confrontation with one of the great guilds. Finally, the arsenal itself could be a trap. Monsters in the apocalypse were certainly dangerous, but they did not scheme. Players were far more treacherous and impossible to guard against completely. 5 minutes later, I made my decision. The coordinates were more than 300 kilometers away. I would drive in that direction first, then decide what to do after seeing the situation. Aviation-grade special steel was difficult to obtain. If I did not take a chance, there was no telling how long the LV.3 RV upgrade would be delayed. An abandoned arsenal had a high probability of yielding armor-grade ballistic steel. I opened the regional channel again and posted a purchase request for grenades, mines, and other military weapons, offering universal fuel, food, or medicine in trade. I needed military weapons to increase my combat power. After closing the system, I stepped on the accelerator. I traveled more than 200 kilometers. Abandoned buildings gradually began to appear. Endless wasteland no longer filled my view. 50 kilometers from the arsenal, I found a deserted gas station. Its pumps had long since been pried open and emptied. Someone had even torn away the covers over the underground fuel tanks. I slowly parked beneath the gas station canopy. I had no shortage of fuel, but hours of high-speed driving had kept my mind tightly wound. I needed fresh air and wanted to clean the scraps of flesh and bone caught on the front ram. I had struck plenty of zombies along the way. If rotten flesh remained attached to the vehicle, its stench would enter through the air conditioning intake and affect my SAN. Sigh. Washing the RV is more trouble than killing zombies. Carrying a bucket of water and a brush, I jumped down and began scrubbing the savage, alloy-spiked rail ram. Black-red water flowed along the drain. At that moment, a sputtering engine shattered the quiet. A rust-covered wooling van trailing black smoke lurched into the station. Its door opened, and a balding middle-aged man climbed out. When he saw my fortress-like black heavy assault RV, his eyes shone as though he had found a long-lost father. Oh, a big shot. A real big shot. The balding man rubbed his hands and hurried over, his face piled with such a flattering smile that the wrinkles could have trapped a fly. This vehicle? Wow, it's incredible. How many tons does it weigh? Any zombie it hits must turn into paste. When I ignored him, he showed no embarrassment. Instead, he moved even closer and tried to reach for the gleaming black armor. Don't touch it. My voice was quiet, but its chill made his heart seize. The balding man's hand froze in the air, then withdrew awkwardly. Haha, don't misunderstand me, little brother. I just admire this vehicle too much. Big shot. Do you need another pair of hands? My name is Wang Go. I worked as a cook for several years, and I'm great at it. I know a little about fixing vehicles too. I can change the oil and patch tires. Driving alone must be exhausting. Take me with you. I don't eat much, and I work hard. As long as you give me something to eat, I'll even sleep on the floor. As Wang Go spoke, he secretly glanced at the RV's half-open door. His speech quickened when he saw the opening and the constant temperature display inside. My van leaks air and has no heat. I really can't last much longer, he complained. By the end, his gaze had already passed over me and begun searching for a place to sleep inside. I stopped what I was doing. Turning around, I looked down at the ingratiating middle-aged man. An ordinary player might truly have been moved, but I had fought my way through society from an early age, and I knew better. This kind of man was slick-tongued and dishonest. You can fix vehicles? I pointed at my tires with an ambiguous smile. Then can you tell me what kind of tires those are? Wang Go froze. He studied the 4 tires glowing faintly with dark gold light and stammered. Those must be advanced run-flat tires, right? Heh. I sneered and poured the dirty water onto the ground. You have no value to me. Get lost. 2 words. Simple, direct, and without the slightest mercy. The smile on Wang Go's face instantly stiffened. It froze for only a moment before he forced it back into a flattering shape. Little brother, don't be like that. Another friend means another path. I drew the axe gun from my waist. I don't need friends. I need targets. Would you like to volunteer? Wang Go shuddered. A flash of resentment crossed his eyes. Fine. You're the boss. I won't bother you. I watched his battered van disappear, put away my weapon, and thought little of it. Incidents like this were far too common on the road. Wang Go had still been smiling when he left, but he failed to conceal the hatred in his eyes. I memorized his license plate and direction of travel. I did not pursue him, but I raised the RV's external security to its highest setting. That decision later proved necessary. When members of the Dire Wolf Guild came after me, they accurately named the gas station's coordinates. Only then did I confirm that Wang Go had revealed my position. Half an hour later, I finally reached the edge of the abandoned arsenal. I picked up a civilian telescope dropped by a zombie and studied the area. Most of the buildings had collapsed. Only several enormous workshops still barely stood. Inside the arsenal, rotten figures wandered aimlessly. There really are zombies here, and a lot of them. But I don't see the tier 2 zombie. Should I go deeper into the arsenal? Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in the rearview mirror. The dense rumble of engines followed. My gaze sharpened, and I quickly checked the mirror. A motorcycle convoy soon blocked every path behind me. Two men skillfully scattered caltrops directly in front of the RV, sealing the road ahead as well. Crude steel plates had been welded to a heavy pickup. A vehicle-mounted 7.62mm machine gun stood on its roof, and a blood-red wolf's head emblem had been painted across its body. ALV.3 vehicle? Only level 3 vehicles could mount external weapons. The heavy pickup roared to the front of the formation. Its window lowered to reveal a thick-set, middle-aged man with a vicious face. Guiyong, a minor leader in the Dire Wolf Guild. The vehicle identification system confirmed that the leader was Guiyong, a minor Dire Wolf Guild officer. Holding a megaphone, Guiyong wore the mocking expression of a cat playing with a mouse. RV up ahead, listen closely. The Dire Wolf Guild has you surrounded. That's a nice vehicle. I'm taking it. If you know what's good for you, climb out, hand over the keys, and leave your supplies. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life and let you crawl away. The motorcyclists surrounding me sneered as though the RV already belonged to them. Rather than panic, I laughed coldly to myself. Dire Wolf Guild? I was just wondering how to deal with the zombies in the arsenal. Now the cannon fodder has arrived. And if I refuse? Guiyong froze, then threw back his head and laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Ha ha. Refuse? You clearly don't understand your situation. Brothers, show him what you've got. The players on the off-road motorcycles raised their weapons. One even lit a Molotov cocktail. Seeing the weapons aimed at me did not frighten me. My smile only widened. You want to shoot out my tires? You aren't qualified. Their weapons rose together as the convoy began tightening the encirclement. The black RV, which had appeared motionless, suddenly gave a deafening roar. I did not get out. I shifted straight into drive. Then I charged at full speed toward an off-road motorcycle directly in front of me. What the fuck? Has he lost his mind? He's really charging? By then, the rider had no time to evade. The teeth-aching sound of tearing metal rang out. The hulking black RV rolled over the caltrops, crushing both the Dire Wolf player's vehicle and his body before racing toward the abandoned arsenal. Fuck! Guiyong looked at the mangled remains on the ground and roared. After him! Don't let him escape. In the rear camera, Guiyong was still urging the convoy to pursue. He clearly did not understand the RV's true speed. I floored the accelerator and quickly reached 80 kilometers per hour. If I had not been waiting for the heavy pickup behind me, I could have gone even faster. Inside the pickup, Guiyong's face darkened. He slapped the machine gunner in the truck bed. See those glowing tires? Shoot them out. I'll teach him what it means to have nowhere to run. Yes. The gunner answered and aimed at the RV's tires. Rat-tat-tat. A dense stream of bullets flew toward them. But the RV remained completely unharmed and did not even slow noticeably. The heavy iron gate, built to withstand a horde of zombies, became a brittle cracker under my impact. It twisted and flew apart. What the fuck kind of vehicle is that? Guiyong swallowed, the greed in his eyes intensifying. That defense, that power. It has to be mine. Brothers, charge. He can't escape. Like sharks scenting blood, the Dire Wolf convoy followed the RV into the compound. More than a dozen zombies inside the arsenal heard the noise and turned toward them in unison. The Dire Wolf players on the motorcycles cursed. They had been so intent on pursuing my RV at high speed that none of them had studied the abandoned arsenal. The zombies were already pouncing. Ah, Brother Yong, save me. A piercing scream rang out. Under the agility-type zombies' attack, the rider did not even have a chance to pull his trigger before it knocked him down. He set us up. Guiyong's face turned grim. My rear camera showed that I had already opened a gap between the RV and his heavy pickup. The horde blocked his convoy, forcing motorcycles and the pickup together at the arsenal entrance. They're only tier 1 zombies. Run them over, Guiyong ordered through the public channel. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell sounded inside an arsenal workshop. Then came a second roar, and a third. Zombies that had starved for far too long were shrieking in excitement at the smell of fresh flesh. Heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. Guiyong whipped his head toward the sound. Dozens of ordinary zombies poured out like a tide. At the front of the horde stood a colossal figure nearly 3 meters tall. Target, Strength Type Zombie, Tier 2. Strength, 80. Defense, extremely high. Agility, 15. Assessment, its fist can flatten a taxi. Tier 2. Guiyong's voice cracked as he shouted at the driver beside him. Retreat. Get us out of here. The gate I had smashed open was now completely blocked by the emerging Tier 1 zombies. Fire. Open fire. Guiyong screamed in despair. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat fire. Bullets struck the giant Tier 2 zombie but raised only a few sprays of blood, enraging it instead. Ruhar. The giant zombie roared and hurled the steel I-beam in its hand like a javelin. An off-road motorcycle attempting to turn around was crushed along with its rider. Meanwhile, on a raised platform nearby, I had already escaped through another gate. Sitting in the cab with a can of Coke in my hand, I watched the slaughter coldly through the bulletproof glass. You wanted my RV? I took a sip and chuckled. Do your homework first in your next life. The battle inside the arsenal did not last long. The heavy pickup continued resisting, and its machine gun fired wildly, but it never inflicted serious damage on the Tier 2 Strength-type zombie. It only made the creature angrier. No, I refuse to die like this. Guiyong roared in despair as the Tier 2 Strength-type zombie reached the front of his vehicle. Its enormous fist crashed into the hood. Then the giant zombie grabbed the deformed door, tore it away like a bag of potato chips, and dragged out the terrified Guiyong. Help! Save! His voice ended abruptly. Once I confirmed that Guiyong and his vehicle were completely immobilized, I set down the Coke. Time for me to clean up the table. The black steel beast gave a deep roar, and its 4 indestructible tires gripped the ground. The giant Tier 2 Strength-type zombie was chewing on Guiyong's leg. Machine gun fire had wounded both of its legs, making its movements sluggish. I released the brake and floored the accelerator. Using the slope of the platform, the RV became a black meteor falling from the sky and charged at the giant Tier 2 zombie with devastating momentum. I had already scanned its data through the system. Roar! The giant zombie raised its head. A trace of confusion had barely crossed its cloudy eyes when the savage, alloy-spiked rail ram reached it. There was no elegant technique. Only pure, violent, unreasonable physical force. An impact 10 times louder than the gate collision exploded across the compound. The Tier 2 Strength-type zombie's enormous body flew through the air and slammed into the workshop wall behind it, collapsing half the red brick structure. I executed a clean power slide and reversed. The rear wheels, fitted with shredding spikes, mercilessly rolled across its injured legs. The crisp crack of shattering bone was almost pleasant. Ruhar! The zombie howled in pain and tried to counterattack with its I-beam. Keep roaring. Let's see how many times you can do it. Expressionless, I shifted gears and charged again. Bang! The zombie's chest visibly caved inward. Bang! Its head finally burst like a rotten watermelon. Ding! Tier 2 zombie successfully killed. Items dropped. 1. Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, LV.3-LV.4. 2. Basic Gene Serum X1 Rare. A vehicle upgrade blueprint for LV.3 to LV.4, and a basic gene serum? Surprise flashed across my face as I studied the rewards. I did not inspect them immediately. I first prepared to clear every zombie from the arsenal. Taking a deep breath, I stopped holding the accelerator all the way down and rolled over the zombies charging toward me. Tier 1 zombies possessed no intelligence, only the instinct to feed. As long as I, a living person, remained here, they would continue gathering around me. Eventually, the world became quiet. Every zombie inside the abandoned arsenal had been eliminated. Ding! Sanity -3. The arsenal itself was my true objective for the day. After searching several empty workshops, I finally found the weapons depot. At the sight of shelves packed with supplies, my breath stopped for a moment. I'm rich. Unopened crates of military ammunition were stacked neatly in a corner. Obtained. Axe gun ammunition X30 crates, 3,000 rounds. Obtained. Anti-tank mines X10 crates, 500 mines. Obtained. Grenades X10 crates, 1,000 grenades. What excited me most stood at the deepest point of the depot, on shelves labeled raw materials. Obtained. Armor-grade ballistic steel X 500 units. Quality. Ultra-high-strength alloy steel. Preferred material for armored vehicles. 500 units. I had come only to try my luck and collect the remaining 90 units of special steel. Instead, the arsenal had multiplied my goals several times over. 500 units of armor-grade ballistic steel, 3,000 axe gun rounds, 500 anti-tank mines, 1,000 grenades. The LV.2 heavy assault RV had 10 cubic meters inside, but that was living space. Forget 500 units of steel. Even the dozens of crates of ammunition and grenades could barely fit beneath the bed. Once I used a vehicle upgrade blueprint, it would disappear and could no longer store upgrade materials. Outside, the Dire Wolf Guild's ruined heavy pickup could provide plenty of materials when dismantled. I can't take all of this. I felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, staring at a warehouse full of grain while possessing only a tiny stomach. My eyes suddenly sharpened as I looked toward the black RV. I have to upgrade first. RV Evolution Plan, LV.2-LV.3. Current plan, Plan B, perfect. Material check. Armor-grade ballistic steel, 100 units, requirement met. Precision electronic components, 10 sets, requirement met. Fire control chip, 1, requirement met. Begin evolution. Rumble. The color of a war machine spread through the depot. The premium alloy steel ingots seemed to answer a summons. They became a flowing metallic tide and surged into the RV. Amid the teeth-aching sound of growing metal, the vehicle's form changed dramatically again. Its already heavy armor grew thicker, and reactive armor blocks like those carried by tanks appeared across the surface. The previously empty weapon mount began operating at high speed. Mechanical arms extended and retracted. Armor plates interlocked. A black barrel 2 meters long and a terrifying 25 millimeters in caliber slowly rose. This was the heavy chain gun. It was no crude machine gun that required someone to expose himself to operate it. It was a fully automatic killing machine with fire control radar that could be controlled from inside the vehicle. The light faded. An enormous machine radiating a cold, deadly presence stood in the middle of the depot. Ding. RV evolution successful. Vehicle, RV, LV.3. Level, LV.3. Physical defense, 200, 100-200. Qualitative transformation. Even an ordinary RPG will struggle to penetrate it. Magic resistance, 0. Weight, 20 metric tons, 10-20. Living space, 20 cubic meters, 10-20. Durability, 100%. Fuel, infinity, unlimited. External weapon, M330 Wasp chain gun, 25 millimeters. Rate of fire, 200 rounds/minute. Effective range, 2,500 meters. 20 metric tons. I looked at the enormous vehicle and nodded in satisfaction. But the part one anticipated most had only just begun. Talent triggered. Drawing LV.3 golden trait. Here it comes. The golden roulette wheel spun wildly as countless mysterious symbols flashed before me. Ding. Congratulations. Golden trait obtained. Spatial fold. Quality. Golden legendary. Type rule. Trait effect. Grants the vehicle's storage compartment the property of containing a vast world within a tiny space. Effects. 1. Massive expansion. Expands the interior of the storage compartment 100,000 times. Current capacity, 100,000 cubic meters. 2. Absolute preservation. Time stops for every item placed inside. Nothing will ever spoil. 3. Permission lock. Items may be opened or removed only with the host's permission. 4. Intelligent collection. Automatically collects materials. I swore aloud when I saw the effect. What did 100,000 cubic meters mean? A standard shipping container held only 30 cubic meters. 100,000 cubic meters equaled more than 3,000 containers, the cargo hold of a mid-sized freighter stuffed into an RV cabinet. This isn't a storage cabinet. It's a logistics center I can carry with me. With this trait, why would I ever worry about leaving resources behind? Forget 500 units of steel. Even if I packed away every piece of equipment in the arsenal and all the abandoned tank wreckage outside, it would occupy only a corner. Apply to target the RV storage cabinet. A ray of golden light entered the ordinary-looking cabinet beside the bed. When I opened its panel, I no longer saw a cramped dark compartment. Beyond it stretched a seemingly boundless extra-dimensional space filled with faint white light. I took a deep breath, turned toward the mountain of supplies, and stared hungrily. Collect. The heavy steel, ammunition, and explosives that had caused me so much trouble disappeared by the ton like dust drawn into a vacuum, reappearing inside the extra-dimensional space. Stored. Armor-grade ballistic steel X 400 units. Combined with previous inventory, current total, 430 units. Stored. Axe gun ammunition X3 000 rounds. Stored. Grenades X1000. Stored. Anti-tank mines X500. Within minutes, the arsenal depot that had been packed with supplies became cleaner than my face. I even collected the shelves. They were made of iron and could be smelted. I left the depot and looked at the wreckage outside. Dismantle the heavy pickup. Dismantling yield, steel X90 units. Dismantling yield, rubber X15 units. Dismantling yield, electronic components X10 sets. Drops from the dead zombies covered the ground as well. Collect everything. The items instantly disappeared. Obtained, bottled water, wuchang rice, soy sauce, peanut oil, lard, physical editions of Dragon Raja Volumes 1 to 3, the complete print edition of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, tomatoes, cucumbers. The arsenal courtyard, once a scene of carnage, became empty. Looking at the supplies inside the spatial warehouse, I patted the RV's thick body in satisfaction. There's nothing left here worth staying for. The LV.3 armed RV gave a deep roar, rolled across the final piece of rubble, and slowly left the arsenal. Inside its storage cabinet lay enough weapons to equip a reinforced company and an extra-dimensional space large enough to support the construction of a small city. After I left the arsenal, the external optical system detected a Wuling van behind a dirt slope to the right. Zooming in, I recognized Wang Go from the gas station. He had clearly been hiding nearby to see the outcome. The moment he saw my upgraded RV emerge without Guiyang's convoy, he started the van and fled. The Dire Wolf Guild had found the gas station's precise coordinates. Now the chain of evidence was complete. Even without hearing his earlier private messages, I knew who had betrayed my location. I rotated the newly installed turret and placed the crosshairs over the van. Inside the RV, I sat in the high-tech driver's seat. A red targeting reticle on the holographic display enclosed the Wuling van. Fire control radar locked on target. Wuling van, light vehicle. Distance, 1,450 meters. Hit probability, 100%. Heh, it really was you. I was wondering why those dire wolf people targeted me. I watched the small van attempting to escape, my eyes cold as ice. You're perfect for testing the new turret. My finger rested lightly on the red firing button. Single shot. Target the fuel tank. There was no hesitation and no mercy. I pressed the button. Tum. A heavy blast rang out. The RV barely trembled. A 25mm armor-piercing round tore through the air with a shrill whistle. More than a kilometer away, Wang Go was stamping frantically on the accelerator and muttering, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The next second, boom. The armor-piercing round struck the fuel tank, and flames instantly swallowed the van. The entire Wuling exploded into fragments. Burning wreckage scattered through the air like a flower of death blooming across the wasteland. Sand +3. The corner of my mouth rose as I watched the fireball on the display. That felt good. The SAN I had lost from seeing the arsenal covered with mangled zombies had returned. One shot, one kill. That power and accuracy were worth every material I spent. I neither stopped nor slowed. The RV rolled straight across the burning wreckage and continued toward the distant highway. Inside, the temperature remained at 26 degrees Celsius while soothing jazz played. I opened an ice-cold Coke and checked the system's regional channel. The channel remained filled with misery. Help! I'm out of water. Can anyone spare some? A white mutant beast shot through my tire. I'm stranded, and the aberrant is getting closer. Someone save me. Forget it. Who would dare stop now? I saw one too. It had a long tail and looked like a white spike from the Tomorrow War. Good thing I escaped. Are there any doctors? I have a fever. I think a scratch got infected. I don't have medicine. Is there some home remedy that can bring down a fever? I shook my head at the messages. This was normal life in the apocalypse. Hunger, cold, disease, monsters. Most people still struggled simply to stay alive, while I sat inside an armored fortress wondering what to do with a mountain of supplies. Several pinned bounties suddenly caught my attention. Dominion Alliance bounty. Buying all gene serums at high prices. Provide one, and I'll make you a deputy leader. Rose Society bounty. Recruiting players who have awakened a specialization. Strength, reconnaissance, or anything else as long as you're a woman. Join us and receive all the food you need. Mysterious buyer. Buying one basic gene serum for 30 units of universal fuel. Private message me if you have one. Gene serum. I raised an eyebrow. The players at the top had apparently begun touching the supernatural side of this world. Vehicles alone were not enough. The fragility of the human body remained the greatest weakness. That was why the most powerful players were frantically buying gene serums. I have one right now. I took the basic gene serum dropped by the tier 2 zombie from my pocket. Dark blue liquid flowed slowly inside its glass tube, emitting a mesmerizing sheen. Name: Basic Gene Serum. Category: Supernatural item. Quality: Rare. Effect: Comprehensively strengthens the body and increases physique. Physique plus 10. Side effect: Injection causes severe pain. Pain. I smiled. Compared with being eaten alive by zombies, what did a little pain matter? Without hesitating, I inserted the needle into a vein in my arm. Then I depressed the plunger. Cold liquid surged into my bloodstream. An instant later, the chill became heat like molten lava. Hiss! I gritted my teeth as veins bulged across my forehead. It hurt. The pain cut into my bones. Every cell in my body seemed to be torn apart and rebuilt. The agony continued for a full 5 minutes. When it finally receded like a tide, an unprecedented sense of ease and power replaced it. My eyes snapped open. My previously slender body had not transformed into that of an exaggerated bodybuilder, but every muscle had become smooth, compact, and filled with explosive strength. Physique: 15, 5-15. Combat assessment: Physical ability equivalent to a well-trained soldier. This feeling. I took a deep breath and murmured, I feel like I could take 5 adult men at once. I probably still can't fight a zombie alone, but after a few more gene serums, I definitely will. I posted my own purchase request for gene serums in the regional channel. My price was 40 units of universal fuel or medicine 10 units more than the mysterious buyer's offer. At that moment, the vehicle radar emitted a rapid alarm. It was not a zombie, and it was not a player. It was an enormous signal source so deeply red, it was almost black. I immediately looked ahead. Through the telescope, I saw a shocking scene on the horizon. Several kilometers away across the wasteland stood a camouflaged main battle tank. A true military heavy vehicle stopped beside the road, with black smoke rising from its turret. Around the tank, 2 spear-like white bone spikes had embedded themselves deep in its armor. One had even pierced the tracks. At the source of those spikes, a strange, slender creature covered in white bone plates crouched upon a boulder like an alien and watched the tank coldly. Warning: Aberrant life form encountered. Name: White Spike, Tier 3. Ding. Monsters at Tier 3 and above do not provide attribute or skill information. Players must discover these details themselves. No monster attribute information? My pupils contracted slightly. I looked at the LV.3 RV's thick armor and 200 defense, then at the newly installed 25mm chain gun on the roof. I made my decision. I would study the White Spike and attempt to kill it. A Tier 3 monster was certain to drop generous rewards. I jerked the steering wheel. The black-armed fortress left the main road and slowly approached the White Spike. I stopped within range of the chain gun. I braked 2,000 meters from the White Spike. The targeting display gave me a clear view of the entire monster. Like a cat playing with a mouse, it occasionally fired a bone spike from its tail into the stranded tank, producing loud metallic clangs. A Tier 3 aberrant. My fingers gently stroked the fire control stick, and a calm madness filled my eyes. No attribute panel? That did not matter. As long as it had a health bar and was made of carbon, there was no problem a 25mm chain gun could not solve. And if there was, I would fire a few more armor-piercing rounds. My external weapon, the M330 Wasp chain gun, had started with 200 armor-piercing rounds. I had used one in the earlier test, leaving 199. That should be enough to kill a Tier 3 aberrant. I'll probe it first. I drew a deep breath. Instead of immediately opening fully automatic fire, I switched to single-shot mode. The crosshairs locked onto the White Spike's head. A 25mm armor-piercing round left the barrel. At 2,000 meters, a high-velocity chain gun round barely required compensation for drop. But the White Spike's reaction speed was inconceivable. Just before the round struck, the slender creature twisted as if it had eyes in the back of its head and avoided a direct hit to its skull by the narrowest margin. The armor-piercing round exploded against its back, opening an obvious crack in the shell. My pupils narrowed. Accelerated regeneration? That was even more troublesome than a zombie that could be killed only by destroying its head. If so, I would have to hit it repeatedly or instantly destroy its core. According to everything I knew from games, monsters always had weaknesses. Shriek. The ambushed white spike gave a piercing scream. It snapped its head around. Its face had no features, only a split maw, and it stared at the distant black RV. Whoosh! Abandoning the tank, it dropped to all fours and became a streak of white lightning racing toward me. It moved twice as fast as the Tier 1 agility-type zombie. The 2,000-meter distance seemed to shrink beneath its feet. Come on! As long as it charged in a straight line, it was the perfect target. When it entered the 800-meter range, the white spike suddenly paused and whipped its long, bone-spiked tail. A white bone spike half a meter long shot toward me like a missile with a shrill whistle. It struck the RV's frontal reactive armor. Sparks scattered and a piercing crash rang out. The spike did not penetrate the several centimeter thick special steel, but it left two deep dents. White smoke rose from the surrounding metal with a corrosive hiss. Warning: armor damaged. Defense, -2%. Highly corrosive toxin detected. That penetration is incredible, and it corrodes. If I let the creature reach close range and continually attack with its claws and tail, even the LV.3 RV would not endure for long. Activate automatic fire control radar scan. Command confirmed. A red scanning grid enclosed the fast-moving white figure on the holographic display. As the white spike changed direction and leaped, I noticed a small detail. One plate on its body was slightly paler than the others. Found you. A cold smile curled across my lips. The white spike had now entered the 500-meter range. Now, I switched the firing mode to full automatic and pressed the button. Die. The chain gun on the roof gave a thunderous roar. At 200 rounds per minute, it instantly wove an inescapable net of death. This was not a single shot. It was continuous fire. In only 5 seconds, 17 armor-piercing rounds left the barrel. The white spike seemed to freeze in midair. It wanted to dodge, but bullets had sealed the paths ahead and on both sides. This was the suppression of heavy firepower. There was no technique to it. A storm of metal simply drowned the target. Several rounds struck its legs and shoulders, bursting into clouds of green blood. The wounds were already healing, but the tremendous kinetic force locked its body in a fatal stagger. Tum! One round struck the paler plate on the right side of its waist with perfect accuracy. The sound resembled a hot knife cutting through butter. The hard bone shell shattered instantly. The round entered its body and exploded. The white spike jerked violently. Armor burst away from its waist, and it lost its balance and fell. It continued struggling, trying to crawl with the half of its body that remained. Tendrils of flesh writhed wildly at the wound as they attempted to reconnect the severed body. What incredible vitality! After speaking, I pressed the firing button again. Tum! Another shot struck the right side of its waist. Congratulations! Tier 3 aberrant, white spike, successfully killed. Rewards obtained. 1. Universal ammunition x 200 rounds. 2. Basic gene serum x1. 3. Potent antibiotic, rare, x1, can treat infection caused by an aberrant virus. Congratulations! Player Lin Hui has earned the achievement. First Tier 3 monster kill. Full screen announcement. Intermediate gene serum x1 obtained. The regional channel erupted. The last player to receive a full screen announcement had been Zhao Tianba for becoming the first to upgrade a vehicle to LV.3. He had already founded the Dominion Alliance. The 4 great guilds, smaller guilds, and private teams all sent me messages. Some tried to recruit me, while others wanted to buy my intermediate gene serum. I closed the regional channel and enabled Do Not Disturb. Then I looked at the motionless white spike remains and released the warm control stick. A Tier 3 monster. It really was difficult to kill. Compared with a Tier 2 zombie, it was at least 10 times stronger. Then what happens when I encounter a Tier 4 aberrant? The thought brought back my sense of danger. I had to continue upgrading the vehicle. I needed more golden traits. Only then could I survive to the end of this road survival game. I looked at the RV's frontal reactive armor. One of the white spike's bone projectiles remained embedded in it. That single spike had reduced the RV's defense by 2%. Instead of getting out to deal with it immediately, I first drove beside the white spike's corpse and used automatic collection to sweep the spoils into the spatial warehouse. The disabled tank was a tremendous prize as well. Its tracks were broken and its turret damaged, but the military armor steel in its body weighed well over 10 metric tons. If I could dismantle it, I would add a large amount of special steel to my warehouse. I parked beside the tank and was about to issue the dismantling command when a piercing metallic scrape rang out. An oil-stained hand appeared and pushed the hatch open with difficulty. Someone inside began coughing violently after being trapped in the sweltering tank. Cough, cough. A girl of 18 or 19 raised her head and met my eyes through the RV window. There's someone alive inside. That genuinely surprised me. I had assumed the person inside had been killed by the white spike's impacts or had lost consciousness while trapped. The girl looked at the imposing black heavy assault RV in front of her, the chain gun still radiating heat from its roof, and finally the dead Tier 3 white spike. Shock crossed her eyes. You killed that Tier 3 aberrant? Are you? Lin Hui. I sat in the cab, considering whether to make her leave so I could dismantle the tank. My name is Su Qingqian. Thank you for saving me. Su Qingqian. I raised an eyebrow. I remembered now. The player who had traded axe gun rounds for my antibiotics in the channel had used that name. You don't have to thank me. I killed the Tier 3 aberrant for my own reasons. I just happened to want your tank too. Since you're still alive, I won't dismantle it. With that, I prepared to shift into gear and leave. A vehicle could be dismantled only after its owner died. Since Su Qingqian was alive, I could not dismantle the tank. I was not going to kill someone merely for materials. Resources mattered in the apocalypse, but I still had to preserve my conscience. Otherwise, I would eventually become nothing more than a walking corpse that killed people. When Su Qingqian saw that I was leaving, she panicked. Wait, don't go. Forgetting her appearance, she slid from the tank, stumbled to the RV, and spread her arms to block me. My tank is broken. The track snapped, and the drive shaft is destroyed. I can't move at all. Please, take me with you. I can pay. I held the brake and looked down at her. Her face was covered in grease like a dirty kitten, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. Rather than begging like someone helpless, she was trying to negotiate as an equal. Payment. What could you possibly offer me? I don't lack food, water, or universal fuel. If all you can provide is ordinary labor, that isn't enough? I refused directly. I don't need an ordinary passenger. Su Qingqian bit her lip and answered quietly. I'm not a decoration. She drew a deep breath as though making a major decision. I awakened a specialization. A specialization? I repeated. I had seen the 4 great guilds recruiting players with awakened specializations. What exactly was one? Su Qingqian displayed her system panel. Name, Su Qingqian. Specialization, Machinery, Tier 1. Ability description, possesses a supernatural affinity for mechanical structures and the natural talent of a mechanic. Greatly increases the efficiency of vehicle repair, modification, and dismantling. Machinery specialization? For the first time, my expression changed. That specialization was interesting. Seeing my interest, Su Qingqian immediately pressed her advantage. She pointed toward the bone spike embedded in the RV's frontal reactive armor. Your RV's defense is damaged. I can repair it. She walked to the front and pointed at the crater corroded by the white spike. A Tier 3 aberrant's toxin keeps working. If you leave it untreated, it will slowly penetrate the armor. This plate will be ruined in 3 days. Light flashed in her hand, and a toolbox appeared. Hiss, hiss. The crater that had been bubbling green rapidly dried. After she struck it several times with a wrench, its metallic sheen returned. Notice, vehicle defense restored to 100%. The system notification surprised me. Her skill far exceeded that of an ordinary mechanic who knew only how to turn a wrench. The stronger our future enemies became, the more often the RV would sustain battle damage. Having a first-rate mechanic supporting me might be worthwhile. You have some ability. I nodded, but did not open the door yet. Instead, I pointed to the disabled tank. The tank is part of your payment too. Su Qingqian sighed. Fine. The tank's core was broken. She could have repaired it, but she had no materials. I dismantled the tank and obtained 150 units of armor-grade ballistic steel and 30 sets of electronic components, increasing my ballistic steel inventory from 430 to 580 units. At last, the RV's heavy armored door opened a crack. Get in. Afraid I might change my mind. Su Qingqian hurried onto the running board. But the instant she entered the cabin, she froze. She had stepped from hell into heaven. A wave of warmth surrounded her, the comfort of a constant 26 degrees Celsius. This was nothing like the cramped, oppressive, oil-reeking compartment inside the tank. The RV had a spacious, brightly lit living area completely unlike a tank cab. On the nearby table sat half a can of Coke and an open bag of potato chips. Su Qingqian remained in the entryway, repeatedly checking the temperature, lights, and refrigerator without taking another step. The way I was living before. Was that even a life? From the driver's seat, I watched her stunned expression through the mirror, the corner of my mouth lifting slightly. Stop staring. Take a shower and wash off the oil. I don't like the smell of fuel inside. A shower? Su Qingqian's eyes widened as she stared at the separate shower stall with its frosted glass door. You can take a shower in here? I did not answer. I silently shifted into drive and continued down the road. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. About 10 minutes later, the frosted glass door opened. Warm, humid air carrying the fragrance of body wash spread through the cab. The grease-covered mechanic from before was gone. Su Qingqian emerged in one of my spare bathrobes. It did not fit, so she had rolled up the sleeves. Her filthy old clothes were already in the washing machine. I'm finished. My old clothes were too dirty, so I put them in the wash too. They aren't dry yet. She rubbed her hair and explained that her change of clothes had not finished drying. Not bad. You look human again. I withdrew my gaze and spoke calmly without showing any unusual reaction. Picking up a blueprint from the passenger seat, I tossed it to her. Now that you're clean, get to work. You're a machinery specialist, so look at this. Su Qingqian caught the blueprint. She read the title and materials column, then stopped. It was a complex mechanical design. Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, LV.3-LV.4. Required materials. 1. LV.3 RV, requirement met. 2. High-strength titanium alloy x 200 units. 3. Precision electronic components x 30 sets, requirement met. High-strength titanium alloy. Su Qingqian looked up sharply, her eyes filled with surprise. A LV.4 upgrade already requires high-strength titanium? How far beyond normal specifications is this RV? I shifted back into gear, and the vehicle trembled slightly. Do you know where to find any? I had asked casually, but Su Qingqian drew a breath before answering. Ordinary abandoned vehicles rarely use titanium alloy, but this used to be an industrial area. I know an abandoned aviation parts factory nearby, and it should have some. But she paused and looked fearfully out the window. The terrain is extremely complicated. Collapsed buildings and ruins are everywhere, and the zombie density is very high. I didn't dare take my tank very far inside. If rubble trapped a track, it would have been a dead end. Complicated terrain? That phrase doesn't exist in my dictionary. Hold on. Before the words had left my mouth, I floored the accelerator. The 20 metric ton steel beast instantly produced breathtaking acceleration. Su Qingqian cried out as the force pressed her into the leather sofa. Where are we going? There's a ruined belt ahead. She clutched the handhold beside the window as the landscape raced backward. Even a tank would have navigated this terrain carefully, let alone an RV. But instead of slowing down, I continued accelerating. 80, 100, 120 kilometers per hour. Lin Hui, the tires will explode. We're going to roll. Su Qingqian's face went pale. She gripped her seat belt and squeezed her eyes shut. The violent collision and fatal crash she expected never came. Bang, rumble, crack. My RV carried indestructible run-flat tires with constant traction. They kept the vehicle stable on any terrain and prevented it from overturning. Su Qingqian opened one eye. She braced herself against the table and stared speechlessly as we smashed through one ruin after another. Concrete walls that would destroy an ordinary vehicle and wrecked cars blocking the road became foam before the savage, alloy-spiked rail ram. The RV punched straight through a half-collapsed brick wall. Bricks scattered and rattled against the bulletproof windows. This RV stability is absurd. Su Qingqian rapidly checked the suspension and body data, confirming that the impacts had caused no structural damage. Even her Type 59 tank would have navigated rubble like this cautiously, afraid of snapping a track or becoming trapped in a hole. Watching us smash through wreckage, she could not help shouting, "You're driving an RV straight through a ruined field? Why are you staring?" The vehicle suddenly stopped while Su Qingqian was still questioning reality. I pointed through the window at a wrecked car I had overturned, exposing its undercarriage and components. I clear the route. You dismantle. Get out and bring back anything useful. Your machinery specialization should make you fast, shouldn't it? She looked at the wreckage and then back at me. You want me to dismantle all of these? Was this man a monster? Even her tank had never dared drive like that. But no matter how much she complained internally, she was now an employee. Fine. Su Qingqian tightened the bathrobe around herself, picked up her toolbox, and got out. The next several hours became the most unforgettable work experience of her life. I smashed through the ruins ahead and opened a path. Whenever we encountered an abandoned vehicle, Su Qingqian got out and used her machinery specialization to increase the system's dismantling speed. That armored cash truck on the left. Dismantle it. There's a machine tool inside the half-collapsed factory to the right. Check whether it contains titanium alloy. Move faster. Zombies are coming. Whenever a horde surrounded us, I did not even need the chain gun. Swinging the rear of the RV let the shredding spikes on the back wheels clear a path immediately. Su Qingxian sat in the passenger seat and silently watched the RV drive through the horde. It was brutally efficient. These impacts don't reduce durability at all. After repeatedly checking the panel, she finally understood why the RV dared race through ruins. Night fell. The wind across the wasteland became bitter and piercing again. But warm light illuminated the open ground beside the RV. I parked on sheltered high ground and ended our work for the day. The abandoned aviation parts factory Su Qingxian had mentioned was still more than 200 li away, roughly 60 miles. Driving at night was dangerous, so I decided to continue the next day. Su Qingxian climbed aboard carrying her toolbox, panting from exhaustion and aching all over. "I'm exhausted." She set down the box and gave me a resentful look. "You don't know how to treat a woman gently at all." Ignoring her expression, I nodded in satisfaction. "Your efficiency is good." I took a bottle of water from the refrigerator and handed it to her so she could rehydrate. After she finished drinking, I pointed toward the contamination on the front of the RV. "Rest for 10 minutes, then clean the ram." Su Qingxian thought I intended to waste drinking water washing the vehicle and nearly became furious. I showed her the new gray water filtration tank beneath the RV. Wastewater from washing was settled and filtered. It could not be drunk directly, but it could be used to clean the vehicle. "Water isn't unlimited," I said. "Drinking water and cleaning water must remain separate. You'll maintain this recycling system from now on." Only after confirming that no drinking water would be wasted did she carry the tools and filtered gray water outside. The ram had a complicated structure, so she recorded where channels and spray nozzles should be added while cleaning. More than 10 minutes later, Su Qingxian returned shivering. "It's clean, you bastard," she muttered and pushed open the cabin door. The next second, however, the rich fragrance of spice drifted from the kitchen, and she immediately looked toward the table. Growl. Her stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble. Her head snapped up. An induction cooktop stood on the small folding table that had previously held miscellaneous items. Red chili oil rolled across the boiling broth, while Sichuan peppercorns and chilies danced in the pot. Beside it waited plates of thinly sliced premium lamb and beef marbled red and white, along with clean lettuce, enoki mushrooms, luncheon meat, and more. There was even a freshly opened can of ice-cold beer covered with tempting beads of condensation. I sat on the sofa with chopsticks, swishing a slice of lamb through the broth. 7 dips down, 8 lifts up. Good, it's done. I coated the meat with sesame sauce, put it into my mouth, and savored it. Su Qingxian stood frozen in the doorway. "Hot pot, lamb, cold beer? Is all of this dinner?" She looked from the hot pot to me. This was the apocalypse. Other people were gnawing moldy bread and drinking expired water. Yet this man was eating hot pot inside his RV. "Why are you standing there?" I looked up and pointed to the seat opposite me. "Take another shower. Once you're clean, come eat. You need food if you're going to work." Su Qingxian swallowed and nodded instinctively. After showering, she changed back into her own clothes. Even when she sat on the sofa with chopsticks placed in her hand, she remained dazed. "Eat. What? Do you want me to feed you?" I poured her a glass of beer. Su Qingxian came back to herself and stared at the bubbling red oil. Her eyes suddenly reddened. She picked up a piece of luncheon meat and put it into her mouth without caring how hot it was. Spice and the fragrance of meat exploded across her tongue. At that instant, grievance, exhaustion, and fear surged up with the mouthful of hot food. She chewed while tears rolled down and struck the table. "What's wrong? Is it too spicy?" I frowned. "And no," Su Qingxian cried while stuffing lamb into her mouth. Her answer was muffled. "It's too delicious. Wah, eating hot pot at a time like this. I'm so happy." Inside the tank, all I had were compressed biscuits as hard as rocks and cold water. I nearly ruined my stomach. "I want chili. Give me more chili. Make it extra hot." I could not help laughing at the cute girl who cried pitifully while eating like a starving ghost. The contrast was enormous. "Slow down. No one's fighting you for it." I pushed my lamb toward her. "Water isn't a problem, and neither is food. Work hard, and you'll eat meat every day. If you like spicy food, I have plenty of chilies." Hunting zombies and opening supply crates had given me large quantities of food, all preserved inside the spatial warehouse. Food would never spoil there. Su Qingxian looked up at me with red eyes. She put down her chopsticks and solemnly promised to complete the machinery maintenance and route records. "Meat every day? And chilies?" "Yes." She sniffed, forced back her tears, and nodded with great seriousness. Boss, yes. I'll call you boss from now on. Tomorrow, I'll dismantle whatever you tell me to. I'll even dismantle a Gundam. As long as she could eat hot pot, what did a little work matter? At last, the atmosphere relaxed. We talked while we ate. Perhaps the food lowered her guard, because Su Qingxian became increasingly talkative. I'm from Zhejiang province. Before I came here, I was a first-year student at an art academy. She drank some cold beer, her face flushed. After I arrived, I was lucky enough to meet one of my university classmates. Her name was Xiaoya. She awakened a reconnaissance specialization. Her eyes darkened. We worked well together. I had the tank, and she could scout. But then, we encountered people from the Dire Wolf Guild. They pretended to be survivors asking for help. Xiaoya was soft-hearted, but they had an RPG. She covered my escape, and they... Su Qingxian bit her lip and squeezed the beer can until her knuckles whitened. That tank was my last hope, but survival was still too difficult. If I hadn't met you, I might have died to the white spike or starved inside the tank. I listened without interrupting or offering cheap sympathy. Stories like hers happened every day in the apocalypse. The Dire Wolf Guild, I said mildly. I've killed some of their people. You can consider it a little interest collected for your friend. Su Qingxian looked up sharply, and satisfaction flashed across her eyes. Thank you. That thanks was more sincere than anything she had said before. You don't need to thank me, I replied. Now that you're aboard, you're my employee. If you ever find the people who hurt you, tell me. I'll make them answer for it. After spending the day with her, I had concluded that Su Qingxian was extremely useful. She was pleasant to look at and never held back when it was time to work. Okay. She nodded softly. At first, Su Qingxian had asked only for a ride and planned to leave after finding an ownerless vehicle. Now, she voluntarily asked whether her employment could continue beyond the Fu City mission. Then she suddenly remembered something. She removed a chip from inside her clothes and handed it to me. This is an electronic map chip of the zombie wasteland. Xiaoya left it to me. A zombie wasteland map chip? I accepted it curiously and inserted it into the RV. A map immediately appeared on the 15-inch onboard display, marking various important buildings. The closest location was indeed an abandoned aviation parts factory. No wonder Su Qingxian had known the abandoned arsenal's location. She had possessed this map. With it, I would no longer have to wander the wasteland like a headless fly. The gray fog had disappeared far behind me, leaving ample time to gather materials and supplies. I warned her that access to the map was limited to team routing. She could not send its coordinates to any outsider. Letting Su Qingxian aboard was one of my best decisions. Night deepened. After we finished the hot pot, I reorganized the interior. The main sleeping area had only one bed, and the driver needed proper rest. For now, Su Qingxian would sleep on a mat in the living room. Floor heating, blankets, and the constant temperature system were enough to keep her comfortable. I connected the nighttime alarms to both the bedroom and living room, then gave her an emergency call button. Keep watching the regional channel, I reminded her. Focus on gene serums, special upgrade materials, and map intelligence. Take screenshots of suspicious trades. Don't meet anyone without permission. Holding her blanket, Su Qingxian nodded without objecting. After the lights went out, another person's breathing filled the RV for the first time. I did not lower my guard. The axe gun remained within reach, and every exterior camera and collision alarm stayed active. The electronic map was copied into the console. I created separate markers for the aviation parts factory, the arsenal, and Fu City, then saved the next day's route offline. Trust could be built gradually. Safety rules had to be clear from the first night. The first rays of morning sunlight passed through the bulletproof windows and fell across the RV's teak floor. No zombie roars or howling wind woke me. Instead, I smelled rich milk and heard eggs sizzling in a frying pan. I opened my eyes and sat up, briefly feeling as though I had returned to civilized society. The air remained at a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius with proper humidity, and I had slept until I woke naturally. "Boss, you're awake?" A clear, pleasant voice came from the kitchen. I turned. Su Qingxian had changed back into clean casual clothes and was frying eggs at the induction cooktop. "Morning." I threw back the covers and stepped onto the carpet. "Breakfast is almost ready. There's hot milk, fried eggs, and toast I just made." She expertly flipped an egg and smiled sweetly over her shoulder. "I found ham in the refrigerator too, so I sliced some." Good. I had left plenty of food in the refrigerator the night before. We sat at the folding table. I cut a piece of bacon and put it into my mouth. Rich flavor spread across my tongue. "You're a good cook." Su Qingxian smiled. "Thank you." Then she spread a spoonful of chili oil over her ham and ate it with obvious pleasure. I smiled. enjoying the food she had prepared while opening the regional channel. The atmosphere in the channel was oppressively bleak. Current survivors in region 989,452/10 million. The red number was horrifying. There were 10 million people. Now there aren't even 1 million left. I drew a quiet breath. I saw it too. Holding a cup of warm milk, Su Qingxian lost some of her smile. Her expression became complicated. Another cold wave came last night. A lot of vehicles ran out of fuel, their heaters stopped, and the people inside never woke up. Countless people were still wailing in the channel. Does anyone have food? Please, even expired bread will do. I'll be that person's dog. My tire exploded. The gray fog is 50 kilometers behind me. I need help. Water. Just one mouthful. Su Qingxian looked from the pleas in the channel to the hot milk and eggs on our table, then remained quiet for a long time. She said softly that, without me, she would probably still be curled up inside the tank with its broken track. Stop looking. I set down my fork, wiped my mouth with a napkin, and spoke calmly. This is the selection process. These are the rules of the game. I pointed at her milk. Finish it. It'll taste bad once it gets cold. We have important work today. Oh, okay. She nodded obediently, lifted the cup in both hands, and drank like a hamster. A ring of milk remained around her lips. After eating, I did not leave immediately. I returned to the driver's seat, reclined it, and took out 3 small bottles. 1 pale blue, basic gene serum. 1 dark blue, intermediate gene serum. And 1 potent antibiotic. I had obtained all 3 from the tier 3 white spike. The last basic gene serum raised my physique from 5 to 15. According to the description, basic serums can stack until the body develops resistance. Without hesitating, I took the basic gene serum, removed the needle cap, inserted it into a vein, and pressed the plunger. Cold liquid entered my bloodstream. Almost instantly, the familiar burning sensation swept across my body. Familiarity did not make it painless. Ugh. Su Qingxian had been organizing the inventory in the passenger seat. At my low growl, she turned in surprise. I leaned against the seat with my eyes closed, and every muscle in my body trembled visibly. The muscle fibers tightened like twisted steel cables, becoming extraordinarily dense and streamlined. Su Qingxian stared at the serum for several seconds, then directly asked what changes it would cause. 5 minutes later, "Are you all right?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine." I slowly raised my right hand, clenched my fist, and punched. The air compressed and burst with a sharp crack. My strength and speed had increased significantly. Name: Lin Hui. Race: human. Condition: healthy. Sanity: SAN 100/100. Note: below 30 SAN, suicidal thoughts will emerge. Below 20, you will hear incoherent whispers. Below 10, you will descend into madness. Spirit: 5. Note: the average for a normal adult. Higher spirit increases resistance to SAN loss and accelerates SAN recovery. Physique: 25, 15-25. Assessment: your physical abilities have reached the level of an elite Special Forces soldier. I flexed my hand, the corner of my mouth rising. Then I picked up the dark blue, intermediate gene serum. Name: intermediate gene serum. Category: supernatural item. Quality: rare. Supernatural item grades: common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythic. Effect: comprehensively strengthens the body and increases physique. Physique plus 100. Side effect: injection causes severe pain. Usage requirement: physique must reach 50, the human limit. Forced use below the required physique will damage DNA and collapse the genetic chain, potentially causing immediate death. I still have a long way to go. I shook my head in disappointment and returned the intermediate gene serum to the spatial warehouse. To break beyond the human limit, I would have to keep gathering basic gene serums. Qingxian. My voice had become deeper and richer than before. Huh? Yes. Su Qingxian, who had been staring at my muscles, jumped and blushed. Post a purchase offer in the public channel for basic gene serums. Price isn't a problem. If anyone has one, do your best to trade for it. She paused, then nodded seriously. Understood. Without warning, a cold system notification exploded inside the minds of every surviving player. Regional announcement. Attention, players in Region C, 996. Congratulations on surviving the initial 5-day selection period. The first stage mission is now issued. Journey to Fu City. Mission objective: all players in Region C, 996 must reach Fu City at coordinates 324.5, 998.1 within 120 hours, 5 days, and survive inside the city for at least 24 hours. Mission rewards. 1. Entry ticket to the next stage map, Mistlands. 2. Vehicle upgrade blueprint X1. 3. Universal fuel X10 units. 4. Basic gene serum X1. Friendly reminder, after 120 hours, every region outside Fu City will be instantly covered by ultra-concentrated gray fog. The regional channel exploded the instant the announcement ended. Fu City? They're sending us there to die. I checked the coordinates. It's more than 3,000 kilometers away. My vehicle tops out at 60, and I still have to search for fuel. I'll never make it. If we don't go, the gray fog will cover the entire zombie wasteland. They're forcing all of us into that meat grinder. The road survival game wants to herd everyone into one cage. I'm not going. I'd rather hide here. Idiot, didn't you see what the system said? The gray fog means instant erasure. Not even bone fragments will remain. Inside the RV, Su Qingqian stared at the blood-red countdown. Her face paled, and she nearly dropped her cup. Fu City. She took a deep breath and looked at me. Boss, are we? Unlike her, I remained exceptionally calm. I opened the electronic map of the zombie wasteland and entered Fu City's coordinates. 3,270 kilometers away. At the RV's top speed, including rest breaks, we'll need a little more than 20 hours. My finger traced a straight line across the map and stopped on the red marker. We still have almost 100 hours to upgrade the vehicle and raise our physique. Then, no matter what monsters or demons wait in Fu City, we'll be ready. Qingqian, hold on. I gripped the wheel, shifted into drive, and pressed the accelerator. Our immediate objective is the abandoned aviation parts factory. We'll obtain high-strength titanium alloy and upgrade the RV to LV.4 before anything else. Boom. The LV.3 heavy assault RV roared like an ancient beast awakening and raced toward the horizon. After the announcement, public mobilization notices from the major guilds immediately filled the channel. The Dominion Alliance declared the route to Fu City its priority hunting territory. The Rose Society called on women to travel in groups. Ironblood Heavy Industries offered high prices for military weapons and supernatural items. The Dire Wolf Guild left only 3 words: "See you in Fu City." The 4 statements had different styles but pointed to the same fact. Fewer than 400,000 remaining players would be forced toward Fu City. The city held monsters, but it would also become a battlefield where major powers fought for supplies and people. I closed the channel and marked the aviation parts factory as our first supply stop. We could not enter Fu City before the RV reached LV.4. Sand and dust filled the air. 2 hours had passed since the mission announcement. The number of vehicles racing desperately along the road had visibly increased. Most traveled in groups of 3 to 5. Some formed convoys of more than a dozen. Very few continued alone. One important strategic supply point stood on the unavoidable route toward Fu City, the abandoned aviation parts factory. That was our objective. Only there could I obtain the 200 units of titanium alloy needed for the LV.4 upgrade. Boss, something's ahead. Su Qingqian, who was monitoring the road from the passenger seat, suddenly spoke in a grave tone. I narrowed my eyes. Through the windshield, the enormous factory complex crouched in the distance like a steel beast. A disorganized line of vehicles had been parked around its perimeter. They included pickups with welded steel plates, off-road vehicles carrying machine guns, and even a modified cement mixer blocking the middle of the road as a barricade. Someone arrived before us. Instead of slowing, I pressed the accelerator slightly harder. The factory isn't anyone's private property. Why should it matter if someone arrived first? The RV's defense, the anti-tank mines and grenades in the spatial warehouse, and the heavy chain gun on the roof. Those were the foundations of my confidence. Screech. The black heavy assault RV stopped steadily 50 meters from the barricade, radiating immense pressure. Its 25mm chain gun gleamed coldly in the sunlight and pointed directly at the people blocking the road. Stop! A group of armed players shouted from behind the barricade. The New Dawn Mutual Aid Association has taken control of this place. Get lost if you don't want to die. I sat inside without speaking and coldly studied the rabble. My gaze passed through them and stopped beside a modified Hummer behind the group. 3 people stood there. The man in front appeared to be 27 or 28. He wore a tailored dark gray coat and gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a refined appearance. He pushed his glasses up while studying my RV with obvious interest. Beside him stood a muscular, dark-skinned man and an exceptionally striking woman. The woman wore a black combat suit suited for movement and carried a heavy sniper rifle. Her stance was steady, and she constantly observed both the RV's turret and the factory entrance. The heavy sniper rifle and her vigilance drew the most attention. Her presence was completely different from Su Qingqian's. One specialized in machinery and logistics, the other was clearly a battle-tested marksman. The man with glasses smiled and clapped, signaling his people to lower their guns. Then he looked up at me. "Hello, friend. My name is Tang Chuan, president of the New Dawn Mutual Aid Association." Tang Chuan stepped forward and called elegantly toward the RV. "Friend, the modifications on that vehicle are extraordinary. Turning an RV into a mobile fortress proves you're a powerful player. I was formerly the chief surgeon at City First Hospital. The trust of these brothers has now made me president of the New Dawn Mutual Aid Association. The man beside me is our vice president." Tang Chuan gestured toward the dark-skinned man on his right. He smiled. "We mean no harm. There are simply too many monsters inside. We sealed the place for everyone's safety." I lowered the window halfway, revealing my youthful face. "Oh, one word." Tang Chuan's smile stiffened, but he quickly restored the warm, false expression. "Friend, there's no need to be so distant." His gaze casually swept across Su Qingqian in the passenger seat. It lingered there before turning to the RV's armor and turret. Tang Chuan paused for an instant on both Su Qingqian and the armor, then smiled again. He was not admiring them. He was calculating their value. That detail confirmed that his proposed cooperation would not be simple. "To be honest, there are materials inside that we need. But the factory contains more than a dozen white spikes. Your vehicle has powerful firepower. Why don't we work together? You can take 30% of the materials. What do you say?" The dark-skinned man frowned and looked at Tang Chuan in displeasure. He clearly had not known about the proposal. He stepped forward and inspected me with knife-like eyes. "President, we need manpower, not an emperor. This guy doesn't look like he'll obey instructions. Now, Wang Bin, another person means more strength." Tang Chuan smiled and waved. From the high driver's seat, I silently watched his performance. His eyes held the familiar, nauseating hypocrisy of a man who had spent years amid wealth and status, constantly calculating and pretending. He wanted me as cannon fodder, and he wanted my vehicle and my employee. I laughed coldly inside. But if he saw me as expendable bait and an easy mark, I could use his people as probes. I still did not know the tiers of the aberrants inside the factory. If a high-tier creature waited inside, these people could draw some of its fire. I lightly patted the steering wheel and smiled. 30%? That sounds reasonable. Tang Chuan brightened at my apparent willingness to cooperate. He adjusted his glasses. "How should I address you, brother?" "My surname is Lin," I answered casually. "Brother Lin." Tang Chuan pointed toward the factory. "White spikes are nothing like zombies. Even at the same tier, they are considerably stronger." He looked at the chain gun and flattered me. "We'll have to rely on Brother Lin to contribute more in the battle." "No problem." I smiled and revved the engine. "Bring your people. Let's finish quickly." Boom. The RV's engine gave an aggressive roar. Such courage. Tang Chuan drew a deep breath and raised both hands, ordering the guild members back into their vehicles to assault the factory. "Brothers, prepare to attack." At his command, more than a dozen vehicles blocking the road started their engines. I did not look at him again. I raised the window, floored the accelerator, and drove arrogantly through the factory gates amid rolling dust. In the rear camera, Tang Chuan and Wang Bin deliberately remained at the back. They pointed first at my RV and then toward the factory interior. The two disabled the public channel, so I could not hear their plan, but I had seen enough to know this was a deliberate test. Tang Chuan had not told me that a Tier 3 female white spike lived inside. The omission would soon reveal itself on the battlefield. Before entering, I configured our transceiver to receive without transmitting so they could not use the channel to locate the people inside the RV. Su Qingqian would record monster numbers and escape routes, while the chain gun would reserve half its ammunition belt instead of wasting rounds. The promise of 30% was only verbal. Without a system-enforced contract, I treated it merely as permission to let the New Dawn group scout ahead. I marked 2 exits on the map in advance. If Tang Chuan's people blocked our retreat, Su Qingqian would not wait for confirmation. She would close the windows and raise the turret immediately. A temporary alliance was acceptable. Control of the RV would never pass to an outsider. I set the fire control system to require manual confirmation so Tang Chuan could not use the locator in a radio to misdirect the turret. Every external command had to be confirmed both visually and by onboard radar. Su Qingqian recorded the new dawn vehicles, weapons, and personnel in the combat log. If they suddenly sealed an exit, we could distinguish friend from foe and change evacuation routes immediately. The New Dawn convoy and my RV slowly entered the abandoned aviation parts factory. The interior was astonishingly vast. Sunlight passed through broken panes in the domed roof, forming visible shafts in the dusty air and illuminating the steel graveyard. My eyebrow moved at the sight. From what I had seen over the past 5 days, this world resembled the American West in my previous life. Wilderness everywhere, divided by endless highways. There were no ordinary inhabitants. Civilization seemed to have vanished decades earlier. The occasional buildings were ruined, and zombies and aberrants filled the land. Was this once a civilized planet similar to Earth? Did its intelligent species become zombies? Or were they summoned by the road survival game and sent to another planet? What happened to them? Did none of them return after the game? Were they all wiped out? Brother Lin. Tang Chuan's vehicle pulled beside me. It was a LV.3 ambulance conversion. It also carried an external weapon, but only an ordinary machine gun operated by a young man standing at the mount. Tang Chuan lowered his window and handed me a radio. This will make coordination easier. I accepted it and immediately passed it to Su Qingqian. Qingqian, check whether anything's wrong with this radio. Okay. Under her machinery specialization, its structure became clear to her. Boss, there's a locator inside. Everything else is fine. I touched my chin. The locator doesn't matter. Creak. The New Dawn convoy at the front carefully rolled over industrial debris. Its engines echoed harshly through the enclosed space. I followed at a measured distance in the black LV.3 heavy assault RV. Tang Chuan's armored ambulance traveled behind me. Boss, the atmosphere here feels wrong. Su Qingqian's clear eyes searched the dark corners. It's too quiet. Didn't they say there were more than a dozen white spikes? White spikes are intelligent compared with zombies. Right now, they're hunters, and hunters strike only when they're confident. I casually took an ice-cold Coke from the refrigerator and opened it. Hiss. I took a drink and sighed comfortably. Perfect. We have free scouts ahead. All we need to do is cheer. An ear-piercing scrape suddenly came from the silent depths of the factory. Careful. Left side. Tang Chuan's urgent shout erupted from the radio. Whoosh. 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 White spikes. They were only Tier 1 and Tier 2, but there were 15 or 16. Like predators that had smelled blood, they pounced on the LV.3 modified pickups at the front. Fire. Open fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The white spikes were too fast. Several Tier 1 creatures were hit, but the Tier 2 white spikes nimbly avoided the machine gun fire. One sprang from all fours and landed on a modified LV.3 off-road vehicle. Those vehicles might also have been LV.3, but they had been upgraded with the most ordinary steel. Their defense could not compare with my RV. The Tier 2 white spikes' claws pierced the thin roof like tofu. President Tang, they're too fast. Obstacles are everywhere, so we can't hit them. They're coordinating too. A panicked member shouted through the radio. Damn it. Tang Chuan watched from the rear, his face ashen. Someone shouted in the public channel. We've killed Tier 2 white spikes on open ground, but there are too many obstacles here, and they're working together. Brother Lin, where's your chain gun? Give us suppressing fire. My RV was parked at an ideal firing position. If the 25mm chain gun opened fire, it could instantly tear apart the white spikes on the vehicle roofs. However, the RV remained perfectly still. The dark barrel turned slowly twice, like an old man out for a walk, then stopped. KSSSH. President Tang, sorry, KSSSH. I think the fire control system broke when we crossed that speed bump. KSSSH. It's restarting. Hold the line for now. Restarting. Tang Chuan nearly crushed the radio. Restarting my ass. Tang Chuan could curse all he wanted, but he had no alternative. Wang Bin, move your vehicle forward, he shouted into the radio. Remember, a white spike's weakness is on the right side of its waist. He announced the weakness in the public channel, but did not explain the source. I recorded the location without deciding whether the information was true. Wang Bin gritted his teeth and drove his steel-plated Hummer forward, firing its machine gun wildly. At that moment, a blue LV.3 sports car conversion stopped. The woman in the black combat suit, Lu Shi, emerged through its roof with a heavy sniper rifle and aimed at a Tier 2 white spike charging toward her. Bang, bang, bang. Within 2 seconds, 3 rounds struck the same plate on the right side of the creature's waist. The Tier 2 white spike crashed to the ground, struggled briefly, and stopped moving. Excellent. Tang Chuan shouted excitedly. That accurate? Surprise crossed my eyes. I had not fired, but I had observed the entire battlefield. I had seen every part of Lu Shi's shooting process. She had barely seemed to aim before striking a high-speed target. The woman had probably awakened a specialization. Tum. At that moment, a larger tier, 2 white spikes seemed to realize my RV was not attacking. It bypassed the melee, rebounded from a pillar, and became a streak of white light flying at us. Boss, it's coming, Su Qingqian cried. I did not even raise an eyelid. I shifted directly into reverse. The RV shot backward. This was not flight. It was a precise tactical retreat. The white spike had predicted its landing point, but my sudden movement made it miss completely. It reacted quickly and whipped its long white tail. A sharp-boned spike tore through the air and struck the windshield. The projectile hit the glass. Yet the spike, which could penetrate a normal LV.3 RV, bounced away. In the side rear camera, Wang Bin stared at the deflected projectile and froze for 2 seconds. He looked at the hole in his own vehicle, then back at my intact armor. I studied the point of impact and sighed softly. The spike had failed to penetrate the high-strength bulletproof glass, but had left an ugly white mark. Tisk. Qingqian, repair it. It's unpleasant to look at. What? Now? She stared at the snarling creature on the ground. It's still out there. Don't worry. It can't get in. As I spoke, I pressed the horn. The sudden blast startled the white spike. It was about to rage when it sensed danger behind it. An armor-piercing round arrived and penetrated the plate on the right side of its waist. The enormous impact hurled it several meters into an iron pillar, leaving it immobile. 1 tier, 2 white spike had been eliminated with ease. The remaining creatures hesitated, snarled, then backed away and turned to attack other vehicles. After confirming the white spike was down, Su Qingqian opened her toolbox and treated the mark. She squeezed clear liquid onto her fingertip and applied it to the damaged glass. Then she tapped the scratch from a short distance. A faint blue glow flashed. The white mark healed as if alive. The glass became spotless and bright, without even a speck of dust. Tang Chuan, who was changing a magazine nearby, witnessed everything. Was that a machinery specialization? In the apocalypse, vehicles were life. Even Ironblood Heavy Industries, the guild devoted to repairs, needed a long time with tools to fix a vehicle. But that woman had restored it with a wave of her hand. It was a specialization even rarer than a spirit art. Tang Chuan watched Su Qingqian finish and pointed out both her and the RV to someone beside him. Under the white spike's coordinated attack, New Dawn's defensive line began collapsing. Help me. Another modified vehicle overturned. A white spike dragged out the 3 players inside and tore them apart. These people had clearly underestimated the creatures. White spikes were fast, coordinated, and capable of using terrain to ambush prey. Useless trash. Tang Chuan could no longer maintain his disguise as he watched his people die. Everyone cover me. His armored ambulance stopped. He pressed a red button, and the floor opened to reveal a hole. Tang Chuan crouched beside it and slammed his right hand onto the ground. Specialization, spirit art, quagmire. Within a 50-meter radius around him, the concrete floor suddenly liquefied. Shriek. Several white spikes sank on all fours, and their speed immediately fell. Figures that had moved like lightning became lambs waiting for slaughter. What kind of specialization is that? Inside my distant RV, I set down the coke and watched with interest. Not bad, but a large area attack like that must consume a great deal of spirit. Su Qingqian had told me that using supernatural specialization abilities consumed spirit. Sure enough, Tang Chuan's face became visibly paler after the technique. Fine sweat covered his forehead. Miss Lu Shi, it's up to you, he shouted. Understood. A cold voice came through the radio. Bang. The deep, powerful gunshot remained distinct amid the noisy battlefield. A tier, 1 white spike trapped in the quagmire took a round through the shell at its waist and fell immediately. Bang. Another creature preparing to ambush me had its weak point pierced and died on the spot. Lu Shi knelt on the roof of the blue sports car in her black combat suit. The barrel of her heavy sniper rifle was frighteningly thick. Each shot drove tremendous recoil into her shoulder, but her body remained as stable as a boulder. She did not need long to aim. Every bullet took an aberrant's life. She really has ability. The surviving New Dawn players also opened fire. Their accuracy could not compare, but they possessed plenty of ammunition. With Tang Chuan controlling and Lu Shi harvesting, the battle instantly reversed. The savage white spike pack was wiped out within minutes. Phew. Tang Chuan exhaled, and the quagmire beneath him hardened back into concrete. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the completely unharmed black RV behind him. His eye twitched. He had lost 15 or 16 people and 5 vehicles. My RV had not even lost paint. Brother Lin. Tang Chuan drove beside me with the false smile restored, though it now seemed edged with clenched teeth. Your fire control system certainly took a long time to restart. It was only just repaired. I lowered the window and patted the steering wheel with an expression of regret. This fragile vehicle always fails at the critical moment. Fortunately, President Tang possesses overwhelming divine might and fixed the entire situation in one move. I'm deeply impressed. Tang Chuan's face turned green, but he forced himself to remain polite. Now that the area is clear, let's continue deeper. The high-strength titanium alloy should be in the central warehouse. Of course. I smiled, but I understood his thoughts perfectly. His eyes had become more venomous. Before, they had held only greed. Now they held naked killing intent. Let him stare. Dead men can't look at anyone. The breathing and shouting in the public channel gradually calmed. Several members even lowered their weapons, believing the greatest danger had passed. Then, shriek. The sound carried a terrifying vibration that shattered every surrounding window. What's happening? Before anyone could react, an enormous shadow fell from above. A modified Hummer in the center of the formation, along with all 4 players inside, was pierced by a white bone spike as thick as a utility pole. Like meat on a skewer, the entire vehicle was nailed to the concrete floor. Amid the rising dust, an enormous and horrifying figure slowly stood. This was a true monster. It stood nearly 3 meters tall and was covered in crystalline white jade bone armor of immense thickness. Its long arms reached below its knees. Instead of claws, they ended in enormous bone blades like the scythes of death. Its face had no features, only a bloody maw split toward its ears and filled with multiple rows of teeth. Highly corrosive green saliva dripped from it. Tier 3. When Wang Bin heard the female white spike's call, his first reaction was not to ask what it was, but to look at Tang Chuan. That proved they had known about the high-tier target. The female was larger than the Tier 3 creature I had killed earlier, and its bone armor was visibly thicker. Wang Bin's and Tang Chuan's expressions changed together. The convoy began retreating without orders. Don't panic, Tang Chuan shouted through the public channel. Someone in this region has already killed a Tier 3 monster, and we have more people. Ruhar. The white spike roared and vanished. Fast. A monster that large moved faster than a sports car. Retreat. Get out of the warehouse. Tang Chuan screamed desperately. There were too many obstacles inside to hit the even faster Tier 3 female effectively. Bang. The white spike struck the convoy like a cannonball. With one hand, it threw a pickup that was trying to turn around. The vehicle flipped 3 times through the air and smashed against a wall as scrap. Its terrifying tail swept out next, like a hot knife through butter. Instant death. Before the Tier 3 white spike, the so-called New Dawn convoy was as fragile as paper. Damn it. Tang Chuan panicked. Specialization Spirit Art, Quagmire. This time, the white spike merely paused before giving a contemptuous shriek. A simple control ability was far less effective against a higher-tier creature with overwhelming strength and speed. Bang! The heavy sniper round that could destroy a Tier 2 white spike's head struck the Tier 3 creature's waist plate. However, only a sharp metallic ring sounded. The thick bone armor showed a white spot without even a crack. It didn't penetrate. For the first time, Lu Shi's calm face became grave. The white spike was highly intelligent. After taking the shot, its crimson eyes instantly locked onto Lu Shi above. Roar! It abandoned the people on the ground, gripped the vertical wall like a massive gecko, and climbed toward her firing position. Lu Shi exhaled and stopped shooting. Instead of attempting a second shot, she immediately dropped into the sports car and began evacuating. Without hesitation, she floored the accelerator and raced toward the warehouse entrance. A vehicle evolved from a sports car, accelerated far faster than the others. With a roar, the blue car reached the doorway first. Then a massive bone spike whistled through the air and pierced its steel shell. The 2-meter projectile sank deep into the interior. As it approached, Lu Shi ducked and avoided being impaled directly, but fragments still cut her arm. She glanced at the wound and frowned, but had no time to stop. She accelerated out of the warehouse. Tang Chuan ordered Lu Shi to hold off the female while his own ambulance retreated. Quickly, open fire. The Tier 3 white spike continued its slaughter. New Dawn's formation completely collapsed in under half a minute. Within 30 seconds, nearly the entire association was gone. Apart from Lu Shi, who had already escaped, only Tang Chuan's and Wang Bin's vehicles remained. Tang Chuan shifted into reverse and backed away wildly. Faster. His ambulance turned sharply, clearly preparing to flee the workshop. President, the monster has noticed us. Tang Chuan whipped his head toward my RV, which still had not moved. For the first time, he lost control of his expression. The vehicle remained in place. Like a silent reef. You forced me to do this. He removed an object wrapped in black velvet. It was a transparent crystal sphere the size of an eyeball. 3 worm-like creatures seemed sealed inside, constantly twitching. Name, Eye of Scapegoating. Category, Supernatural Item, Spirit Art. Quality, Rare. Effect, transfers the biological hatred directed toward the user to any designated target within a 500-meter radius. Limited to 1 use per day. Uses remaining, 2. Side effect, 1 hour after using this item, the user will temporarily lose the ability to speak for 24 hours. Tang Chuan immediately activated it. Brother Lin, since your defense is so high, please die for the rest of us. A vicious smile crossed his face. Go. He clenched the Eye of Scapegoating. The worms inside became red light that shot toward the RV. They shattered and vanished into motes. What was that? I paused inside the RV. The tier 3 white spike, which had been running across the wall toward Tang Chuan, suddenly stopped. It turned its head, fixing its crimson eyes on my black RV below. Ruhar. With a deafening bellow, the creature abandoned Tang Chuan at close range. It kicked from the wall and used gravity to become a white meteor, producing a terrifying sonic boom as it dove toward my RV. Ha ha ha. Tang Chuan burst into laughter. While ordering his surviving people to retreat, he shouted toward me. Brother Lin, it's an honor for you to die in my place. This is the apocalypse. Only survivors deserve to be winners. Su Qingxian froze at the sight of the growing white monster falling toward us. Boss, it's coming straight at us. Tang Chuan betrayed us. The white spike was too large and too fast. Combined with its terrifying bone blades, the momentum of a dive from dozens of meters would leave a crater even in my LV.3 RV. Don't panic. My expression was frighteningly calm. I did not flee in terror as Tang Chuan expected, nor did I fire blindly. My physique of 25 gave me reaction speed beyond an ordinary human's. 3, 2, 1. Just before the tier 3 white spike struck the RV. Get down. I slammed the full automatic firing button. The chain gun thundered. At 200 rounds per minute, it instantly formed an impenetrable web of fire. Dozens of armor-piercing rounds struck the creature simultaneously, including 3 or 4 that hit its weak point together. Roar! Its unstoppable charge ended abruptly. The enormous body stiffened in the air, then lost all accuracy like a kite with a severed string. Bang! Instead of hitting the RV, it crashed into the concrete 1 meter ahead. I shifted gears and floored the accelerator. Driven by 4 indestructible tires, the 20 metric ton steel beast rolled toward the fallen tier 3 white spike with overwhelming force. It did not merely ram the creature. Crack, crack, crack. The entire battlefield fell silent. I drove across the female white spike's remains. The fire control display immediately locked onto Tang Chuan, who had reached the factory entrance. When Tang Chuan saw how quickly I had eliminated the tier 3 aberrant, he jerked the wheel. His reversing ambulance slammed into an abandoned guardrail. The 25mm chain gun slowly rotated, and the red reticle settled over the center of the cab. He had tried to use me to consume the monster. Now it was time for him to pay. At the entrance of the abandoned aviation parts factory, my RV gave a low rumble. The 25mm barrel on its roof slowly turned, locking onto the heavy ambulance nearby with suffocating pressure. Creak. Tang Chuan moved faster than a rabbit. He abandoned the driver's seat, slipped through an escape hatch in the floor, and rolled awkwardly into the shadow of the ruins. Wang Bin looked at the crushed tier 3 white spike, immediately switched off his engine, threw away his rifle, and raised both hands outside the window. Wang Bin, open fire. Cover me. Tang Chuan screamed from behind an iron pillar at the vice president who had not left his vehicle. The cab remained silent. Several seconds later, the window lowered. Wang Bin cautiously revealed half his head with his hands raised. He had not only stopped the vehicle, but had thrown his assault rifle out. President Tang, I may not be smart, but I'm not a fucking idiot. He swallowed at the dark chain gun barrel and shouted toward me. Boss Lin, I surrender. I want to live. You traitor. Tang Chuan's face shook with rage, and his refined mask finally collapsed. As the RV approached, Tang Chuan grabbed his radio and repeatedly insisted that everything was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Brother Lin, this was all a misunderstanding. That supernatural item, it lost control. Really? You know these items have side effects. Oh, it lost control. At my response, he began speaking faster and listing his value. Exactly. Brother Lin, the process was difficult, but the result was good. The tier 3 monster is dead, isn't it? You could call it unconventional teamwork. And I'm useful. I awakened a spirit art specialization. My ability is quagmire. Whether we hunt monsters or fight other players, I can support you. Watching my expression, Tang Chuan reluctantly removed a small black velvet box and raised it. As an apology, I'll give you this supernatural item. It's rare. Brother Lin, another friend means another path. I was a surgeon at City First Hospital. My medical skills are excellent. A supernatural item? Is that what made the tier 3 white spike attack my vehicle? Yes. It's called the Eye of Scapegoating. Spare me, and it belongs to you. From now on, I'll follow your every command. Hope flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes. He emphasized his spirit art specialization twice, clearly treating it as a bargaining chip for his life. In the apocalypse, another specialized teammate and another life-saving item sounded extremely valuable. However, President Tang, I don't like you. His smile instantly stiffened. Brother Lin, what do you mean? I'm giving you the item. Can't you just let me go? I don't think you understand. I returned my hand to the firing control and smiled faintly. What I mean is, if I kill you, the item will still be mine. I'm particular about cleanliness. I don't keep trash that might stab me in the back. You're courting death. The hope in Tang Chuan's eyes became venomous madness. He thrust a hand into the ground and forcibly drained his remaining spirit. Specialization, spirit art, quagmire. The concrete within 50 meters collapsed and liquefied. Ha ha ha. That RV is so heavy. Sink. Tang Chuan laughed hideously. Once I trap you, I can escape. You'll sink beneath the ground and drown. But his laughter froze on his face. The 4 broad tires glowing with dark gold light traveled across the mud as though it were solid pavement. Trait active, indestructible. Property 2 triggered, constant traction. Maintains 100% grip on all terrain and ignores terrain restrictions. No road could stop me if I wanted to move. The engine gave a deep, powerful roar. The RV accelerated through the mud instead of slowing. It threw black sludge into the air and became a black warship breaking through waves as it drove straight toward Tang Chuan. No, impossible. His legs collapsed, and he fell into the mud. What kind of monster vehicle is that? He cried. Nothing is impossible, my cold voice answered through the loudspeaker. In your next life, look more carefully before choosing an enemy. I gave him no further chance to speak. I extended the axe gun through the window without deliberately aiming. The shot struck Tang Chuan between the brows. He fell backward into the quagmire he had created and quickly stopped resisting. Su Qingxian stared at the still accelerating RV. Why didn't the mud affect the tires? She checked their data, but found no ordinary mechanical explanation. Then she looked at me, waiting to see whether I would answer. I did not explain the golden trait, so she temporarily recorded the question in her maintenance log. A guild should leave the world together. I smiled and aimed the roof gun at Wang Bin's vehicle. The instant the barrel turned toward him, Wang Bin raised his hands higher and begged. Don't kill me. I'm a good person. I'm strong. I can be your dog. Wango had taught me a lesson. Killing those who had made themselves my enemies prevented a great deal of later trouble. Ruhar, a roar deeper and more powerful than the females, suddenly came from the wasteland. A massive white blur flashed past. Thud. Wang Bin's body stiffened. A spear-like bone blade pierced his vehicle and instantly ended his resistance. When the dust cleared, a male white spike nearly 4 meters tall emerged, its bone armor shining like metal. Its crimson eyes ignored the body hanging from its tail. They fixed on the black RV and the mangled remains of the tier 3 female inside the warehouse. It was a male white spike. It was a more perfectly evolved tier 3 creature. Judging from its appearance and pressure, it was probably close to tier 4. The pressure from this male white spike was nothing like the female's. Standing there, it resembled an enormous mobile fortress. Boss, this one looks even stronger. Su Qingqian's voice trembled as she studied the tier 3 male from the passenger seat. I'm not even sure our chain gun can penetrate its armor. It has to. It probably wants revenge for the female inside. KSSSH. You in the RV. The male's weakness isn't at its waist. Its bone armor has evolved almost perfectly. The old weakness is gone. Its second weak point is a coin-sized gap behind the third plate on the back of its neck. Behind a pile of abandoned steel in the distance, Lucy stood through the roof of her blue sports car with her heavy sniper rifle aimed forward. Why tell me? I picked up the radio and asked calmly. Her voice remained cold. I didn't go far. I saw you kill the tier 3 female and came back for a share. This male is at the peak of tier 3. Your chain gun has powerful fire, but not enough precision to hit that gap easily. If it reaches your vehicle, it can overturn you no matter how high your defense is. Lucy drew a breath. You attract its attention and suppress it. Give me an opening. I have one specially made depleted uranium armor-piercing round. We get one chance. Afterward, I want only 200 units of high-strength titanium alloy. Everything else is yours. She added, a factory of this size should contain more than 1,000 units. She had courage, intelligence, and excellent marksmanship. I still possessed more than 300 armor-piercing rounds. I refused to believe we could not deal with the tier 3 male. I was confident in the RV's defense. It was only LV.3, but its traits gave it 100% traction and made it impossible to overturn. At worst, the exterior would become dented. With Su Qingqian, a machinery specialist, I could repair it by spending more materials. I know a great deal of intelligence about supernatural items and all major categories of specialization. You should be interested in that information. At the word specialization, my expression changed. Tang Chuan's quagmire had interested me. Understanding the system would help my future growth. Deal. I smiled. Qingqian, prepare to work. I'll drive, and you operate the chain gun. Yes. She nodded firmly. The tier 3 male roared and kicked with its hind legs, blasting a crater into the ground. Like an out-of-control truck, it charged my RV under suffocating wind pressure. It's coming. Su Qingqian activated the weapon system's overdrive mode. The chain gun spat a long tongue of flame. Dense 25mm rounds rained across the white spike's head and chest. Most failed to penetrate, but the immense impacts stopped it and forced its head upward with a roar. I shouted. Lucy held her breath, and the world seemed to stop. Bang! The expensive depleted uranium AP round spun through the air and entered the coin-sized gap with perfect accuracy. The white spike froze. The bullet entered its spine and exploded. 4 or 5 items dropped, floating in place and glowing green. Instead of leaving the RV, I drove to the edge of the quagmire where Tang Chuan's corpse had sunk. As soon as I approached, Spatial Fold's automatic collection placed the eye of scapegoating inside the warehouse. Miss Lucy, you don't mind if I clear the battlefield first, do you? Go ahead. As I said, I only want 200 units of high-strength titanium alloy. She nodded. I drove around the factory and collected every item dropped by the white spikes. Most importantly, I found 1,500 units of high-strength titanium alloy in a warehouse deep inside the factory. Qingqian, dismantle every New Dawn vehicle. The factory's exterior walls are good steel too. Take them apart. Whenever I cleared a battlefield, I left nothing behind. The entire factory looked as if locusts had passed through it. Every valuable metal and electronic component, along with the wreckage of New Dawn's vehicles, entered my spatial warehouse. Obtained. High-strength titanium alloy X1, 500 units. Obtained. Refined steel X8, 000 units. Obtained. Electronic components X2, 20 units. Obtained. Rubber X1, 60 units. Obtained. Supernatural item Eye of Scapegoating. Obtained. Basic Gene Serum X1. Obtained. Basic Spirit Serum X1. Obtained. Drone X1. Obtained. Universal Fuel X12 units. Obtained. Various other supplies. Lucy climbed out of the blue sports car and saw the orderly RV cabin. Concealed shock flashed through her eyes. Where are all those supplies? Did you awaken a specialization too? A spatial spirit art? That isn't important. I remained inside and lowered the window slightly. Can we discuss your information on specializations and supernatural items now? At present, specializations are divided into 8 categories: general, combat, marksmanship, machinery, reconnaissance, medicine, spirit art, and summoning. I considered this. 6 of those are easy to understand from their names. You're a marksmanship specialist, aren't you? What are the general and spirit art categories? I am. Lucy continued. General specializations focus on life skills such as cooking, driving, singing, and makeup. Spirit arts resemble game skills. Tang Chuan's quagmire, for example, could transform selected terrain into a swamp. Specializations can advance, but they require a specialization upgrade blueprint and supernatural materials, similar to upgrading a vehicle. As for supernatural items, think of them as objects with extraordinary properties. They often possess strange powers, but they also carry side effects that are difficult for their users to accept. I asked Lucy more questions. She could answer some, but did not know everything. I memorized the information carefully. For a moment, I wondered whether one golden trait per level might itself be a specialization belonging to the spirit art category. Then I shook my head. One golden trait per level was a cheat. The higher dimensional voice had called it that when I received it. Both Lu Shi and Su Qingqian had said that awakening a specialization increased spirit. Mine remained at 5, the level of an ordinary person. Lu Shi and Su Qingqian were both tier 1 specialized players with spirit around 25. Then how did someone awaken? I had asked Lu Shi, but she did not know. Some people simply woke with one. Others awakened while eating or after a moment's distraction. I dismissed the thought, looked into Lu Shi's cold eyes, and asked, "How did you learn all this?" One person couldn't collect so much information, and no one has explained it publicly in the regional channel. Lu Shi answered mildly, "The top guilds exchange intelligence. I was formerly a vice president of the Rose Society, so I naturally had access to it." "I see." I nodded and pointed to a pile of alloy behind me. The information was useful. "Those 200 units of high-strength titanium alloy are yours." Lu Shi relaxed and prepared to stand. "Cough, cough." "Miss Lu," Su Qingqian cried, pointing at her left arm. "Your arm." Purple-black blood flowed from the wound where the white spike's fragments had cut her. The virus had already spread. Damn it. Lu Shi studied the dark lines in the wound and immediately recognized the infection. She told me that ordinary antibiotics had failed when Rose Society members were scratched by zombies. A tier 3 white spikes virus would be far more dangerous. At this rate, I don't have long. Her tone remained controlled. "Do you have a treatment? Do you want to live?" She looked up at me. I stood above her holding a small tube glowing pale green. "Potent antibiotic. What are your terms?" She did not reach for the medicine before understanding the exchange. "Your marksmanship is excellent, and your head remains clear under pressure." I lightly shook the vial. "I need a sniper. Join my RV." "Impossible." Lu Shi gritted her teeth. Even in desperation, her pride remained. "I won't become anyone's subordinate again. I ran a company before this. I left the Rose Society because I intended to establish my own team." She clearly refused permanent submission. "Tisk. Then let's describe it differently. This is a transaction. This medicine buys your labor until the Fu City mission ends. During that time, you'll be my temporary employee and provide long-range fire support. After the journey to Fu City is over, if you want to leave, I'll even help you obtain a new vehicle. What do you think? You won't lose on this deal." Lu Shi froze. A temporary employee? She looked at the spreading black line and required the employment period and departure terms to be written into the contract. "Deal." She extended a trembling hand. "Give me the medicine. I'm now your temporary worker." I smiled in satisfaction and tossed the vial to her. I had spent a rare medicine because I genuinely valued her ability. Lu Shi had experience in a major guild, knew a great deal, was intelligent, and possessed a marksmanship specialization. Combined, those advantages made her a powerful asset for the Fu City mission. Whether the employment continued would be decided after the mission based on her performance. "Welcome aboard." "Qingqian, help her inside." When sunset filtered through the blackout curtains, Lu Shi woke in the main bedroom. Su Qingqian and I were in the living room and immediately went to examine her. The wound in her left arm had closed, the black lines beneath her skin had vanished, and her temperature had returned to normal. The potent antibiotic cleared the infection. I placed the empty vial before her. "Avoid strenuous movement for now. We'll test your shooting condition in half an hour." Lu Shi moved her fingers and confirmed that strength and sensation had returned before truly believing she had survived. Blood and medicine residue covered her. Su Qingqian took her to the bathroom and explained the rules. Disinfect first, then change into clean clothes. Hot water came from the tank and filtration system. It could be used normally, but not wasted without limit. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Shi emerged in clean, dark combat clothing with dry hair. She had placed her sniper rifle and magazines neatly within reach. I poured her black coffee. The RV was racing across the wasteland, yet the surface barely moved. Lu Shi glanced at the suspension monitor, then at the constantly full fuel and electrical readings. "This vehicle's technology doesn't belong to the current stage," she said directly. "You have more secrets than I expected." "Temporary employment doesn't include sharing secrets," I answered. You need to know only that the vehicle has stable power and sufficient basic supplies. In return, you provide long-range firepower and obey my routing and confidentiality rules. I repeated the terms. The contract lasted until the Fu City mission ended. She could use team ammunition, medicine, and living supplies, but could not send our coordinates to her former guild. I would distribute spoils centrally, while personally obtained items would be accounted for separately. She added one condition. If she chose to leave after the mission, I had to honor my promise to help her obtain a usable vehicle. It matched our original agreement, so I confirmed immediately. Why did you save me? She asked. Because marksmanship specialists are rare, and you maintain judgment while seriously injured, I replied without flattering her. Trading one medicine for a top sniper is an investment. If you lose your value, the contract won't continue forever. Lucy accepted that answer. Clear boundaries of interest were more reliable than temporary gratitude. She asked no more. Instead, she inspected the second-level firing position, shock-dampening seat, and ammunition rack. She proposed 3 improvements: an independent range display, an emergency brake connection at the firing position, and a mechanical lock on the roof access. All 3 suggestions were useful. Su Qingxian immediately added them to the modification list. Half an hour later, Lucy performed a recovery test from the stabilized firing position. She fired 1 ordinary rifle round at each of 3 abandoned signs 500 meters away. Every impact landed within 10 centimeters of center. Neither the infection nor medicine had left obvious effects. Su Qingxian collected recoil, wind drift, and aiming time data to build an independent ballistic calculator. For the first time, the 2 specialists formed a clear partnership. One defined tactical needs, and the other turned those needs into equipment. After the test, we registered every piece of Lucy's gear: 1 heavy sniper rifle, 1 assault rifle, a spare optic, a suppressor, and 12 magazines. Her personal weapons remained hers to use, while ammunition supplied by the team entered public inventory. Lucy reorganized the second-level ammunition racks by purpose. Armor-piercing rounds were for aberrants and armored targets. Standard rounds were for people and low-tier zombies. Special ammunition required my approval. This prevented the wrong ammunition from being selected during battle and allowed precise consumption records. I asked Su Qingxian to install a separate locked compartment in the operations area, with half the password held by Lu Shi and half by me. If either person were controlled or coerced, no one could remove all heavy ammunition alone. Finally, Lu Shi fully recounted the infection. I recorded the changes in a white spike wound, the speed at which the black lines spread, and how quickly the antibiotic worked. If someone became infected again, we would have a real case for estimating the treatment window. I revised the duty schedule as well. At least 2 people could now respond to driving, shooting, or machinery alarms. Anyone leaving the vehicle to scout had to maintain 2 separate communication channels. After the checks, Lucy delivered her intelligence as her first work product. The top guilds were already competing for specialized players, and Fu City would become the next concentrated battlefield. As a former Rose Society vice president, she knew many central vehicles and organizational structures. She warned that a guild's real advantage lay not merely in numbers, but in concentrated intelligence and materials. Even a rapidly evolving lone vehicle could be destroyed by coordinated fire from several high-level vehicles before approaching its target. She identified 3 especially dangerous threats: LV.5 vehicles with long-range reconnaissance, spirit art specialists, and large guilds able to share coordinates in real time. After finishing the entire handover, she asked the most basic question: "Boss, I still don't know your name." Without turning, I slid a finger across the drone and gave her 2 words: Lin Hui. Lin Hui. Her coffee spoon struck the cup with a ring. Brown droplets splashed onto the back of her pale hand. The Lin Hui from the server-wide announcement? The one who made the first tier 3 white spike kill. After another look around the vehicle, she said directly, "No wonder you dared drive through a zombie horde alone." She added, "And no wonder you fought the tier 3 male white spike by yourself." The Rose Society had instructed its members during a public meeting to contact Lin Hui whenever possible and increase the offer if necessary. After speaking, she checked the temporary employment panel and confirmed that she remained an employee with a fixed term. "What? I don't look like him." "No, I just didn't expect it. You're much younger than I imagined." Lucy took a deep breath, rapidly composed herself, and became more serious. She checked the employment panel again, then voluntarily shared information about the Rose Society and Dominion Alliance. I set down my Coke and asked casually, Why did you leave the Rose Society? First, I wanted to establish my own guild. Second, we disagreed about principles. Principles? Lucy exhaled. They focused too heavily on so-called mutual support among women. They accepted everyone instead of building around elites. That philosophy can form a team quickly in the apocalypse, but it won't last. The Dominion Alliance had taken the opposite approach, recruiting only elites. No food for me, thank you. Lucy declined with a smile. I grabbed a handful, crunched it in my mouth, and asked indistinctly, which of the 4 great guilds is strongest? Lucy sipped her coffee. At present, the Dominion Alliance. Its convoy includes more than 2,000 modified vehicles and over 5,000 elite players. More frightening is their leader, Zhao Tianba. She lowered her voice. As far as I know, Zhao Tianba's vehicle may already have reached LV.6. Su Qingqian could not resist speaking from the driver's seat. The name Dominion Alliance sounded so tacky when I first heard it. I didn't know they were that powerful. That's not all, Lucy continued. Zhao Tianba's vehicle supposedly has a hangar module carrying 3 fully armed attack helicopters. At this stage, control of the air means invincibility. And more than a dozen main battle tanks follow his vehicle. Attack helicopters? Main battle tanks? No matter how high my RV's defense became, several helicopters repeatedly bombarding it from the air would be troublesome. A guild's advantage is resource integration. Zhao Tianba doesn't have to gather anything himself. Thousands of people search for materials on his behalf. The best steel, rarest chips, and highest-grade blueprints are delivered to him first. A lone player may lead early through luck. Later, the resource difference grows without limit. Boss, your RV is powerful, but I have to warn you. If the Dominion Alliance's core convoy locks us down with massed heavy fire, winning will be extremely difficult. Su Qingqian looked at me nervously. My face did not show the grave reaction Lucy expected. A good analysis. They really are powerful, which means we can't stop. If they have tanks and aircraft, I'll arm this RV until no one dares provoke us. First, I would upgrade the RV to LV.4. I took the vehicle upgrade blueprint, LV.3-LV.4, from the spatial warehouse. Required materials. 1. LV.3 RV, requirement met. 2. High-strength titanium alloy X 200 units, requirement met. Current inventory, 1,300 units. 3. Precision electronic components X 30 sets, requirement met. All materials are ready. After 200 units are consumed, 1,100 will remain. I looked at the blueprint in my hand and commanded, begin upgrade. Begin upgrade. At my command, the vehicle upgrade blueprint, LV.3-LV.4, in my hand entered the RV. This evolution did not create the violent shaking I expected. Deep obsidian light flowed over the entire vehicle like water. As the upgrade began, Lucy and Su Qingqian grabbed the handholds while the interior expanded around us. The roof rose, the body thickened, and the floor extended. Holding the sofa, Lucy watched the view through the windows grow higher and broader. Su Qingqian monitored the feedback from her machinery specialization and called out each structural change in the chassis, armor, and electronics. The light faded. Ding. RV upgrade successful. Vehicle, RV, LV.4. Physical defense, 400, 200-400. High-strength titanium alloy reinforcement. Even armor-piercing rounds cannot penetrate. Magic resistance, 0. Weight, 40 metric tons, 20-40. Living space, 40 cubic meters, 20-40. Note, the actual living area has expanded into a duplex structure. Durability, 100%. Fuel, infinity, unlimited. External weapon upgraded. M330 Wasp chain gun, 25mm, M430 Wasp chain gun, 30mm. Weapon properties. Rate of fire, 300 rounds/minute. Maximum range, 4,000 meters. Intelligent fire control lock. Ammunition type. High explosive armor piercing. Full load, 1,200 rounds. 40 metric tons and 400 defense. This was no longer an RV. It was a heavy tank wearing the shell of one. That was especially true of the 30mm chain gun. After several hits from a caliber like that, forget a white spike. Even a main battle tank might be penetrated. Su Qingqian pointed toward the roof in amazement. The formerly single-level cabin now had a compact second floor containing a dedicated operations room and observation post. At the front, the Savage Ram had evolved into a more terrifying, V-shaped titanium breaching plow. Cold light moved across it as though it could cut through every obstruction. So this is what a top vehicle looks like at LV.4. Most players still used ordinary steel even when upgrading to LV.4 or LV.5. Lucky players and guild leaders might use specialized ballistic steel. Only guild presidents and a handful of central members had access to high-strength titanium alloy. My upgrades, however, had clearly used the best possible materials at every stage. The RV had required high-strength titanium alloy as early as LV.4. I did not guess what Lucy was thinking. My attention remained on the new data. Reaching LV.4 meant another golden trait. Come on, show me what I get this time. The previous traits, unlimited, indestructible, and spatial fold, were all miraculous. Ding! A card radiating golden light with a faint rainbow halo floated before me. Congratulations. Golden trait obtained. Infinite synthesis. Quality, golden legendary. Type rule. Trait effect. Combines, purifies, and advances materials of the same type without loss. Effects. 1. Synthesis. Combines raw materials of the same type, such as scrap iron, into higher-grade materials, such as refined steel. Unlimited number of syntheses. Ratio, 10 to 1. 2. Critical synthesis. During synthesis, there is a 20% chance of producing perfect-grade material with doubled attributes. Holy shit. What resource was truly scarce in an apocalypse ruled by vehicles? Not food or water, but advanced materials. Other people saw abandoned cars and rusty reinforcing bars as garbage. I saw raw material that could be synthesized step by step. With this trait, I had no reason to buy rare materials. I could turn scrap iron into refined steel into armor-grade ballistic steel, then into high-strength titanium alloy. As long as I possessed enough raw material, I could eventually create divine metal that even a nuclear weapon could not penetrate. Guilds can integrate resources? Heh, I have a cheat. Apply to target the RV storage cabinet. Golden light entered the ordinary-looking cabinet beside the large bed. One component could receive multiple traits. The cabinet already carried spatial fold, and now it received infinite synthesis. That meant I could use the new ability directly inside the spatial warehouse. Let's test it. My consciousness entered the warehouse, whose capacity had now expanded to 200,000 cubic meters. 8,000 units of refined steel dismantled from the factory sat in one corner. I activated the ability on the pile. An unusual wave passed across it. The mound of rusted metal instantly shrank by 90%. In its place appeared silver-white ingots 1/10 the original volume, each with a mirror-like sheen. Obtained, armor-grade ballistic steel, quality, excellent. The ballistic steel shrank by another 90%. Obtained, high-strength titanium alloy, quality, excellent. This time, a piece of metal glowing deep blue appeared in my hand. Obtained, blue titanium alloy, perfect grade. Properties. Ordinary blue titanium alloy has 3 times the hardness and tensile strength of high-strength titanium alloy at half its weight. Perfect grade blue titanium alloy. Attributes doubled. Hardness and tensile strength are 6 times those of high-strength titanium alloy. It worked. Even the president of a top guild probably had very little material at this level. This was an extraordinarily scarce strategic resource. The 8,000 units of refined steel from the factory had produced 8 units of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy. The synthesis ratio was 10 to 1 at every stage. I withdrew from the warehouse with a small piece of perfect-grade blue titanium so I could study it. Boss, what are you doing? Su Qingqian's eyes lit up at the beautiful, deep blue metal. What a gorgeous color. What is it? Blue titanium alloy. I casually tossed the priceless piece to her. You're here at the right time. Study it. She caught it in a fluster. From now on, we're going to hoard supplies like mad. Qingqian, dismantle everything made of scrap metal that we see along the road. Lu Shi, kill every monster that dares block us and turn it into rewards. Before we reach Fu City, I'm going to arm this RV to the teeth. When we arrive, I'll show everyone what overwhelming technological superiority means. Noon sunlight filtered through heavy lead-gray clouds. Dry dust and a faint stench of rot filled the air. Rumble. An enormous steel beast, black as ink, crushed its way along the broken highway with unstoppable dominance. This was the upgraded LV.4 RV. Its terrifying 40 metric ton weight and 4 broad, indestructible tires glowing dark gold produced a deep rumble as it traveled. Small convoy detected 1.5 kilometers straight ahead, along with more than 200 zombies. Among them, Lucy paused, her voice growing more serious. There are new aberrants as well. One type is bloated and green, probably the corroders mentioned in the channel. Several others move extremely fast through the shadows of ruins. They should be ravagers. Finally, something new? From the driver's seat, I glanced at the convoy under attack, then focused on the two unfamiliar species. I was growing tired of ramming ordinary zombies that did nothing but howl. Hold on. I'm accelerating. Hum. The black steel beast accelerated and drove directly into the horde with devastating momentum. It was pure physical crushing. Ruhar. The zombies had clearly never seen food this arrogant. They rushed toward us, attempting to tear open the vehicle. They were ants shaking a tree. Bang, bang, bang. The tier, two zombies at the front touched the coldly gleaming plow and were instantly cut in half before rolling beneath the RV. Dense cracks of breaking bones followed. They became black-red paste carpeting my route. The RV did not slow at all. It traveled as though no enemies existed. There, behind the ruins to the front left. Lucy called. A bloated creature shaped like a ball and covered in strange green skin emerged from behind the rubble. It opened its mouth and sprayed streams of dark green acid at the RV. Hiss. The acid struck the titanium armor and released white smoke. Warning. Corrosive attack detected. Exterior coating damage, 0.1%. That's it. The acid might have corroded ordinary steel or even armor-grade ballistic steel. Lucy, remove it. It's ugly. Copy. Bang. Lucy shot the corroder through a vital point while it prepared another attack. Bang. Bang. Every shot killed another corroder. After several days of combat, her skill had reached near-perfect unity with her weapon. She did not need me to stop. Even while the RV moved at high speed, she precisely calculated lead and struck vital points repeatedly. Boss, right side. Something's coming. Su Qingxian pointed into the shadows. Several black blurs leaped among abandoned vehicles. They were ravagers, exceptionally fast and armed with metal-shining claws more than 30 centimeters long. Trying to break into my home? Did you ask permission? Let's test the new weapon. M4 30mm chain gun, automatic fire control lock. The upgraded turret rotated sharply with a frightening mechanical clang. Tum, 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 tum. Instead of the crisp chatter of machine gun fire, every report struck like a war drum. Each 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing round exploded like a small grenade. The first Ravager was hit in the waist while airborne. Boom. That was not a kill. It was erasure. The others shrieked in terror and tried to flee. But why would I release moving piles of material? I swept the chain gun across the battlefield like the whip of death. No living thing survived where its fire passed. The battle ended. Or rather, it had never been a battle, only a one-sided cleansing. The RV slowly stopped in the center of the ruined battlefield. Boss, total kills are 250 zombies, 5 corroders, and 12 ravagers. All drops were collected automatically, Su Qingxian reported excitedly. Our luck was good. In addition to ordinary supplies, we obtained a basic gene serum, several rare blood pressure medications, and antibiotics. A basic gene serum? Excellent. I looked toward a small survivor convoy nearby. 5 battered pickups and modified cars had gathered behind the ruins of a gas station, trembling in fear. Only 5 survivors remained behind the gas station ruins. Their magazines, vehicles, and bodies were near their limits. I first confirmed that they had lowered their weapons, then sent Su Qingxian to recycle 4 vehicles that could no longer run. Blue light from her machinery specialization swept across them. The wreckage rapidly became neatly sorted scrap iron. Through the external microphone, someone asked why a vehicle with a heavy chain gun needed such low-grade material. After Su Qingxian returned, I lowered the window. Friends, don't be nervous. I pointed toward the relatively intact vehicles. Only a few of you remain. 1 vehicle should be enough. To reduce your burden, I've recycled the rest. A round-faced, bearded man gathered his courage and forced a smile. Brother, you saved us. Those vehicles should belong to you. I nodded. At least they understood their position. As I prepared to close the window, the bearded man called humbly, Brother, can we follow you? The others looked at me with hope. After witnessing the RV's combat power, they all wanted to join me. That's right. We work hard, eat very little, and can stay awake at night. If you let us follow, you can treat us like livestock. We'll do anything. The bearded man gritted his teeth and took out a basic gene serum. I just obtained this. It's yours if you'll take us with you. Li Xian raised the serum over his head, offering it for the opportunity to follow. A basic gene serum? I paused. Bring it here. He tossed it up. I caught it and confirmed that it was genuine. Giving away something so rare required courage. I studied him and shook my head. Sorry, I have no intention of founding a guild or collecting followers. Deep disappointment crossed his face. Then I changed direction. But because of this basic gene serum, I can offer you a business partnership. Business? He asked in confusion. Yes. I looked over the survivors and returned my gaze to him. I need large quantities of scrap iron. You can gather it and sell it or exchange it with me. Exchange it for what? A thin man with glasses asked. Universal fuel, purified water, can luncheon meat, vegetables, or even military weapons. I stated every term clearly so they could calculate the return themselves. 3,000 units of scrap iron for 1 unit of universal fuel or items of equivalent value. I don't care how you obtain it or what price you pay. I'll buy everything you can gather at that rate. Immediate settlement with available goods. No deception. The survivors froze. Scrap iron for fuel? What use did scrap iron have in this world? Even a LV.2 vehicle needed refined steel or better for upgrades. Ordinary iron was useless. Ruins and roadside wrecks contained mountains of it. Scrap iron had no value. They stared at me in disbelief, clearly doubting whether the offer was genuine. Who would trade life-saving supplies for garbage? Inside the RV, I smiled slightly. Their repeated glances at the vehicle and supply containers revealed their intentions. Scrap iron truly was useless, but I possessed infinite synthesis. At a ratio of 10:1, scrap iron became refined steel. Further synthesis produced armor-grade ballistic steel, then high-strength titanium alloy, and finally the rare, blue titanium alloy. 1 unit of universal fuel could buy 3,000 units of scrap iron, eventually producing 0.3 units of blue titanium alloy. The profit was extraordinary. My only limitation was not having enough time to collect it myself. Otherwise, the cost could be even lower. Of course, partners also needed room for profit. I spoke calmly. If you want to cooperate, one of you can add me as a friend. We can trade directly through the system. After a silence, the bearded man answered seriously, I want to cooperate. I had given them an opportunity. Li Xian exchanged looks with his companions, and they decided to conduct one transaction first to verify the rules. Trying would cost them nothing. The leader was Li Xian. We added each other as friends and entered the trading rules in the system notes to avoid future arguments over quality or quantity. The basic gene serum was not a gift. I paid 50 units of universal fuel, 10 grenades, 1 rifle, and 50 rounds, then advanced food and water for their operations. I don't take followers, and I don't provide charity, I reminded him. This is payment for the serum and an advance on the first purchase. Deliver scrap iron, and I'll settle according to the amount accepted by the system. Li Xian nodded solemnly. After we left the gas station, he sent his first procurement plan through the friend channel. Dismantle nearby ruins, then purchase scrap iron from other survivors. A person without a guild could still build a supply chain. As long as Li Xian continued delivering, I could turn the wasteland's garbage into armor for the RV. Night was black as ink, and the wasteland temperature fell to 20 degrees below freezing. Knife-like wind scraped the windows with a shrill howl. The world outside was cold and dark, and occasional zombie roars made the skin crawl. Inside the RV, however, it was warm as spring. Air at a constant 26 degrees moved gently through the cabin, carrying the faint fragrance of rose and jasmine. After a day of intense battle and scavenging, I parked inside a hidden canyon fissure. Boss, look, just after dinner, Su Qingqian mysteriously pulled me toward the door. She pressed a newly installed control panel. Quiet machinery operated outside. Several narrow nozzles extended from gaps in the exterior armor like precise mechanical tentacles. PSSSH. High-pressure mist erupted. The nozzles used filtered gray water from the tank, mixed with cleaning solution prepared by Su Qingqian. The mist removed dust and contaminants before soft brushes cleaned the surface. Channels beneath the vehicle collected the wastewater for filtration and reuse. Rotating brushes carefully cleaned the windows, radar, and chain gun. In less than 5 minutes, the filthy, blood-scented RV became spotless and gleamed coldly under the moon. Tada! Su Qingqian's face openly demanded praise. I built an automatic high-pressure wash module from unused materials over the past few days. Now we never have to get out to wash the RV. Excellent work. I patted her head without holding back my praise. This is extremely useful. Lucy watched with bright eyes. As a woman with a serious obsession with cleanliness, the psychological comfort of seeing the dirty vehicle become spotless was impossible to describe. Qingqian's skill really is unmatched, Lucy praised sincerely. Of course, Su Qingxian raised her chin like a proud swan. And after I built and installed it successfully, my specialization proficiency increased by 10%, and my spirit rose by 1 point. What was proficiency? I had not awakened a specialization and knew nothing about that area. Su Qingxian displayed her personal panel. Name, Su Qingxian. Race, human. Condition, healthy, mildly hungry. Sanity, SAN 100/100. Spirit, 26. Physique, 3. Composite measure of strength, defense, and speed. Specialization, machinery. Specialization tier, Tier 1, proficiency, 15.5%. She explained, to advance a specialization, a player needs the correct upgrade blueprint and must raise proficiency to 100%. With machinery, I increase proficiency by creating and repairing equipment. I see. I instinctively looked at Lu Shi. Then you improve through shooting? She nodded. At Tier 1, yes. I don't know what Tier 2 requires. What's your proficiency? 100%. Lu Shi sighed. I can prepare to advance as soon as I find a Tier 2 marksmanship upgrade blueprint. I touched my chin. Those blueprints seem extremely rare. I haven't seen anyone selling one publicly. Lu Shi nodded. I suspect they don't exist in the zombie wasteland. We may have to reach the next map. Perhaps they'll appear in the Mistlands. After that discussion, it was time for dinner. The main dish was extra spicy fire noodles with fried chicken and beer. Monster drops contained every kind of food. A player could even obtain Kentucky Fried Chicken. Why fire noodles? The answer was simple. Su Qingxian was cooking, and she loved spicy food. No one would have guessed she came from Zhejiang rather than Sichuan. I did not mind. I liked fire noodles, but Lu Shi seemed unable to tolerate them. Like a gentleman, I took out a salad collected days earlier. Food remained eternally fresh in the spatial warehouse. Lu Shi looked at me in surprise. Thank you. After dinner, we washed in turn. I displayed the next day's route on the console. Su Qingxian organized her tools, and Lu Shi went upstairs to inspect the firing position. Outside was a night at -20 degrees, with zombie roars carried by the wind. Inside, the temperature remained 26, with ample electricity, hot water, and food. That comfort was not an excuse for indulgence. It was the recovery environment created by the RV's combat power. The better we rested, the more likely we were to survive the next day. After dinner, we watched a movie to let our nerves relax after continuous fighting. Lu Shi volunteered for the first night watch while familiarizing herself with the upstairs operations room. Su Qingxian rested in the living room, ready to respond to equipment failures. I returned to the bedroom and switched off the entertainment terminal. Security came only from strength. 4 days remained in the Fu City mission, and our current power was nowhere near enough. The ease vanished from my face, replaced by cold seriousness. I sat beside the bed and turned my palm upward. Several objects appeared. One was the transparent, eyeball-sized crystal sphere taken from Tang Chuan. 2 segmented worms remained sealed inside the Eye of Scapegoating. Name, Eye of Scapegoating. Category, supernatural item, spirit art. Quality, rare. Effect, transfers biological hatred directed toward the user to any designated target within a 500-meter radius. Limited to 1 use per day. Uses remaining, 2. Side effect, 1 hour after use. The user will temporarily lose the ability to speak for 24 hours. So that was why the Tier 3 White Spike had suddenly abandoned Tang Chuan and attacked me. If my vehicle had been weaker, he might have killed me with that scheme. The powers of supernatural items were so strange that they were nearly impossible to guard against. The thought left me shaken and returned my sense of urgency. The delight of upgrading to LV.4 vanished. 4 days remained before the Fu City mission. I put away the Eye of Scapegoating and took out 5 serums. 3 pale blue, basic gene serums. 1 dark blue, intermediate gene serum. And 1 pale gold, basic spirit serum. I had accumulated them through trades and battles during the last 2 days. My eyes burned as I studied them. My current physique was 25. 3 more basic gene serums could bring me to 50, meeting the requirement for the intermediate gene serum. What would my physique become then? I could not wait to find out. I drew a deep breath, lifted the basic gene serum injector, and pressed it against my arm. Hiss. The first serum raised physique from 25 to 35. The second raised it to 45. When I injected the third, the system warned that my body was approaching the resistance threshold. It added only 5 points, leaving my physique at 50. I had not miscalculated the 3 injections. 10 points each from the first 2, then only 5 because of resistance. 20 minutes later, I sat cross-legged on the bed. 3 empty basic gene serum tubes stood on the bedside cabinet. Phew. I slowly exhaled. The breath shot out like an arrow, creating a visible white trail and making the curtains 2 meters away sway. Physique, 50, human limit. Warning, your body has reached the enhancement threshold for basic gene serums. Further injections will provide no benefit. Finally, I clenched my fist and felt the reservoir of power inside. 50 physique. In my original world, even the greatest special forces soldiers and Olympic champions could not have reached that peak. Muscle density, bone strength, and neural reaction speed had all reached the limit of the human species. But that still was not enough. In this aberrant-filled apocalypse, 50 physique made me only a somewhat powerful human. My gaze settled on the dark blue intermediate gene serum. Intermediate gene serum. Effect, physique plus 100. Usage requirement, physique 50. This was the reward for the first tier, 3 kill. It's more than 100 times rarer than a basic gene serum. I drew a deep breath, my eyes resolute. Without hesitating, I inserted the needle into my arm and pressed down with my thumb. Hiss. Dark blue liquid entered my blood. It was not cool as I had imagined. Instead, it burned as though molten lava had been poured into my body. Ugh, I grunted. Every muscle tightened, and veins writhed like worms beneath my skin. Pain. Agony that tore through bone and ripped apart cells. Invisible hands seemed to smash and rebuild every bone, tear every muscle fiber, and weave it again. Crack, crack, crack. Dense pops of bone echoed through the room like beans roasting in a pan. Large quantities of black-red filth seeped from my skin. My temperature rose so sharply that heat distorted the surrounding air. The inhuman torture continued for 10 minutes. Finally, the burning receded. It was replaced by unprecedented lightness and strength, as though I had been reborn. My eyes snapped open. A faint, intimidating gleam flashed deep within my dark pupils. I stood. The crust of filth flaked away, revealing smooth skin that seemed like warm jade, yet contained explosive power. My body had not become exaggerated like a bodybuilding champion's. It was more streamlined, every muscle perfectly proportioned like nature's finest work. Ding. Physique enhancement complete. Physique, 150, 50-150. 150. I murmured and picked up a stainless steel thermos. With only a gentle squeeze. Creak. The military-grade steel cup crumpled like paper into a ball of scrap. I felt no resistance. This strength. Shock crossed my eyes as I studied my hand. The enhancement went beyond strength. I listened. Through the thick soundproof door, I could clearly hear Su Qingqian's even breathing in the living room and the rustle of Lu Shi turning upstairs. I could even hear a mutant beetle beating its wings 50 meters outside. My vision shifted. The dark wasteland gradually became clear, like the dim light before winter dawn. I had gained low-light vision like a cat's. I was thoroughly satisfied. If I encountered a tier 2 white spike again, I was confident I could kill it with this body and a knife, without the RV or chain gun. After calming myself, I picked up the pale gold, basic spirit serum. My body has broken the human limit. My spirit can't remain behind. I drank it. The sensation was gentle, like clear spring water flowing through my mind. Nerves tired by the agony instantly became alert. Ding. Spirit enhancement complete. Spirit, 15, 5-15. Unlike the enormous physique increase, it produced no obvious physical change. But my thoughts felt clearer, and my awareness of the surroundings sharpened. I'll have to keep collecting spirit serums. I stood and washed the filth from my body in the shower. Looking at myself in the mirror, I knew that I had crossed beyond the physical limits of an ordinary human. The next morning, the sunlight remained deathly pale, but it did not affect the good mood of the 3 people inside the RV. Good morning, boss. Su Qingqian was preparing breakfast. Her eyes lit up when I emerged. Huh? Boss, did you get taller? She moved closer and compared our height. And you look even better built. Su Qingqian brought a measuring tape and checked my height and shoulders, confirming that my measurements had changed. Maybe I slept well. I dismissed it casually and sat at the table. Lu Shi came downstairs. After observing me for several seconds, she directly asked whether I had injected a gene serum. She required me to walk, clench my fist, and complete a reaction test to confirm that the strength increase had not disrupted my control. Did you inject a gene serum? Lu Shi rapidly connected the evidence. I did not explain the intermediate gene serum. I told her to observe my actual combat performance instead. Intermediate gene serums were extraordinarily rare. I had obtained my only one from the first kill achievement. After breakfast, I started the RV and continued. On the road, I opened the system panel. Current survivors in region 398,791/10 million. The sharply reduced number made the atmosphere slightly heavy. Fewer than 400,000 people remained. They were either extraordinarily lucky, ruthless elites, or people with overwhelming strength. The RV raced down the highway. Suddenly, vroom, a piercing engine roar came from behind. I checked the mirror. A modified off-road vehicle covered in bullet holes raced toward us like a lunatic. Several hundred meters behind it followed a large convoy of 10 vehicles. Every one was a heavy pickup or modified Jeep with a blood-red wolf's head emblem. Machine guns stood on the roofs, while people in the beds brandished light machine guns, submachine guns, and RPGs and shouted arrogantly. Dire Wolf Guild? I frowned. The LV.4 off-road vehicle suddenly entered my lane. An exterior camera recorded the black-clad driver throwing a box from his window before shouting through a loudspeaker at his pursuers. He has it. I threw the LV.5 upgrade blueprint into that RV. The box bounced from my armor and fell to the road. It was empty, an obvious attempt to redirect disaster. While the dire wolf convoy slowed to surround me, the black-clad man turned and fled. Lu Shi, shoot out his left tire. Don't let him disappear. 2 shots rang out. The off-road vehicle lost control, but continued dragging its ruined tire. 2 dire wolf vehicles pursued it while the rest surrounded my RV. The dire wolf convoy had completely encircled us. A man in a leather jacket sat inside the leading modified Jeep. He had a vicious face and carried a shotgun, staring at me through the window. Listen, people in the RV. That bastard says you have the item. I don't care whether it's true. Since we met, it must be fate. The man gets out and leaves the vehicle and supplies. As for the women, he glimpsed Su Qingqian through the window. When he recognized her, he immediately changed the terms and demanded the vehicle, supplies, and people. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Ha ha. Leave the women, vehicle, and supplies. I might let you walk away. His men joined in with crude laughter. Inside the RV, my eyes turned cold. I was about to act when I sensed something wrong with Su Qingqian. The normally gentle, timid girl stared fixedly at the man in the leather jacket. Her body trembled violently. Not from fear. From hatred. She gripped the seat belt until her knuckles whitened and bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Kid, aren't you coming out? The man spat. Or do you want to play the hero? His gaze passed over me and locked on Su Qingqian. That girl looks familiar. I remember now. A disgusting smile of realization appeared. Isn't she the college student who escaped a few days ago? The other girl died a long time ago. You still dare appear in front of me? Ha ha ha. His men laughed again. Inside, Su Qingqian covered her mouth and wept, trembling like a leaf. She had already told me how Xiaoya died. Now the other man had admitted his identity. No further chain of evidence was needed. It's him. Su Qingqian gripped the belt, her voice shaking. They're the ones who killed Xiaoya. Her eyes turned red. Calm down. I placed a hand on her shoulder. I lowered my voice and waited for her breathing to steady. Trash like that isn't worth dirtying your hands. I looked at the still shouting man outside. Since he's your enemy, we'll settle both the old and new accounts. Lu Shi. Here. Upstairs. Lu Shi had already mounted her sniper rifle. Her voice was cold. Don't kill the leader. Do whatever you want with the rest. I did not look away. Every armed person outside had been marked on the fire control display. Qingqian, watch closely. Today, your boss will teach you something. In this world, when dealing with animals, I shifted into drive and floored the accelerator. You don't show humanity. You send them to hell. Boom. The instant the RV started, the ground seemed to experience a small earthquake. Dust filled the air. The black vehicle became an out-of-control hill driving straight toward the modified Jeep at the front. Fuck. Has he gone insane? After the LV.4 upgrade, the chain gun remained retracted inside the body until battle. Relying on more than 10 vehicles, RPGs, and heavy machine guns, the man in the leather jacket ordered everyone to fire through the public channel. As the RV approached, his smile vanished, and he screamed the order. It was too large and too fast. Open fire. Blow it apart. His voice became shrill with fear. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom. The dire wolf members were violent criminals accustomed to risking their lives, and they reacted quickly. More than 10 heavy machine guns and pickup beds opened fire together, their muzzle flashes joining across the gloomy wasteland. A storm of metal struck the RV's outer armor with dense ringing impacts. At the same time, the man holding the RPG laughed viciously and pulled the trigger. Die? Even a tank would have to go down. A rocket trailing fire screamed toward the RV and struck its side armor. Boom. Flames rose, and explosion smoke swallowed the RV. Ha ha. Direct hit. Even an immortal would be shaken to death. The dire wolfmen cheered. Then an invisible hand seemed to tear open the smoke. My black RV emerged without slowing, its armor unpenetrated. The high-strength titanium alloy showed only a shallow white mark. Even the paint had barely suffered. What the fuck kind of defense is that? Even a main battle tank isn't that hard. Their cheers stopped. Some forgot to keep firing, while others had already begun reversing. Before they recovered, bang! An extremely heavy impact echoed across the wasteland. The enormous, V-shaped titanium breaching plow cut through the side armor of the escaping Jeep like a sharp dinner knife through cheese. Its ballistic steel plates tore like paper. Then, crack, screech, metal twisted and glass shattered. The Jeep blocking the road was completely disabled. The driver died in the impact, and the wreckage blocked the convoy's front. The leather-jacketed man reacted quickly, jumping and rolling away at the moment of collision. He was battered and bleeding, but remained alive. My leg. He hugged his injured lower leg and stared in terror at the still rumbling RV, its wheels covered with dust and oil. It was an armored monster. Spread out. Keep firing the RPG. Hit the windshield. He shouted through the pain. The RPG gunner adjusted his aim. Bang. Lucy dropped him as soon as he completed his sight picture. The launcher fell into the truck bed. Bang. Another heavy machine gunner went down, and his weapon fell silent. Every shot took a life. Meanwhile, I drove through the convoy. The Dire Wolf Guild's proud elite unit became lambs waiting for slaughter. The arrogant convoy was reduced to scrap and burning wreckage. Apart from the leather-jacketed man with the ruined leg, every member had been eliminated. Creak. The RV stopped steadily before him. Its enormous shadow covered his body. I opened the door and stepped onto the gravel in tactical boots, producing slow crunches. Carrying the rugged axe gun, I descended. Su Qingxian followed. Her body still trembled slightly, but she stared at her enemy with fists clenched until her nails cut her palms. What? What do you want? The man discarded his weapon and pushed himself backward with both hands. Don't kill me. I'm a deputy division leader in the Dire Wolf Guild. Kill me, and every guild player will hunt you. Our division leader is ahead. His vehicle is a LV.5 monster evolved from a main battle tank. He'll tear you into pieces. A main battle tank. I paused and smiled mockingly. Let him come, if he dares. I stood over the formerly arrogant criminal. What did you say you wanted to do just now? He stopped threatening and began begging. Brother, Grandpa, I was wrong. I failed to recognize you. I don't want the woman. I swear. It was a misunderstanding. He tried to argue and plead. I raised the axe gun coldly. Qingxian. I signaled for her to remain beside the RV door. Confirm that this is the man. She nodded, her voice shaking but her gaze steady. I wounded his other leg to remove his ability to resist, then questioned him about where Xiaoya had died, the participants, and the Grey Wolf Division's movements. At first, he still threatened me with the guild. Once he realized Lu Shi's rifle remained fixed on him, he quickly told us everything. His confession matched the captured communications. He had not only participated in that crime, but in many ambushes and robberies. This shot is for Xiaoya and everyone else you killed. I asked Su Qingxian to turn away, then ended his life. After the shot, silence returned to the wasteland. I put away the axe gun and checked the surrounding vehicles and communication equipment, confirming that no one could continue fighting. Then I turned to Su Qingxian, who was crying openly. How do you feel? She threw herself into my arms and sobbed. Thank you, boss. Thank you. It's all right. Stop crying. I gently patted her back and looked toward the distant highway. We still haven't settled with the man who redirected trouble toward us, and the two Dire Wolf pickups that chased him remain. The tire Lu she had destroyed left a clear trail. I followed it for more than 10 kilometers, and the drone found two Dire Wolf pickups that had forced the black-clad man to stop. 7 or 8 people were dragging him from the vehicle and demanding the LV.5 upgrade blueprint. He still carried it. His claim that he had thrown it into my RV had been a lie from beginning to end. I did not fire immediately. I waited until the drone confirmed that no second convoy was nearby, then had Lucy lock down their communicator and drivers. The RV stopped 50 meters away. The window slowly lowered to reveal my young, indifferent face. Hey kid. The long-faced man's gun hand clearly trembled, but he shouted, Where's our 7th brother? What did you do to him? I rested one hand on the window frame and smiled, showing my teeth. Do you want to see him? Yes. Tell me, or I'll. There's no need for trouble. I interrupted in a voice as calm as if I were discussing something trivial. I'll send you to him. Before the last word faded. Rat-tat-tat. Fire erupted from the second-floor window. It came from Liu Shi's assault rifle. Bang. Bang. My axe gun fired at the same time. There was no need for tactics or further words. It was a harvest without suspense. Before the dire wolf members could raise their weapons again, they fell under crossfire. The long-faced man collapsed while still reaching for the radio at his waist. He tried to call for help. Bang. A bullet struck his wrist, and the radio flew away. Don't waste your effort. I stepped out and kicked the radio beyond his reach. Go in peace. Your deputy leader is waiting for a card game below. Bang. One final shot. All eliminated. The black-clad man stared. After I killed his pursuers, he threw away his weapon, knelt, and thanked me. B brother. Thank you for saving my life. He wept. I knew you were a good person. I failed to recognize someone above me. I stared into his eyes. Where's the vehicle upgrade blueprint? The blueprint, right? It's on me. I'll give it to you. After hesitating, he fumbled in a hidden pocket and offered it with both hands. I accepted and examined it. Vehicle upgrade blueprint, LV.4-LV.5. Required materials. 1. High-strength titanium alloy X 300 units. Higher grade materials may be substituted for a perfect upgrade. 2. Reconnaissance radar chip 1.0 X1. 3. Precision electronic components X50 sets. 4. Rubber X50 units. 5. High-grade ballistic glass X50 units. It really is a LV.5 blueprint. I nodded in satisfaction and stored it in the spatial warehouse. Brother, since I've given it to you, may I leave? The man asked cautiously. Leave? Mockery crossed my eyes. You looked happy when you used me as a shield. His face turned white. Brother, I was wrong. I only wanted to live. Let the blueprint buy my life, all right. Wanting to live isn't wrong. I nodded and slowly raised the axe gun toward his forehead. But mistakes have a price in this world. I don't like being used. Not even once. Be more careful in your next life. Bang. His body fell straight backward. I blew the smoke from the barrel, satisfied with my shooting. I had been learning from Liu Shi over the past 2 days. I possessed good talent and could now reliably hit at short range. My improved physique and finer muscle control also contributed. I put the weapon away and looked at Su Qingqian. Time to clean the battlefield. Yes. She had calmed and adapted to our rhythm. She efficiently dismantled vehicles and collected drops. When a vehicle was dismantled, any supplies inside fell out. After dismantling the 3 vehicles, we returned to the location where we had killed the man in the leather jacket and continued clearing. The Dire Wolf Elite unit had been wealthy. In addition to abundant supplies, I obtained 43 intact military weapons. They included military pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles, light machine guns, a light anti-tank rocket launcher, and assorted ammunition. Even in my original world, that force would have been significant. In a less developed country, it could have equipped a local warlord. But against my RV, the weapons had posed no meaningful threat. As I reflected on that, Su Qingqian ran over holding an object. Boss, look at this. I accepted the electronic device. It resembled a phone with a screen around 15 inches and 2 small buttons, one red and one green. What is it? A Dire Wolf internal communicator. I've cracked their communication frequency and password. Su Qingqian was excited. With her machinery, specialization, breaking such simple encryption was easy. She handed it to me and projected the decrypted interface onto the central display. The screen resembled radar with distance markings. More than 10 red dots flashed across it. The closest was only 50 kilometers away. Each red dot represents a Dire Wolf convoy, she explained. She pressed the red button. After several bursts of static, voices emerged. They were unclear but understandable. Voice A, 7th brother, aren't you finished yet? It's only a small convoy. Voice B, boss, you said we absolutely must obtain that LV.5 upgrade blueprint. Voice A, useless 7th. Don't tell me those weaklings killed you. Voice C, haha, I just robbed a survivor convoy. Those idiots tried to resist, so I burned them all. Plenty of supplies and 2 bottles of good liquor. We'll share them later. Voice D, I found an isolated Rose Society convoy. I'm going to try my luck. If it works, the brothers will have fun tonight. Static. Voice B, 7th, respond. Voice B, something's wrong. His locator hasn't moved in more than 10 minutes. I tried contacting him through the road survival game, and he didn't answer. Something happened. 3rd brother, you're closest. Go look. Voice C. I'm moving now. Voice B. Be careful. Leave a message on the communicator as soon as you have news. Voice C. Understood. The messages ended. I looked at the console. The nearest red had moved from 50 kilometers to the low 40s. It continued approaching. They're coming for us. She studied the screen with a frown. At their speed, they'll be here in 20 minutes. She looked at me. Do we avoid them? Or set an ambush here? I touched my chin and looked at Su Qingqian instead of answering. Can you block this communicator's position? Shi immediately understood my intention and looked at her as well. Su Qingqian considered it. There should be a locator or positioning software inside. If I remove it, I should be able to prevent tracking. Try immediately, I said. Finish within 15 minutes if possible. Okay. She opened her toolbox and carefully disassembled the communicator. As she worked, she explained that machinery granted structural identification knowledge directly. She identified the physical locator, communication module, and software positioning chip, then removed each in turn. Watching her artistic operation deepened my respect for specializations. She was only Tier 1. A higher tier would bring even more surprises. In less than 15 minutes, she closed the communicator. It used both a physical locator and software positioning. I removed both. To every other user, this communicator now appears destroyed. Excellent. I answered excitedly. Ignore the approaching team. We're leaving immediately. I could have eliminated the small convoy in an ambush. But I wanted something sustainable. Dire Wolf players were wealthy. It would be wasteful not to use them to replenish my stores. As long as I knew their movements, their convoys would become mobile supply points that I could intercept repeatedly. Whenever I felt hungry, I could take another bite. Several minutes after we left, a new message arrived. A goateed man called Third Brother reported that Seventh was dead and his locator destroyed. Second Brother ordered him to investigate along the road, but required him to proceed to the outskirts of Fu City in 3 hours. Su Qingqian recorded every voice and instruction while the red dots moved across the central display. After hearing the intercepted communication, I repeated, a major operation, and began considering the guild's objective. Boss, that convoy seems to have chosen the wrong direction. It's moving farther away. Should we chase? Su Qingqian asked from the passenger seat while monitoring the display. I looked at her in mild surprise. You've become much braver. You're actually suggesting that we pursue an enemy. Her cheeks reddened. She lowered her head. I only dare think that way because you're here, boss. I smiled. We'll pursue them, but not through a direct clash. We'll use a new tactic. What tactic? Her eyes blinked curiously. A new tactic? Su Qingqian blinked. Boss, aren't we going to run them over like before? Crushing them is satisfying, but it isn't sustainable. First, we don't know whether they have a trump card capable of threatening the RV. Its defense is exceptional. But what if they possess something as strange as the eye of scapegoating? More importantly, we're hunters now. A hunter's greatest pleasure isn't wrestling a beast. It's constructing a perfect trap, holding a cup of coffee, and elegantly watching the prey enter before it struggles and despairs. Su Qingqian nodded thoughtfully, then looked at me. Boss, that's a very wicked plan. I chuckled. Qingqian, can you modify an anti-tank mine? I had obtained 10 crates, a total of 500 mines, from the arsenal, but they used rigid pressure triggers and lacked flexibility. I can. She raised her chest confidently. With the correct components, I can modify them. Good. I removed the drone from the spatial warehouse and handed it to her. Modify this too. I don't want it only to watch. I want it to lay eggs. Lay eggs. She paused, then her eyes lit up. You mean aerial bombing? Exactly. I patted her head. Finally, I have a difficult assignment. Build an electronic device that can clone voices. I have an important use for it. No problem. She clenched her fist. I gave her assorted materials and anti-tank mines from the warehouse. Shi. Yes. Shi stopped cleaning her rifle and looked up. You control the field. If they discover the mines early, fire. Your first shot must disable the lead vehicle and block the road. Then anyone who gets out becomes a target. Understood. She nodded, then could not resist asking, Boss Lin, what did you do in your original world? First-year university student. Military academy. No. I shook my head. I considered applying, and my scores should have been enough, but I probably wouldn't have passed the political background review. Shi paused without asking why. She turned back to the mission. I'll help Qingqian inspect the weapon modifications. I don't understand mechanical principles, but my marksmanship specialization gave me extensive knowledge about weapons. I nodded and jerked the wheel. The black RV left the highway and headed toward the dire wolf convoy's route. Then I noticed a private message. It was from a familiar ID, Li Xian. Li Xian, big shot, are you there? The five of us have worked ourselves half to death. We dismantled all the scrap iron in one ruin and bought more from many players in the regional channel. Li Xian, we gathered 150,000 units in total. Can we trade now? Image.jpg, image.jpg. The images showed neatly stacked scrap iron forming small hills. 150,000 units? Li Xian worked quickly. He was worth developing. Lin Hui, I'll take it. Under our agreement, 150,000 units for 50 units of universal fuel. You may choose equivalent food and ammunition instead. Li Xian, universal fuel. Only universal fuel. With it, we can travel farther and find more scrap iron. Big shot, you're a living saint. We'll do business with you forever. I smiled and completed the transaction. I also told Li Xian I would purchase waste glass at the same price. Waste glass could be synthesized into high-grade ballistic glass, another material required for the LV.5 upgrade. I closed the system and entered the spatial warehouse with my consciousness. A hill of scrap iron stood inside. Synthesize. The enormous mound collapsed. Impurities were removed, and metallic atoms rearranged at the microscopic level. 150,000 units scrap iron dash, synthesis dash, 15,000 units refined steel. 15,000 units refined steel dash, synthesis dash, 1,500 units armor-grade ballistic steel. 1,500 units armor-grade ballistic steel dash, synthesis dash, 150 units high-strength titanium alloy. 150 units high-strength titanium alloy dash, synthesis dash, 15 units blue titanium alloy. Perfect grade critical synthesis. The enormous pile of garbage disappeared. 15 units of perfect grade blue titanium alloy. High-strength titanium alloy was already extremely rare. Blue titanium stood one level higher. The market price for 1 unit of high-strength titanium was 100 units of universal fuel. No one had ever sold blue titanium, but it was worth at least 10 times as much. I had obtained 15 perfect grade units for only 50 units of universal fuel. To Li Xian and his people, the scrap iron was useless garbage that occupied space. Receiving 50 units of universal fuel was a gift from heaven. I synthesized the remaining steel and ballistic steel in my warehouse into blue titanium as well. My total blue titanium inventory reached 270 units, including 90 perfect grade units produced through critical synthesis. The LV.5 upgrade required only high-strength titanium alloy, but I intended to substitute blue titanium. Only 30 units remained before I reached the required 300. Among nearly 400,000 surviving players, no more than 50 vehicles had reached LV.5. The blueprint was rare, and so were several required materials. High-strength titanium alloy, high-grade ballistic glass, and the reconnaissance radar chip 1.0 were all scarce. The first two were not problems for me. Scrap iron and waste glass could produce both. The critical item was the reconnaissance radar chip 1.0. I could not rely on the regional channel. No one offered truly valuable items for trade. I would take one from the Dire Wolf Guild. The guild certainly possessed LV.5 vehicles. Once I located a target with reconnaissance radar, destroying and dismantling it could yield the chip. 3 hours later, after making a broad detour, I reached the destination. Using the zombie wasteland map and the Dire Wolf convoy's route, I had selected an ideal ambush point. It was a canyon with steep rock walls on both sides and a road wide enough for only 3 vehicles abreast. Su Qingxian reported that every preparation was complete. Screech. I braked. According to plan, Su Qingxian and Lu Shi got out. Su Qingxian planted the mines. Lu Shi found a sniper position and concealed herself. Lying on the road with a specialized mine-laying tool, Su Qingxian worked with dazzling skill. Boss finished. 10 minutes later, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed towards several concealed locations. Those are the main charges. I tripled the explosive load by linking them. They're powerful enough to disable a LV.4 armored vehicle. I also built 2 separate remote detonators, so we have redundancy. And this? She pointed at the drone hovering overhead. 2 modified high-explosive anti-tank mines hung beneath it. At your command, boss, it becomes a bomber. Excellent. I nodded approvingly, then looked at Lu Shi. She had placed her sniper rifle in a high crevice and wore a camouflage net that made her nearly indistinguishable from the rock. Lu Shi, perfect position. Everything was ready. I drove behind a boulder. From the spacious, comfortable cab, I watched two displays on the central screen. The left showed the drone's high-definition overhead view. The right showed moving red dots on the radar. 10 kilometers. 5, 3, 1. I toyed with a detonator, removed an ice-cold Coke from the refrigerator, and opened it. Hiss. The fizz sounded exceptionally clear inside the silent cabin. On the drone feed, more than 10 armed vehicles slowly entered the canyon. We simultaneously monitored the dire wolf internal channel. The goateed man warned the convoy to keep its spacing. The lead driver soon noticed freshly disturbed marks on the road. Something's wrong. Stop! Stop! He screamed through the radio. Too late. The lead vehicle had just braked and lurched when I watched it enter the red circle and lightly pressed the red button. Boom. An earth-shaking explosion tore through the canyon's silence. It was not one mine. It was a linked triple anti-tank charge specially reinforced by Su Qingqian. An enormous fireball lifted the several-ton armored pickup more than 10 meters into the air. The vehicle broke apart. Components rained down before the burning wreckage crashed onto the second vehicle. Enemy attack. Ambush. After the explosion, the goateed man climbed from his seat with his hands over his ears and immediately ordered a counterattack. The bird overhead suddenly dropped two black objects. They landed between two vehicles attempting to turn around. Boom, boom. Two more explosions erupted. Smoke, dust, and shattered rock filled the air. Over there, on the ridge. Return fire. Flatten that hill. The dire wolf members were outlaws. After a brief panic, they responded immediately. More than 10 machine guns sprayed the direction of the explosions, covering the rock wall in sparks. Then, whistle. A bullet crossed the dust with a piercing shriek. Bang. Lu Shi dropped the second vehicle's machine gunner. The uncontrolled weapon swung skyward and stopped firing. There. Sniper. Bang. Another shot. A player trying to get out, and return fire fell. Lu Shi had chosen an extremely difficult natural blind spot. She became death calling names. Every gunshot took a life. The entire convoy was trapped in the narrow canyon, unable to advance or retreat and forced to endure the attack. Orders in the public channel became overlapping shouts. Several rear vehicles reversed simultaneously, completely disrupting the formation. Damn it! Reverse. Move. The goateed man watched his men fall. No matter how unwilling, he could only retreat. How could anyone fight without knowing where the enemy was? Inside the RV, I watched the panicked prey on the monitor and tossed my empty can neatly into the trash. Then I pressed the remote again, detonating the minefield behind them. Boom. Another deafening blast filled the canyon. The explosion smoke gradually cleared. The formerly orderly convoy had become twisted scrap and burning wreckage. Black smoke rose into the sky, and the air reeked of burned material and blood. Crunch, crunch. I slowly drove onto the battlefield. The 40 metric ton RV rolled over metal wreckage, and the surviving people immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. Don't kill me. I surrender. The driver crawled from an overturned vehicle and knelt among broken glass, kowtowing until his forehead bled. The goateed man leaned beside a burning tire with a large caliber revolver, staring at my RV. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Bang. Before he could pull the trigger, a bullet struck his wrist. From a distant rock, Lu Shi blew smoke from her barrel with an indifferent expression. I kicked away his weapon, controlled his injured leg, and forced him to stop resisting. Yeah, you have strong bones. He endured the pain and stared at me. Do you know we're from the Dire Wolf Guild? You dare rob us. Dire Wolf Guild? I laughed. You're exactly the people I came to rob. Talk. What is your guild's major operation? Through the communicator, I knew that the guild was moving near Fu City for a large operation. You know about that? The goateed man froze. Who are you? Dominion Alliance? Ironblood. I smiled, showing my teeth. Guess. Fuck you. He spat bloody saliva. You want to know? Dream on. I know people like you. You won't spare me. Losing to you means I wasn't strong enough. But remember, I'm a deputy division leader. Kill me, and the division leader and the entire Grey Wolf division will hunt you. You talk too much. I gave you a chance. Since you want to be a hard man, I'll grant your wish. You answer. The driver had already wet his pants. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me. You dare? The goateed man glared at him. Aren't you afraid of the division leader? And even if you talk, do you think he'll let us live? Fear crossed the driver's eyes. I looked at him. Speak without fear. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you go. Really, you can choose not to believe me, and I'll shoot you immediately. I'll talk. The driver trembled and spilled everything. The president plans to establish checkpoints outside Fu City. He calls it raising pigs. We wait until independent players and small guilds gather plenty of resources, then harvest everything at once. Less effort, fatter prey. Su Qingxian clenched her fists. These people were deranged. Aren't you afraid the independent players and small guilds will unite and eliminate you? The driver looked at her. Honestly, we fear only the Dominion Alliance. The president didn't say we'd kill every independent player. They only need to pay a toll to enter Fu City, lose some property and avoid disaster, or be hunted to death. Most people will choose the first. I touched my nose. It was exactly what the Dire Wolf Guild would do: raise players like crops, then harvest them. Even if the guild wanted to kill everyone, the other three great guilds and major factions would probably stop them. The Fu City mission would need independent players and small forces as cannon fodder. I was not afraid, but the information reminded me to prepare fully before entering the city. Now explain the guild in detail. What's the structure? How many people? The driver glanced at the still groaning third brother. The guild has 10 divisions. Each division contains 10 teams with 40 to 60 people. I pointed at the goateed man. What's his name, and which division are you in? The driver swallowed. We're Grey Wolf Division. He's Hu Wei, captain of Team 3 and a deputy division leader. We call him Third Brother. I memorized it. How many LV.5 or higher vehicles does the guild currently have? At least 12. The president and vice president have LV.6 vehicles. Each of the 10 division leaders has a LV.5 vehicle. Some deputy leaders are gathering materials to upgrade too, but I don't know whether any succeeded. He smiled ingratiatingly. Today we found a LV.5 upgrade blueprint, but someone stole it. We were pursuing him. I can help you find him. I nodded. That can wait. Final question. What's your division leader's name? What vehicle did his evolve from? And does it have reconnaissance radar? The driver swallowed. What? What are you planning? That isn't your concern. Answer. He drew a breath. His name is Yang Antong. His vehicle was converted from a heavy armored personnel carrier. I don't know whether it has reconnaissance radar, but it can supposedly scan every moving target within 10 kilometers. He looked at me. That's everything I know. Good. The goateed man stopped groaning and raised his head with a vicious smile. Kid, you want to attack our boss? Do you understand how terrifying a LV.5 vehicle is? You'll be blown apart before you approach. I hope you go. Then I'll see you below even sooner. Ha ha. Is that so? Then I need to meet him even more. But first, I want to show you something. I looked at Su Qingxian. Qingxian, test your little invention. She immediately brought out a small black device resembling a radio and waved it in front of Hu Wei. What's that? He asked. A voice sprint simulator. Su Qingxian smiled sweetly. I recorded your screams, speech, and curses. After voice sprint analysis and synthesis, I can perfectly simulate your voice. She activated it and said into the microphone, Boss, I'm in danger. Requesting support. The speaker produced Hu Wei's slightly hoarse, smoke and liquor voice, even preserving the painful tremor and exact tone. You. At the sight of the waveform, Hu Wei struggled to reach his system panel. With this, I can use your identity to lure out your division leader. I took the voice sprint simulator, my eyes cold. I don't have to search for him. He'll come to die by himself. You devil. Hu Wei screamed in despair. He seemed to realize something and opened his system panel, attempting to transmit a warning. Bang. Smoke rose from my axe gun. By the time Hu Wei fell, Su Qingxian had saved the complete voice sprint. Brother, I'll keep everything secret. I won't return to the Dire Wolf Guild. They forced me before. I only want to become a good person now. You said you'd let me go. I looked calmly at the driver. I promised that I wouldn't kill you. His shoulders visibly relaxed, and he was about to thank me. However, I looked toward Lu Shi and shrugged. She made no promise. The driver froze and turned. Lu Shi's emotionless eyes greeted him. Bang. She fired without hesitation. Afterward, she said only, he participated in repeated ambushes. Leaving him alive would create future danger. We recovered the supplies and continued. Su Qingxian decrypted the communicator taken from Hu Wei and handed it to me. Boss, someone's calling Hu Wei. I pressed the red button. After static, a deep male voice emerged. Third brother, how is it? Did you find the target? Respond. I recognized the voice. During earlier monitoring, Hu Wei had called him second brother. I took out the voice sprint simulator, drew a breath, and adjusted my state. Then I pressed the green message button. Hu Wei's hoarse voice emerged. Second brother, I haven't found the target yet. I'm preparing to head toward Fu City. The deep voice soon replied. Good. Hurry. Don't delay the president's business. When I put down the simulator, Su Qingxian blinked. Boss, what do we do next? I opened the map and smiled. Choose a graveyard for them. The three of us studied the map. We selected an abandoned hospital more than 500 kilometers away. After confirming the location, I looked at Su Qingxian. Keep modifying anti-tank mines and incorporate the grenades. Make more. There will be many enemies this time, so the minefield needs a broader area. Also make heavier airdropped bombs powerful enough to destroy a LV.5 vehicle. Okay, she nodded firmly. I turned to Lu Shi, who was cleaning her sniper rifle again. Whenever she had free time, she checked her weapons and optics under a maintenance process stricter than in ordinary shooters. I smiled. Sister Lu, you were a corporate president and no business. Could you work a little harder and handle procurement as well? I did not habitually watch the regional channel and had missed many items and opportunities. If Lu Shi took over, my burden would decrease. She rolled her eyes but did not refuse. After several seconds, she clarified her purchase authority, budget, and confidentiality boundaries. Once she confirmed that she could close transactions independently and receive agreed compensation from profits, she said, "No problem. Then I'll trouble you with it." Su Qingxian turned around smiling. Sister Lu, please watch for gunpowder, sensors, batteries, and similar items. She pointed to the drone's combat record and proposed building more devices of the same type. All right. Lu Shi recorded it and looked at me. What about you, boss? I chuckled and handed her a prepared list. It included gene serums, spirit serums, supernatural items, a LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprint, and reconnaissance radar chips. Lu Shi looked up. You don't need high-grade ballistic glass? She had seen it listed as a requirement for the LV.5 upgrade. No. All right. Then she thought of something. Boss, aren't you going to give me supplies? If these items appear in the channel, there will be plenty of competitors. If I still have to come ask you for materials, I'll lose every race. She had a point. I nodded and said, both of you, come with me. I'm taking you somewhere. Where are we going? Su Qingxian asked. You'll see. I blinked. After parking in a hidden position, I led them into the bedroom. The entrance to my storage ability is here. I pointed to the cabinet beside the bed. Before giving you purchasing authority, I need you to understand the scale of our inventory and the source of our materials. They gathered around. Lu Shi inspected the cabinet, while Su Qingxian confirmed that it contained no ordinary mechanical compartment. I placed a hand on the door. Haven't you always wondered where all our monster drops and dismantled materials went? The storage cabinet looked like ordinary furniture. Its thickness could not have contained the vanished supplies. Lu Shi asked whether it was a spatial spirit art, while Su Qingxian used machinery to confirm that no hidden mechanical space existed. Ready? What you're about to see may overturn your understanding of the world. Click. When the cabinet opened, an unusual wave spread like ripples. Instead of a dark interior, it revealed a seemingly endless entrance filled with soft white light. This. Su Qingxian covered her mouth. The flush on her face gave way to shock. What is this? Her voice trembled. Smiling faintly, I stepped into the light and waved at them. Why are you staring? The two women drew deep breaths and cautiously crossed the illusory doorway. Rumble. It felt like stepping from a narrow alley into a magnificent plaza. We stood in an enormous pure white space. There were no lights overhead, yet everything was illuminated without shadows. Lu Shi mechanically turned toward the mountain of supplies on her left. They truly formed a mountain. Cases of bottled water rose in high stacks. More than 1,000 units of universal fuel stood in orderly ranks, radiating reassuring industrial beauty. Meat, vegetables, fruit, snacks, and daily necessities filled other areas. In the distance lay casually arranged firearms, ammunition, steel, and more. This is your warehouse. Lu Shi drew a deep breath and tried to steady her voice. I thought you had only a spatial backpack. The system marked 200,000 cubic meters extended into the distance, enough for a small storage base. It's a little disorganized. I haven't had time to arrange it. It currently holds about 200,000 cubic meters. Anything placed here is absolutely preserved and will never decay. After the RV reached LV.4, the warehouse had expanded by another 100,000 cubic meters. Every further vehicle level would double it. 200,000 cubic meters? Su Qingxian repeated the capacity twice to confirm she had heard correctly. What did that volume mean? It was equivalent to the interior of a stadium. Boss. Su Qingxian swallowed and looked at me hazily. Are you sure you aren't related to the road survival game? This was not a vehicle. It was a mobile shelter. Rather than continue admiring the size, Lucy immediately asked about the limits of permanent preservation. She walked toward the mountain of supplies. Every food item remained as fresh as if it had just been harvested. She was shocked again. This isn't ordinary storage. It's a strategic preservation warehouse. Then she noticed the piles of blue titanium alloy and high-grade ballistic glass. Pointing toward more than 200 pieces of deep blue alloy, she asked about their grade and origin. Dozens of pieces of high-grade ballistic glass sat nearby. Where did these materials come from? I've never seen you collect them directly. She checked the former locations of ordinary scrap iron and low-grade glass. They had come from dismantling tanks and armored vehicles belonging to New Dawn and the Dire Wolf Guild, basic ballistic glass, steel scrap from countless abandoned cars, and high-strength titanium alloy from the aviation parts factory. Those lower-grade materials were gone. Only the scrap dismantled from Huawei's convoy remained. Lucy pointed at the blue titanium. Did you synthesize these from ordinary waste? I smiled, tossed my empty Coke can aside, and said, Sister Lu, watch closely. Golden legendary trait. Infinite synthesis. Activate. Hum. An unusual vibration filled the space. Before their shocked eyes, the gray-black steel melted, twisted, compressed, and reorganized. Impurities disappeared, and molecular structures changed by force. The mound visibly shrank. The light faded. The scrap was gone. In its place, 3 neatly stacked plates of perfect-grade blue titanium alloy glowed deep blue. This is... Lucy raised a trembling hand, but did not dare touch it. I dusted off my hands. About 30,000 units of scrap iron produced 3 units of blue titanium alloy. The spatial warehouse became deathly silent. Lucy whipped her head toward me. Once she saw the result, she immediately increased the target volume for scrap iron purchases and demanded tiered pricing. She finally understood why the RV's armor far exceeded vehicles at the same level. She did not draw conclusions for me, asking only whether synthesis had quantity or material grade limits. My God, Su Qingxian hugged my arm with stars in her eyes. Boss, if you tell me the sun is square, I'll believe you. That's incredible. Turning a pile of garbage instantly into priceless alloy. It was the power of a creator. Lucy drew a deep breath and forced her racing heart to settle. Boss, with this ability, our business can extend far beyond procurement. We could monopolize the entire rare material market in Region C, 996. I looked at her approvingly. I'll leave that operation to you. After leaving the spatial warehouse, I defined the boundaries clearly. The ability and inventory could be discussed only within the team. Purchases could never reveal our true reserves. Lucy took charge of trading and procurement, while Su Qingxian continued machinery modification. They understood this was more than trust. It was a contract to share risk. The RV headed toward our intended ambush point. Over the next several hours, I drove toward the abandoned hospital while clearing several zombie hordes and groups of aberrants along the road. With the V-shaped titanium breaching plow and Lucy's astonishing marksmanship, we easily harvested large quantities of supplies and materials. Endless darkness swallowed the wasteland. Only distant zombie roars reminded us this was the apocalypse. Following the map, I stopped the enormous RV before a desolate group of buildings. Our destination stood 200 meters ahead. The map identified it as Renai Hospital. We're here. Through the large bulletproof windshield, the 3 of us studied the sinister complex. Half the main hospital building had collapsed. It crouched in the darkness like a dying beast. I would prepare a trap here, lure in the Dire Wolf Division leader, and eliminate him. Su Qingxian suddenly pointed toward the hospital entrance and lowered her voice. Boss, look at the gate. I frowned. A battered bus stood among the weeds at the entrance. It was neither an evolved apocalyptic war vehicle nor a guild leader's heavy machine. It was an original LV.1 vehicle. Deep in a wasteland filled with zombies and mutant beasts, more than 2,000 kilometers from the starting area, a fragile level, one vehicle had somehow arrived. That makes no sense. Holding her sniper rifle, Lucy frowned. How did a level 1 vehicle reach this place? I raised my gaze past the strange bus to the hospital's top floor. In the black silence, light shone from one window. Electrical power? Su Qingxian drew a cold breath. This region has been abandoned for years. A hospital backup generator should have failed long ago. A battered level 1 vehicle. A window filled with deathly white light. The extreme abnormality created a chilling presence in the zombie-filled night. We aren't the only players who came here. I narrowed my eyes and tapped the wheel. This was the ambush point I had selected. I would not surrender it easily. Whoever was inside would have to move. I'll scout the bus. She tied back her long hair, tightened her tactical vest, put on infrared night vision goggles, and carried her suppressed sniper rifle. As a marksmanship specialist, stealth was one of her strengths. "Be careful," I said. "Keep communications open." "Don't worry." She nodded and left the RV. The night wind carried the smell of decay. She moved through the darkness like a ghost toward the entrance. "Boss, something's wrong." Her quiet voice came through the earpiece with confusion. "No one's inside the bus, but there are dozens of zombies." "Zombies?" "Yes." Peering through a window, she whispered, "They're strange. They seem to have lost their senses and are wandering inside the bus." "Don't touch the vehicle. Check the lobby," I ordered. "Qingqian, deploy the drone in support." "Copy." Su Qingqian's fingers raced across the keyboard. The modified Recon Strike drone silently rose toward the illuminated top floor. The corridor beyond the window was still. At the same time, Shi entered the lobby. It's a mess. Dried blood and stretchers everywhere. But no zombies. Not one. It's unnaturally quiet. I'm going to the top floor. She adjusted her night vision goggles and climbed the stairs. "No life forms detected so far," she whispered. I'm on the top floor and approaching the illuminated room. Static. Dread rose in me. "Sister Lu? Report." "What is that?" Her voice suddenly accelerated with unconcealed fear. "What happened?" Inside the room, static. Bang. A short gunshot sounded, then the communication died. "Shi. Boss, the drone feed." Su Qingqian cried. After the signal failed, she immediately sent the drone crashing through a corridor window. I turned sharply to the display. An indistinct figure dragged Shi into the room. A black shadow flashed across the camera. Crack. The screen became static. The drone was destroyed. It moved too fast to see. Su Qingqian's face turned pale. "Stay inside. Lock every door and be ready to extract me." I unleashed all 150 points of physique. Boom. I threw open the door and leaped down, becoming a fired projectile racing toward the hospital. Shi could not die. She was not merely my employee, but the team's irreplaceable long-range firepower. Anything capable of cutting her off so quickly was no simple enemy. I entered the lobby without using stealth. I chose the most direct route. Without slowing, I raced toward the stairwell. A faint, nauseating stench of rot hung in the air. I reached the top floor in one burst. This was the illuminated level. My enhanced hearing detected a faint sound deep in the corridor. Drip, drip, liquid falling. I followed it to the double doors at the end. Taking a deep breath, I shoved them open. Bang. The doors struck the wall. The scene beyond sent a bone-deep chill through even someone accustomed to killing. The surgical lamps operated at full power and illuminated the room like daylight. Shi lay unconscious on a bed in the corner. She had no obvious wounds, and her chest rose and fell as though she merely slept. A monster lay on the operating table. It was a giant zombie more than 4 meters tall. Its body bulged with muscle, and its skin was a dead iron blue. Its enlarged right arm had become a bone-battering ram. A tier 4 zombie. A tyrant among zombies. But that was not the most terrifying thing. The tier 4 tyrant was being dissected. A girl stood beside its enormous body. She wore a pure white dress beneath a transparent raincoat stained with blood. She appeared 18 or 19, slender and delicate enough to be blown over by the wind. Yet she held a precise surgical scalpel. The tier 4 tyrant's skin might have resisted even a heavy sniper rifle, but beneath her blade, it separated as easily as tender tofu. She did not panic when I entered. Her movements remained elegant, precise, and steady. Tap. Then she revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face. The horror of the scene reached its peak. Every muscle in my body tightened. A player? Some special aberrant? The white-haired girl slowly removed her bloody rubber gloves and watched me with gray eyes. The corner of her mouth rose. "You're actually unaffected?" Her voice was ethereal, carrying a trace of strange excitement. The scene was too bizarre for words. The pale surgical lights illuminated every detail of the operating table. The air reeked of decay and blood. On a custom metal table large enough to hold a giant lay a tier 4 tyrant zombie, a creature that should have roamed the wasteland unchallenged at the top of the food chain. It was restrained on the table, its vital signs being maintained artificially. It had clearly lost the ability to move on its own. And the one conducting the operation was a slender silver-haired girl. When she asked with strange excitement, "You're actually unaffected?" I did not lower my guard. I tightened my grip on the axe gun instead. In this apocalypse, the most harmless-looking things were often the deadliest. "Are you an aberrant or a player?" My voice echoed through the vast operating room, carrying undisguised killing intent. After all, I understood less than 1% of this world. If high-tier aberrants could mimic humans, I would not have been surprised in the slightest. This girl had subdued and dissected a tier for tyrant with ease. No matter how I looked at her, she did not seem like an ordinary human. The silver-haired girl did not answer. She tilted her head, ignored my question, and continued adjusting the instruments and tubes connected to the tyrant. Screech. Surgical tools kept striking the metal table, the sound exceptionally clear in the silent room. This nerve cluster is still active. Fascinating. She recorded its neural response while adjusting the controls on the operating table. The waveforms on the monitor shifted with every movement she made. Was she ignoring me? My expression turned cold. I glanced at the unconscious Lu Shi in the corner. Without further hesitation, I raised my axe gun and prepared to shoot the eerie girl. However, just as I was about to pull the trigger, whoosh, a faint rush of foul-smelling air came from the corridor behind me and to my side. My enhanced hearing caught it. I immediately sidestepped and avoided the first strike. Flash. A razor-sharp claw swept past my ear on a rancid gust and gouged the floor where I had just been standing. Sparks flew. The hard terrazzo floor was ripped open as easily as tofu, leaving a deep trench. I turned my head. More than a dozen figures had somehow appeared in the previously empty corridor, clinging to the walls. Their bodies were pitch black. Their limbs were extraordinarily long, and their joints bent at unnatural angles. They crawled across the walls and ceiling on all fours like enormous humanoid spiders. Their claws were more than a foot long. Black patterns covered their exposed skin, their eyes glowed red, and nauseating saliva dripped from their mouths. Raiders. I recognized the aberrants. Roar. More than a dozen raiders attacked at once. They were incredibly fast. In the cramped operating room, they left trails of afterimages as they lunged at me from every direction. Their claws sealed off every escape route, and their coordination was remarkably practiced. An ordinary player facing this three-dimensional kill formation would probably have been torn apart in an instant. Unfortunately for them, they had run into me. Noisy. My eyes turned cold, but I did not panic. Instead of firing immediately, I used the narrow corridor to prevent them from surrounding me. When the first raider reached me, I slipped past its claws and smashed it into the wall with the axe gun. Its body and the doorframe blocked the targets behind it, instantly disrupting their attack. All 150 points of my physique erupted at once. I held the stairwell entrance, eliminated the fastest targets first, then used shotgun blasts to seal the ventilation duct and ceiling. After a brief exchange, every raider had lost the ability to move. I had not used a single special skill, only my strength, speed, and the combat techniques I had learned before. Once I confirmed that no targets remained active in the corridor, I turned my attention back to the operating room. But then my brow furrowed. A faint wave of dizziness swept through my head. It felt as if I had drunk a small glass of beer. Not enough to make me collapse, but the light, floating sensation was unmistakable. Poison? No, something in the air. I immediately remembered what the silver-haired girl had said. You're actually unaffected? So that was it. This place had to be filled with a colorless, odorless nerve agent or anesthetic gas. An ordinary player, even someone at the human limit of 50 physique, would already have been lying helpless on the floor. But I had an extraordinary physique of 150. My body had forcibly resisted the toxin, reducing its effect to nothing more than mild tipsiness. I shook my head and drove away the dizziness. Then I turned around, looked over the bodies littering the floor, and fixed my eyes on the operating room door. All your bodyguards are dead. I raised the axe gun and prepared to break in. Now it's your turn. But just then, boom, the operating room door exploded outward under a tremendous force. An almost tangible pressure poured from the darkness, so terrifying that it felt hard to breathe. My pupils contracted slightly. Heavy footsteps made the floor tremble. A monster more than 13 feet tall emerged from the operating room. Its body bulged with muscle, and its skin was a decayed iron gray. It was the Tier 4 tyrant. Standing upright, it looked even larger than it had on the operating table. The bony battering ram on its right arm gave off an eerie glow, and its entire body radiated destruction. In its enormous left hand, it held an unconscious woman. Lu Shi. She dangled like a rag doll. The slightest squeeze from that huge hand would kill her. The tyrant lowered its head and stared at me with cloudy, savage eyes. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze. I stood on one side with my axe gun in hand and raider corpses beneath my feet. On the other stood the Tier 4 tyrant, towering like a mountain. The visual impact of our standoff stretched the tension to its breaking point. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, light footsteps rang out. The mysterious silver-haired girl slowly emerged from the operating room and stopped behind the tyrant. She leisurely removed the clear raincoat stained with black, filthy blood, revealing a white dress underneath. After tossing the raincoat aside, she lifted her head. Her gray eyes swept over the dead raiders. How crude. They were extremely valuable research specimens. I narrowed my eyes. My left hand slipped into my pocket and closed around a sinister eyeball, the eye of scapegoating. My mind raced. If I attacked without holding back and used the eye of scapegoating to redirect the tyrant's hatred, I was confident I could kill this strange girl. The problem was that Lucy was in their hands. I could not act recklessly with a hostage involved. At that critical moment, the silver-haired girl broke the silence first. You came to save this woman, didn't you? She glanced at Lucy in the tyrant's hand, speaking as if discussing an irrelevant object. If so, we don't need to fight. I never intended to hurt her. My expression shifted slightly, but I did not lower the axe gun. You didn't intend to hurt her? Then why did you capture her? I was only performing surgery here, the silver-haired girl said calmly. To keep anyone from interrupting me, I released a concentrated anesthetic gas into the corridor and ventilation ducts. That woman barged in on her own, inhaled too much, and passed out. I dragged her back because I was afraid the raiders outside would eat her. Then she turned toward me. Her gray eyes locked onto mine, and fanatical excitement suddenly replaced her indifference. I knew that look well. It was the same expression Su Qingqian wore when she saw advanced materials, or a starving wolf wore when it saw meat. Compared with her, I'm much more curious about you. The silver-haired girl stepped closer. Ignoring the weapon in my hands, she leaned in and studied me. That concentration should have knocked you out, yet it barely affected you. She licked her lips, her voice trembling with excitement. Your physique has definitely surpassed the limits of humanity and even most aberrants. You are simply the perfect research subject. The way she stared at me made my skin crawl. I quietly stepped half a pace back and spoke coldly. If this was a misunderstanding, tell it to release her. I pointed at the tyrant. And why can you control that thing? This. The silver-haired girl glanced at the tyrant behind her, pride flashing in her eyes. This is my creation, Tyrant 1. I removed the viral control center from its brain, implanted a special parasite, and supplemented the process with my drugs. It took me several days to perfect. Then she turned back to me, eyes shining. Could you let me study you? I promise I mean no harm. I only need a little blood, or perhaps a tissue sample, so I can examine your muscle fibers. My mouth twitched. A tissue sample? And she called that a little? This woman was either a human player or a mad scientist. Absolutely not. I refused without hesitation, my gaze sharpening again. Return my companion. Otherwise, what if I don't? The silver-haired girl tilted her head as if testing my limits. Will you fight me? Try me. I tightened my grip on the axe gun. How boring. She pouted like a deflated balloon. You have no spirit of self-sacrifice for science at all. She snapped her fingers. Roar. The tier 4 tyrant growled, obediently bent down, and gently placed the unconscious Lu Shi on the floor in front of me. The silver-haired girl even took a small bottle from her pocket and tossed it over. This is the antidote. Just wave it beneath her nose. I caught the bottle. After a moment's hesitation, I passed it under Lu Shi's nose. Cough. Cough. A few seconds later, Lu Shi began coughing violently. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her first instinct was to reach for her gun. I immediately held her wrist. Awake. Awake. I repeated quietly. Only after recognizing me did she stop struggling. Boss? Lu Shi tried to stand, but the lingering anesthetic left her limbs weak. I supported her arm and let her lean her weight against my shoulder. The drug hasn't worn off. Let's get out of here first. I helped Lu Shi downstairs. The silver-haired girl followed us all the way, introducing herself as Bai Ling. Outside the hospital, she saw the LV.4 armored RV parked in the open space. She immediately rushed over to inspect its armor and structure, explaining that the broken-down bus was merely a tool for transporting specimens. Let me aboard too. Bai Ling pointed at the RV. Stable temperature, electricity, air filtration, these conditions are far better than the hospital. I refused outright. Someone who could control zombies and remained obsessed with drawing blood and taking tissue samples was extremely valuable, but equally dangerous. Bai Ling refused to leave and demanded to know why Su Qingqian and Lu Shi were allowed aboard. They are employees with clearly defined positions. I also laid out my boundaries. No controlled zombies inside the living compartment. No taking samples from anyone without permission, and every drug had to pass instrument testing and a low-dose trial first. Only if Bai Ling accepted those rules would I consider negotiating further. Then I'll become an employee too. Bai Ling immediately changed her approach and promised earnestly, I'm very capable. I did not open the door yet. I told Su Qingxian to test the antidote first, and Lu Shi remained on guard after she regained control of her limbs. The more valuable Bai Ling's ability to control a Tier 4 tyrant was, the more important it became not to skip the safety checks. Until her drug passed inspection and she explained the limits of her specialization, the decision to hire her remained mine. No, my face was expressionless. I don't need a lunatic who only knows how to dissect zombies and wants to turn my RV into a morgue. Besides, I look Bai Ling up and down. The way you look at me makes you dangerous. I'm very capable. I awakened a specialization. When she saw me preparing to leave, Bai Ling became anxious and hurriedly revealed her bargaining chip. I can definitely help you. I can treat any illness, even a zombie bite. I can also formulate all kinds of drugs. She added that she could use aberrant materials to create drugs that accelerated recovery, relieved pain, and temporarily enhanced bodily functions. Su Qingxian asked, what exactly is your specialization? Bai Ling answered directly, medical, and she raised 2 fingers in front of us. I've already advanced to Tier 2. I'm very impressive. You definitely won't regret taking me in. Tier 2. Those 2 words struck the 3 of us like a thunderclap. I stopped walking. Lu Shi jerked her head up. Even Su Qingxian stared at her with her mouth open, unable to believe it. Most players with specializations had not even filled their Tier 1 proficiency yet. Even the top awakened specialists in the major guilds only had high proficiency. Advancing to Tier 2 required a specialization upgrade blueprint that no one had ever seen, along with various extraordinary materials. Yet this silver-haired girl, who appeared slightly unhinged and cared only about dissecting zombies, was already a Tier 2 awakened player? She might be the first Tier 2 awakened player on the entire server. You're Tier 2. I stared at her solemnly. If that was true, the value of this silver-haired girl named Bai Ling was immeasurable. Of course, Bai Ling proudly raised her chin. I killed plenty of high-tier aberrants to collect the materials for my advancement. I took a deep breath and reassessed the advantages and risks. A powerful Tier 2 support specialist who could also control zombies would be an enormous asset on our approaching journey to Fu City. Even if she was a mad scientist. Lin Hui. Lu Shi gently tugged my sleeve and whispered beside me. If she really is a Tier 2 medical specialist, she would be useful. In this bizarre apocalypse, having a doctor and a scientist who can study monsters is extremely important. I nodded. I looked at Bai Ling. Her large, inquisitive eyes were fixed longingly on me and the RV. Fine. I agree. I finally relented. You may come aboard as our personal doctor. Yes. Bai Ling cheered and immediately started toward the RV. Then she stopped and pointed at the broken bus. Where will I put my bus full of zombies? They're all precious research specimens, and we can't waste that Tier 4 tyrant. My face darkened. None of those filthy things are coming aboard. She wanted to turn the RV into a biological hazard zone? Not a chance. Oh, Bai Ling's expression instantly collapsed like a little girl whose parents had refused to let her keep a kitten. However, I changed direction when I saw her disappointment. She was a Tier 2 specialist, after all. I had to offer her something. Once my RV reaches LV.5, I can divide off a sealed, independent laboratory at the rear. You can do whatever experiments you want in there. But until then, absolutely not. Really? Bai Ling's eyes lit up again. It's a deal. She accepted that no zombies could enter the living compartment and listed an independent laboratory as her highest priority future construction project. Get aboard. I exhaled. Yes, boss. Bai Ling happily climbed into the RV. The moment she truly stepped inside, the scientific fanatic who normally cared about nothing but research froze in place. She stood in the entryway with warm carpet beneath her feet and soft amber ambient lighting overhead. There was no trace of the wasteland's rot or blood in the air. Instead, it carried a faint lavender fragrance and the fresh oxygen delivered by the ventilation system. The massive central control display had a futuristic glow. The broad leather sofa looked as soft as a cloud, while a double-door refrigerator hummed quietly in the open kitchen nearby. Most importantly, a constant 79 degrees. Bai Ling murmured as she held out a hand and felt the warm air from the central climate control system. A sheen of tears appeared in her gray eyes. A stable temperature like this, Air filtration this close to sterile. Su Qingqian puffed out her chest and proudly began. What do you think? This is the boss's. It's perfect, Bai Ling interrupted, waving her arms with excitement. This temperature is practically made for cultivating bacteria and parasites. If we remove the sofa, we could fit at least 3 large culture tanks here. And with this much power, I can run centrifuges and low-temperature freezers. As she spoke, she somehow produced a measuring tape and started toward the master bedroom. Is the largest room the bedroom? If we throw out the bed, I can. Smack. A large hand mercilessly pressed down on her head. My face was dark, and a vein throbbed at my temple. That's where I sleep. Try touching my bed and see what happens. Bai Ling shrank her neck and muttered aggrievedly. Sleeping only requires about 20 square feet. What a waste of space. Quiet. I pointed toward the bathroom. Go take a shower. Now, wash off that smell of blood. That's an order. Fine. I watched Bai Ling enter the bathroom with the clothes Su Qingqian had prepared and finally breathed a long sigh. My temples still throbbed. 15 minutes later, Bai Ling had washed away the drugs and the smell of blood and changed into clean clothes from Su Qingqian. She had no interest in household etiquette. She immediately resumed talking about laboratories, cultivation equipment, and samples of my blood. I established the rules on the spot. No dismantling the RV, no collecting samples, and no entering the master bedroom without permission. Bai Ling agreed quickly. Her only question was when she would receive her independent laboratory. I had Su Qingqian create a separate supply inventory for her. Drugs and specimens had to be stored separately from ordinary food, and every dangerous substance had to be labeled with its hazard level and purpose. Lu Shi would oversee laboratory safety, while Bai Ling would screen the entire team for infection. If unknown symptoms appeared, the patient would be isolated and tested first. The living compartment could not become a temporary hospital ward. Only after her position, access privileges, and restricted areas had all been entered into the employment record did Bai Ling officially become a member of the RV. The atmosphere at the dining table was a little unusual. To accommodate everyone's tastes, Su Qingqian had prepared half the dishes spicy and half mild. The pot of duck blood and tripe simmering in red chili oil smelled irresistible. Bai Ling, who had not eaten a hot meal in days, could not take her eyes off it. She might have been a scientific fanatic, but she did not hold back when she ate. Her cheeks bulged like a hamster's. Now that you're aboard, we need to clarify a few things. I looked at Bai Ling seriously. You said you're a Tier 2 specialist. What exactly can you do? We need to reassess the team's combat strength. Su Qingqian and Lu Shi both set down their utensils and asked her to explain the precise difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. You should have noticed it yourselves. Bai Ling looked at the two of them and raised one finger. At Tier 1, except for spirit arts and summoning, most specializations merely make initial contact with the extraordinary. Their abilities generally remain within the boundaries of what is human. She explained, Tier 1 machinery allows someone to understand most mechanical structures, but the ability still follows the laws of physics and engineering. Lu Shi added, Tier 1 shooting can push firearm skills to the human limit, but it cannot truly cross that limit. My specialization is medical. At Tier 1, I mastered all existing medical knowledge and possessed unparalleled medical skill. But after reaching Tier 2, I began to enter the extraordinary domain in every respect. I can now use aberrant blood and extracts from certain plants to formulate drugs that never existed before, and those drugs possess extraordinary effects. She counted on her fingers. For example, I can make drugs that repel low-tier aberrants, and I can create treatments for cancer and diabetes. Of course, I have plenty of other concepts in my head, like a regeneration drug that could regrow severed limbs, or an evolutionary drug similar to the basic gene serum. Unfortunately, I lack the materials, time, and proper laboratory conditions, so those remain theoretical. Then she looked at me pleadingly. Boss, build me a laboratory and bring me the materials, and I promise I'll make you the toughest man in this wasteland. Making contact with the extraordinary. That meant Tier 2 awakened players had begun to leave the conventional combat system and move towards something almost fantastical. But I was not afraid in the slightest. I might not have awakened a specialization, but as long as my RV reached level 30, level 50, level 100, even if my enemy was a god, give me the coordinates, and I would blast that deity out of the sky. I looked at Bai Ling's pitiful expression and calmly offered her a promise for the future. We'll discuss the laboratory after the RV reaches LV.5. Oh, fine. Bai Ling slumped over the table in disappointment. Still lying there, She again declared that the laboratory would be her first requirement after the LV.5 upgrade. Su Qingxian glanced out the window. Through the bulletproof glass, we could see the enormous Tier 4 tyrant crouching beside the RV like a loyal guard dog, intimidating anything nearby with hostile intentions. Su Qingxian swallowed and finally asked what all of us wanted to know. Bai Ling, how do you control a monster like that? You said you use a parasite, but how do you command the parasite? Bai Ling stopped moving. She raised a finger and lightly tapped her temple. Because the parasite in its brain obeys me. Or more precisely, it obeys the mother parasite inside my brain. You have a parasite inside your body? Su Qingxian instinctively stepped back and immediately asked whether the mother parasite could infect the rest of us. Don't make such a fuss. It's my symbiote. This parasite originated from a high-tier aberrant called a white worm. While dissecting it, I discovered a special parasite in its blood that could enter a creature's brain and take over its nervous system. I extracted several thousand of them, cultivated a mother parasite, and implanted it inside my own body. When I released the mother parasite's pheromones, zombies implanted with the lower-tier parasites treat me as their supreme queen and obey my every command. What are the limitations? I raised an eyebrow, immediately identifying the key issue. Of course there are limitations. First, these parasites only work on brain-dead creatures such as zombies. They have no effect on sentient aberrants or living humans. Second, the higher the zombie's tier, the higher the required parasite tier. Cultivating high-tier parasites consumes a great deal of my energy and materials. At present, I can precisely control that tier, for Tyrant, and the 40-odd ordinary zombies on the bus at the same time. And they cannot travel too far from me. Beyond 3 kilometers, they lose control. Even with those restrictions, the ability was terrifying. It meant my team had suddenly gained a fearless zombie suicide squad that felt no pain, along with a super tank possessing tier 4 combat power. Excellent. With your helpers, the ambush plan that previously had only a 90% chance of success now has a 99.9% success rate. Tomorrow, we're going to prepare a grand gift for the Dire Wolf Guild's division leader. Early the next morning, the fog had not yet dispersed from the wasteland, and the gray-white sky hung low. The abandoned Renai hospital was as silent as a haunted realm. Other than the occasional zombie roar drifting from the distance, there was not a sound. Inside the RV, I sat in the driver's seat and toyed with the communicator we had taken from the goateed man, using it to eavesdrop on the Dire Wolf Guild. Lucy had already driven the battered LV.1 bus away from the hospital according to plan. Bai Ling was crouching in the open space beside the RV, feeding the busload of low-tier zombies. Eat up. You need full stomachs if you want the strength to work. She secured modified mines inside sealed equipment bags worn by the low-tier zombies, then concealed their shape beneath rags and protective gear. The surgical knife in Bai Ling's hand was an extraordinary item and abnormally sharp. To ensure that our decoy could withstand scrutiny, Lucy drove the emptied bus in a circuit along the highway. The moving signal from Hu Wei's communicator made it look like a small team fleeing for its life. Su Qingxian connected the remote detonators, voice sprint simulator, and drone channel to the central control console. If any one signal behaved abnormally, the other 2 channels would immediately sound an alarm. Bai Ling selected the 40 most stable ordinary zombies and equipped each with a disguised modified mine. She was only responsible for controlling them. Final detonation authority remained in my hands. The Tier 4 Tyrant waited in the hospital's underground parking garage. It was our final safeguard and would appear only if the enemy's LV.5 armored vehicle broke through the minefield. I also programmed our evacuation route. If the lure failed, we would recover the communicator immediately. If the enemy force exceeded our limit, we would abandon the hospital and withdraw through the western maintenance passage. We would never fight an entire guild merely to preserve a trap. We still did not know whether the enemy carried a second extraordinary item. Lucy would watch for anomalous signals, and any unexplained change would take priority as a trigger for withdrawal. I drew my gaze back and took a deep breath. Qingxian, activate the voice sprint simulator. Understood. Voice model for Hu Wei, the goateed third brother, loaded. Similarity, 100%, Su Qingxian said through my earpiece. I pressed the green button on the communicator and adjusted my posture. I even ran in place with high knees until my breathing became rapid and ragged. Everything was ready. Static crackled. Brothers, I need help. I screamed into the communicator at the top of my lungs. My voice was filled with panic, despair, and a tremor that sounded as if it came from extreme excitement. That hoarse voice, weathered by tobacco and alcohol, sounded exactly like Hui brought back to life. The channel remained silent for several seconds. Then the calm, cold voice of a man came through. Third brother? This is second brother. Why is your signal full of static? What's happening? I'm in danger. I panted and spoke urgently. I just, attacked a convoy. I only wanted to make a little profit, but guess what I stole? What? The other man's voice immediately tightened. Blue titanium. 30 full units of blue titanium. My voice rose an octave and cracked at precisely the right moment. And I heard the unlucky bastard I killed begging for his life. He said his boss had a LV.6 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Dead silence. Only after 5 full seconds did second brother respond, unable to suppress his excitement. Third brother, are you certain it was blue titanium? And a LV.6 blueprint? Third brother, is that true? Another voice asked. It belonged to one of the other deputy division leaders. Absolutely. That bastard couldn't have been lying. He even showed me a picture. I continued my performance and slapped my thigh hard to create a sound effect. But they have a LV.5 heavy combat vehicle with reconnaissance radar. They detected me the moment I tried to ambush them. My vehicle can't hold on much longer. Hurry and reinforce me. Once we take this hall, our Grey Wolf division will have a level 6 vehicle. Boom. To make the performance convincing, Su Qingxian detonated several grenades in the distance. They've caught up. Hurry, brothers. Static hissed. I abruptly cut the transmission. The moment I lowered the communicator, the award-worthy terror vanished from my face. In its place was the cold smile of a hunter watching prey walk into a trap. Blue titanium and a level 6 blueprint. I watched the red dots flashing across the radar map on the central control display and chuckled. Let's see you resist bait like that. To make the lie more believable, at that very moment, Lucy was racing the battered LV.1 bus across the wasteland. She created the trail of a moving signal source and headed straight for the abandoned Renai hospital. I could not see what was happening inside the enemy convoy, but the communicator soon gave me my answer. After a brief silence, several people began asking about the blue titanium and level 6 blueprint at once. A man known as Second Brother demanded my location. Using Huwei's voice print, I gave him coordinates near Renai Hospital, then deliberately cut the transmission amid the sound of explosions. A few minutes later, an unfamiliar, forceful voice issued an order over the Dire Wolf Guild's internal channel. Second Brother, take the main force and continue toward Fu City. I'll take 25 vehicles to support Third Brother. Su Qingxian compared the intercepted voice print with the information Huwei had provided and confirmed that the speaker was Yang Antong, leader of the Grey Wolf Division. On the central control display, the clustered mass of red dots began to divide. A smaller convoy carrying a LV.5 signal source separated from the main force and sped toward the hospital along the trail she had created. I watched the 25 red dots draw closer and shut off the communicator. The bait had been swallowed. The fish had bitten.